Chapter 0287, Collapse. Luo Channy considered a while before a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes and he nodded in agreement. Fine. If one does not fend for himself, the sky will come falling down star. Luo Channy was not willing to lose his capital here. Without his troops, his post as Commander Luo would be a joke. After coming to a decision, Luo Channy and Su Dongming quickly boarded their vehicles and left the command center. Under the protection of their own experts, they went to the positions of their troops. Soon, the entire battalions of Luo Channy and Su Dongming had left their posts, leaving behind some weapons, and were escaping directly towards Sy County. Division Commander. Luo Channy's troops and Su Dongming's troops had deserted. Shen Hongyang, the other two heads, and Yu Zhong had just come back to the command center when one of the officers ran up to Shen Hongyang and reported the news gravely. What? Hearing the news, Shen Hongyang, Lu Huifeng, Chen Weiman and Yu Zhong all turned pale. Luo Channy and Su Dongming had left without a word at this critical juncture. This caused their defense earlier agreed upon to have two large holes. The horde could easily breach the defense through the holes and surround the other troops from behind. Even the strategic point of Tiger's Mouth Gorge that Yu Zhong was controlling would lose its effectiveness. The zombies could go through the gaps left by Luo Channy and Su Dongming to cut around the gorge and attack Yu Zhong's troops. I curse your entire families, Luo Channy and Su Dongming. The usually calm Lu Huifeng was currently so agitated that he cursed out loud. He was beyond infuriated as the deserting actions from the other two heads would definitely cause the loss of the war. Chen Weiman's eyes were currently bloodshot as well, and he scolded out loud, "Fuck. Div Commander Shin, I recommend that we announce that Luo Channy and Su Dongming as traitors, and to activate the assault helicopters to wipe the deserters out." The remaining 7 assault helicopters were under the command of Shen Hongyang. If they were deployed, they could easily annihilate Luo Channy and Su Dongming. Yu Zhong also walked forward furiously and said, "Commander Shen, please send out your helicopters to make an example of the deserters. Also, make the announcement that Luo Channy and Su Dongming are traitors." This was absolute treason. At the most critical point of the battle, Luo Channy and Su Dongming had backstabbed them ruthlessly. Yu Zhong could not help but feel infuriated as well. Shen Hongyang lowered his head in thought before replying, "No. Luo Channy and Su Dongming have deserted, that's true, but their subordinates are innocent. They are all good soldiers and have done Sy County a lot of merit. I can't give this order." Hearing Shen Hongyang's words, Yu Zhong felt extremely disappointed. Shen Hongyang was caring for the soldiers under the two traitors, and weren't willing to label them as traitors and deserters, nor did he want to punish them. While his intentions were good, under these circumstances, it was basically cowardice and indecisiveness. Division Commander. The horde is attacking. One of the officers called out. Those zombies had retreated earlier to regroup, and await more of their comrades to join in. Once they were gathered, they launched their assault again. Yu Zhong glanced coldly at Shen Hongyang. "Commander Shen, since you're not willing to give the command, I can't force you. Goodbye." After that, Yu Zhong immediately strided out. He did not want to stay here any longer to be buried with Shen Hongyang. The moment Luo Channy and Su Dongming deserted their posts, the battle was lost. He could only retreat at the fastest speed, bringing his troops along with me. Talking any more words with Shen Hongyang was wasting time. Shen Hongyang's face changed as he called out agitatedly, "Yu Zhong! Come back! Yu Zhong, come back this instant! If Yu Zhong were to leave, the situation will become more dire." Yu Zhong ignored Shen Hongyang, and in a few breaths he got on top of Greenie, flying towards his troops. "Heed my command. All battalions are to retreat immediately and make your way back to Sy County. Special Combat Forces, maintain your resistance from where you guys are. Su Jing'ang, you organize the retreat." Sitting aboard Greenie, Yu Zhong talked through the walkie-talkie, giving a slew of orders to his subordinates. "Commander, what happened?" Su Jing'ang, who was in the midst of commanding, immediately asked Yu Zhong. He could detect that there was something wrong from the urgent tone of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong gritted his teeth and said, "Those bastards Luo Channy and Su Dongming have deserted. We can't hold the horde back anymore." "I understand. I will complete your orders." Su Jing'ang replied and immediately started organizing the retreat. The 1st Battalion, which had the least equipment to worry about, were the first to retreat. They started making their way back towards Sy County in huge steps, every one of them holding a can of Type 2 mutant meat. They ate while walking, and the precious Type 2 mutant meat helped recover their vitality. The various equipments and setups on the hills were torn down and packed into the vehicles, and the 2nd, 3rd and 4th battalions started making their way back. Only the special combat forces remained behind to defend the gorge, buying some time for the rest of the battalions. Yu Zhong transmitted an order to Guo Quan. Guo Quan, take all the troops now and conquer the riverbank bridge. Transfer all the survivors to the other side. That is the only path of retreat for our troops. You must definitely protect it. Guo Quan replied loudly, yes. Commander Yu. After Yu Zhong left, Lu Huifeng and Chen Weimin both stared coldly at Shen Hongyang, not even bothering about him anymore, before they both left the command center and gave the urgent commands to their subordinates to abandon their posts and prepare to evacuate. As long as there were people remaining, there would be a chance back at SY County. The moment the troops of Lu Huifeng and Chen Weimin left their posts, the entire defense line collapsed, and the zombies made their advance through the various posts. Shen Hongyang had immediately deployed the tanks and IFVs to fire crazily at the zombies in an attempt to kill them. However, the moment the soldiers on the ground received news of the retreat of the other 5 powers, Shen Hongyang's troops all felt despair. Some of the companies started to lose their will to fight and ran for their lives. Zombies had routed around from the gap left by Luo Qianni and were attacking Shen Hongyang's soldiers, surrounding them on both sides. With their retreat cut off, the troops started to lose composure, and a huge number of the soldiers abandoned their positions, throwing their equipment and running into the night. The S1S and S2S amongst the horde were the most terrifying killers. They chased down those soldiers who tried to run, killing them effortlessly. There were many deaths happening every single second. The defense line collapsed and the soldiers lost all composure and will to fight, throwing down their equipment. All sorts of ammo belts, heavy machine guns, mortars, rocket launchers, were all left behind. They only had the thought of lightening their weights so as to escape faster. One officer ran up to Shen Hongyang's side and pleaded bitterly, "Division Commander, please evacuate. We can't hold on any longer. If we don't, the zombies will reach here soon." Shen Hongyang looked at the chaos and death on the screen and looked crestfallen. Was I wrong? Or was I wrong? How did it become like this? Shen Hongyang looked at his elite soldiers being bitten to death, and felt pain in his heart. These were the hope for mankind. Due to Lu Huifeng and Chen Weimin pulling their troops at the first moment, Shen Hongyang's troops were encircled by the zombies, and a huge number of them were dying out. In fact, only Shen Shui's elite 1st Battalion was left fending for themselves. The officer could not care less about ranks and hierarchy anymore as he shouted at Shen Hongyang, "Division Commander, if you still don't act, Miss Shen Shui's unit is gonna be annihilated. Let the 1st Battalion retreat. Send the armored vehicles to cover them." Shen Hongyang seemed to have been jolted to his senses after that shout and quickly issued the orders. Upon Shen Hongyang's activation, the tanks and IFVs formed an assault line, and charged into the horde, crushing any zombies in their paths. The 7 assault helicopters were also activated by Shen Hongyang, and followed the armored vehicles to rescue the 1st Battalion that was surrounded by zombies. Facing the sea of zombies, other than Shen Shui's unit, the other troops had abandoned their equipment, and ran like crazy back towards SY County. Defeat. It was a complete and utter defeat. On the road, there were many soldiers running back, having thrown their armor and equipment. The moment they were caught by the S-type zombies, they would die. Those S2S had speed that vastly outstripped the ordinary zombies. Very soon, they had caught up with the retreating troops of Lu Huifeng and Chen Weimin, launching a ruthless assault upon them. The troops of Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng had their enhancers step out to take care of the S2S that were chasing up. However, under the relentless assault, numerous soldiers from the different battalions were all defeated and killed. Yu Zhong had rushed to Tiger's Mouth Gorge at the first moment. He wanted to join his special forces in fighting back the zombies, buying more time for his own subordinates to retreat farther. Without the support from the other positions, Tiger's Mouth Gorge would definitely be overrun. They could at most withstand for a little longer, which in turn meant that the advance of the zombie horde would be slowed down as well. By the time Yu Zhong arrived at Tiger's Mouth Gorge, the battle had reached an extreme intensity. The endless waves of zombies were constantly advancing towards the gorge. At the Tiger's Mouth Gorge, there were a few heavy machine guns being fired rapidly, and with the hail of bullets, the zombies were being slayed by the numbers as well. With the continuous advance and death of the countless number of zombies, A 4 m high mountain of corpses soon piled up at the mouth of the valley. Chapter 0288, Capturing the Bridge. The riverbank bridge was an important channel of transportation towards the north in Sy County. It was also the only channel that led to Ningguang County. If it wasn't for this bridge, if one wanted to go to Ningguang County from Sy County, it would be over 80 kilometers, and one had to travel the outskirts of Sy County to find the other channels. Accordingly, the riverbank bridge was like a lifeline for Sy County. Therefore, on the bridge there were 20 policemen who were guarding both ends of the bridge. Zhang Cheng was a policeman of Sy County. He was also the vice director who had been stationed at the bridge long term. He was extremely satisfied with his current position. Not only did he get to eat his fill every day, his wages were 30 jin of rice in a month. 30 jin in the current post-apocalyptic world was a sizable sum, and allowed him to pay to toy with a few women. "Boss, want to go for a round?" One of the younger policemen called out to Zhang Cheng. Inside the room, 6 of the policemen were currently playing Fighting the Landlord and Win the Chicken, and had bet their wages as stakes. "You guys go ahead." Zhang Cheng laughed. Right at this moment, the door was kicked wide open, and a number of soldiers rushed in with their .03 rifles, aiming the guns at the policemen as they coldly shouted out, "Nobody move! Put your hands up!" Zhang Cheng and his team were all shocked and immediately raised their hands. The current world was not like in the past. The moment there was a bit of resistance, their lives might be gone in the next instant. "I say this, brother. Is there some misunderstanding? I don't think we have offended you guys in any way, right?" Zhang Cheng looked towards the military-dressed soldiers and worked up his courage to ask. The leader of the soldiers shouted out coldly, while waving his hands, and a few other soldiers stepped up to tie up the 7 policemen as he said, "Shut up, keep your mouth shut, the whole lot of you." This police station was thus won easily by Guoquan. Although there were over 20 policemen standing guard near the bridge, they were not wary enough, and their fighting capabilities were weak. Before they even knew what had happened, the bridge was easily subdued and conquered by Guoquan and his men. Obtaining control of the bridge was easy, but defending it was going to be tough. Guoquan had ordered for a few streets near the bridge to be closed off within the first chance he got, and the survivors were all chased out. At the same time, Guoquan had assigned a platoon of soldiers to launch an attack on the policemen on the other side of the bridge. As they were caught unprepared, the policemen on the other side were also easily subdued, and all the policemen were brought together and locked up. The first group of soldiers also started constructing some defense under Guoquan's orders. As long as they did not face the attacks of any artillery, the defense fortifications would be of extreme use. "Guoquan, what is the meaning of this?" Guoquan's actions were picked up by the 2 heads of the government, and when Baogua had personally come into Guoquan's zone, asking with a steely expression. Guoquan replied curtly, "I'm doing this on Commander Yu's orders." When Baogua continued, "Leave here immediately. I'm telling you to leave here, otherwise I'll be forced to announce that you guys are not welcome here anymore." Guoquan replied icily, "Before Commander Yu comes back, we're not going anywhere." When Baogua stared fixedly at Guoquan, and thought deeply before asking suddenly, "Is there something wrong with the front lines?" Guoquan hesitated a while before revealing to Wen Baogua. Luo Qianni and Su Dongming had abandoned their posts first and made a run for it. The entire defense line had collapsed. This time we're defeated. The huge horde of zombies are currently making their way towards us. It was as though Wen Baogua was struck by a lightning bolt out of nowhere, as he stammered to confirm the news with Guoquan. "Is this true?" If it was as Guoquan said, things had gotten to a seriously bad point. When the army had left to deal with the horde, everyone had seemed so full of themselves and confident. Who would have expected that the army, which possessed modern weaponry and high-tech equipment, to have lost to a horde of mindless creatures? It must be clear that initially, the army had easily taken care of the 700,000 zombies within Sy County itself, after expending huge amounts of ammunition and suffering little casualties. This time, most of the survivors thought that dealing with the horde was only a matter of ammunition, and never did they imagine that the army was actually defeated. Guoquan coldly replied, "This is what Commander Yu transmitted to us. If you don't believe it, you can ask Shen Hongyang personally." When Baogua did not seem to notice Guoquan's indifference, he immediately rushed back to the government, assigning a subordinate to confirm the news with Shen Hongyang. "What do we do?" When Baogua's first course of action was to seek Peng Mingda to discuss. Peng Mingda pondered a while before speaking. There are two paths we can take now. The first is to activate the survivors, to construct fortifications and defense mechanisms, giving them weapons to join the army in defending SY County. The other is to forego SY County, and to evacuate the survivors. When Baogwa shook his head, the zombie horde could overcome even the army. What hope will we have with our citizens? The first path you speak of is not possible. SY County had over 100,000 survivors, their numbers exceeding the soldiers of the military. However, most of them had been starved to the point of emaciation, their bodies extremely weak. It was too much to ask of them, seeing that throwing a punch would drain them, not mentioning taking up arms against a huge horde of zombies as well as evolved ones. Peng Mingda frowned as he softly replied, "Then we can only abandon SY County and shift. However, where can we go with 100,000 survivors?" Yuzhong's Ningguang County and Qingyuan County were naturally the safest places to be. However, Peng Mingda was not willing to take the survivors to Yuzhong's strongholds. The moment the survivors ended up in Yuzhong's hands, his position as Secretary General Peng would not last long. When Baogwa thought for a while and said resolutely, "Let's move to Yuzhong's Ningguang County. The place is big enough, accommodating an additional 100,000 people shouldn't be an issue." When Baogwa had his desires to remain as a government officer, and loved his authority. However, he knew what his bottom line was. He would definitely not risk the lives of 100,000 people for the sake of his own power. Peng Mingda hesitated a while before shaking his head. "Let's slow down. Maybe things aren't as bad as we thought." Power was an amazing thing. To give up the power and authority a person has, required a huge deal of courage and determination. Peng Mingda could not see the end picture, and was thus unwilling to give up his own power. Peng Mingda did not agree with Wen Baogua's suggestion to evacuate the survivors. However, he started to activate them to begin fortifications at the borders. Guo Quan was currently organizing the survivors calmly, preparing for them to leave towards Ningguang County. At the front lines, Yuzhong had been engaged in battle against the horde with his special forces, and a huge group of zombies had just routed behind them from the other positions and were starting an attack on them. The Special Combat Forces unit had already done their preparations beforehand. Every one of them tied a rope to themselves which were tied to Greenie's legs. With a flap of its wings, Greenie rose towards the skies, bringing the Special Combat Forces with it. The soldiers, carried by Greenie, enjoyed the aerial flight that was hard to come by. Yuzhong, Zhuiyadong, Ji Qinggu and Tong Xiaoyun were seated on Greenie's back. Tong Xiaoyun was hugging Yuzhong tightly, her expression comfortable. Yuzhong was also hugging Zhuiyadong tightly, taking in her fragrance, a look of satisfaction on his face. When Greenie was in midair as the winds were too harsh, no one spoke, they all huddled tightly together, enjoying the rare moment of peace. After flying for a while, Yuzhong patted Greenie's back and said, "Fly a little lower, Greenie." Upon hearing the command, Greenie started its descent, flying at a low altitude. Yuzhong laid on Greenie's back and looked below. Greenie's flight speed was extremely fast. Not long after, it had chased up to Su Jingang's unit that had left an hour earlier. At the same time, there were over 100 S2S chasing Su Jingang and his men from behind. However, Yuzhong's troops were experienced when dealing with these S2S with high speed. 5 IFVs tied with wire charged towards the S2S. As the speed of the S2S were extremely fast, when they made contact with the thin wires, their own speed coupled with the frontal charge of the IFVs caused their own head to be sliced through by the combined force. Other than the 5 IFVs charging forwards, a few steel wire nets were already taken out, forming an entire piece. While these steel wire nets were of no use against the L2S which had incredible strength and defense, they were extremely efficient against the S-type zombies. Many of the S2S charged into the nets before being brought down by them. The soldiers then stepped forwards to execute them. Some of the warriors decked in mutant water snake hides and wielding their Tang replica swords even dared to come up and hack off the heads of the S2S. Bright flashes of gunfire illuminated the skies, causing this entire area to be lit up like a normal day. Yuzhong's troops were engaged in an intense battle with these S2S. While Yuzhong's troops had the upper hand, the S2S were simply too fast. From time to time, there would be some soldiers who had their mutant boar hides slashed through, and being injured as a result. Right as the battle was going on, Greenie had flapped its wings and arrived. Yuzhong leapt down from Greenie's back, activating his shadow steps and rushed into the midst of the zombies. He attacked, waving his 2M long black-tooth blade as he killed the zombies effortlessly. The rest of the Special Combat Forces also undid their ropes and joined in the fray. The moment the Special Combat Forces joined in, the remaining more than 100 S2S were decimated. The performance of the little lowly Yao Yao was especially eye-catching. Her speed had long surpassed the S2S, of course. As long as she was moving about, the S2S found their heads decapitated, and her speed of executing the S2S was even faster than Jianghu and Yuzhong as a result. Chapter 0289 Breakout. After killing the S2S that had chased up, under the command of Su Jing'ang, the 4 battalions immediately gathered together and continued on with their retreat towards Sy County in an orderly fashion. Su Jing'ang was the defeated commander that Yuzhong had brought over to his side from Qingyuan County previously, and he was truly an exceptional commander. Under his command, even in the darkness, other than a measly few who had escaped during the retreat, the rest of the 4 battalions maintained their order and spirit. This prevented any falling apart at all. Those who had escaped were also from the preliminary group that had to join in the fray at short notice. The soldiers from the preliminary group had not gone through any tough battles. So when the S2S arrived and began their assault, the soldiers from the preliminary group had escaped and parted from the army due to fear. However, compared to the SY's military that had collapsed till they lacked all resemblance to an army, Yuzhong's troops were considered to have been preserved well. Yuzhong's army being maintained was due to Yuzhong's efforts in leading his special combat forces to buy time for the rest of the soldiers led by Su Jing'ang. After disposing of the group of S2S, Yuzhong and his elite special combat forces with the strongest fighting capabilities out of the entire army stayed behind, continuing to cover the retreat for the rest of the troops. At this time, the special combat forces each took out their dried fish meat of the type 2 mutant black fish. Upon feasting on this meat, it replenished their depleting energy, allowing them to regain the strength to fight. After fighting for an entire day, the special combat forces were exhausted. If it wasn't for their condition that surpassed most normal humans, they would have lost the will to fight long ago. This time, the horde that Yuzhong and the army had to face? Firstly, the zombies numbered above 1.2 million. During the day they had managed to kill over 400,000 of them. Unfortunately, there were still 800,000 of them left. The number of S2S within this horde of 800,000 still exceeded over 3,000. These S2S were urged by the Z-types within the horde, and charged forwards like knives, chasing and killing the retreating soldiers of both the army and Yuzhong's troops. As long as they were marked by the S2S, the S1 army would quickly catch up, and the lethal combination could break down any resistance that the humans had left. Therefore, Yuzhong had to take his special combat forces to kill those S2S in pursuit. Otherwise, if the fight dragged on too long, Su Jing'ang and the 4 battalions would definitely be wiped out. In the wilderness covered by darkness as well as the lack of any forms of construction? Obviously, the moment the S1S reached them, Yuzhong's 4 battalions would not be able to last long. Yuzhong and his special combat forces killed off a few other straggling zombies that had managed to catch up. Suddenly, 10 defeated soldiers appeared and ran towards them, with 4 S2S in pursuit. Help! Help! The leader of the team saw Yuzhong and eyes brightened as he shouted out madly. Without any equipment nor terrain advantage, even 30 soldiers would die against 4 S2S. Go save them. Yuzhong glanced at the 10 soldiers and commanded. Yao Yao, who was feeling excitement and lingering battle lust after killing so many zombies, charged into the ranks of the 4 S2S. As she arrived, her dark magic blade began flashing about, and the heads of the 4 S2S instantly fell on the ground. After killing the 4 S2S, Yao Yao immediately rummaged through the items they dropped. Seeing that there was nothing of use to her, she stuffed them in a bag and threw it to Yuzhong. The 10 soldiers looked on with an expression of shock. They did not expect that this little lowly decked in the smallest military attire, with such cute looks, would be capable of such fearsome combat skills. The 4 S2S that they, as grown men, could not handle were disposed off easily by this little lowly. The 10 soldiers came forward to Yuzhong and the leader kneeled as he begged pitifully, "Commander Yu, I am the commanding officer of Division Commander Shin's 3rd Battalion 2nd Company, Lu Lijian. Please, I'm begging you to bring your men to save our Commander Shin. Our brothers from 2 battalions have been surrounded by zombies. If no one goes to save them, they will die soon." The rest of the soldiers who managed to escape death's door also kneeled and started begging bitterly, "Commander Yu, please save our Commander Shin." Although Shin Hongyang was not perfect, he was a commander that valued his soldiers. He could even remember the names of any officer or commander he groomed. Furthermore, regardless of any issues that his subordinates might face, he would be the first to step out and help. It was because of his nature that he was admired and loved by his troops. Of the 6 armies, Shin Hongyang's troops were the slowest to evacuate, thus even though he had tanks and assault helicopters, he was bogged down by those S-types. And it was because Shin Hongyang had attracted the attention of the zombies that the pressure on Yu Zhong's troops was reduced a lot. Song Wen quipped in harshly, "Commander Yu, that bastard Shin Hongyang didn't give the orders to take down those traitors Su Dongming and Luo Qianni. There's no need for us to care about him. Let them feed the zombies. At least they can be useful for slowing the horde down. It's the best outcome possible." Shin Hongyang's decision to not pursue Su Dongming and Luo Qianni, who had abandoned their posts, created a dip in morale and fighting spirit amongst the rest of the army. Based on the situation, if Shin Hongyang had deployed the 7 assault helicopters to give chase, Luo Qianni and Su Dongming did not possess any anti-air defense, and thus would be defeated, slowing their retreat down. The rest of the army could then work together to capture the 2 of them and their troops to act as cannon fodder to slow the zombie horde down. That would have been the best course of action to take. Yu Zhong glanced at Lu Lijian and said indifferently, "From now on you're under me. You are no longer Shin Hongyang's men. I will bring some people to take a look. If he's still worth saving, I will lend a hand." Any veteran soldier that had gone through the forge of war was a prized treasure. They possessed combat ability as well as a strong fighting will compared to newer soldiers. This time, the military had underestimated the horde, as they had retained the thinking of the prior battle where they managed to conquer SY County and the 700,000 zombies without counting for the evolved zombies this time round. This was the main reason for their loss. However, they still managed to clear 400,000 of the zombies with Yu Zhong. If it wasn't for the fact that there were selfish and personal interests, the army might still have lost, but it would not have been this bad. After speaking, Yu Zhong directly brought his special combat forces and headed towards Shin Hongyang's direction. Shin Shui currently felt despair at the situation. Shin Hongyang had given the orders to evacuate too late, and thus a large number of the zombies had already surrounded them, cutting off their retreat. At this time, the 1st Battalion being led by Shin Shui was engaging in an all-out fight against the zombies together with the armored vehicles and tanks, which formed a defensive post, coupled with the assault helicopters in the air. They had managed to kill off waves after waves of S2S. However, before the total number of S2S had been killed, the S1S had arrived. The total number of S1S far outnumbered the S2S, and they were simply endless. Even with the constant heavy fire by Shin Shui and her unit, which resulted in a lot of deaths of the S-types, there were still few who managed to rush past the defense line and started killing the soldiers. Shin Hongyang had sent in his experts to the front lines at the first moment he could. A few experts who were extraordinary, their strength only slightly inferior to Yu Zhong's own special combat force, appeared on the battlefield. With their abilities they managed to lock down those S1S and S2S, killing them all entirely. Yu Zhong was not the only one who knew how to raise experts. The 5 heads of the military as well as the 2 governing heads of the government had a handful of experts that were similar to Yu Zhong's special combat force. Amongst these experts, some were even naturally awakened evolvers. Amongst Shin Hongyang's experts there was a burly, dark, middle-aged man with calloused hands. His name was Su Xiao, and he was the leader of the group of experts. He also possessed the strongest fighting capabilities as an evolver amongst the group of experts. Su Xiao was a spirit-based evolver, and had a ferrokinetic ability called steel manipulation. Surrounding him there were 4 Tang replica swords and 2 dark magic blades, sealing the space within 10 m of him. As long as he passed near the horde, the 6 God and Devil system equipments would fly out crazily, chopping and slashing those S2S. As Shin Hongyang's strongest expert, Su Xiao had experienced countless battles. As of now he was a level 38 enhancer. With only 2 more levels to go he would undergo another leap in strength. However, these 2 levels were hard to achieve. Even after hunting and killing so many S2S, Su Xiao would need to kill over a few hundreds of them before he could reach level 40. If he were to hunt and kill the normal zombies, then he would be required to kill over 10,000 of them before he can reach that level. In this post-apocalyptic world, the fastest way to gain levels was to hunt and kill extremely strong mutant beasts. As long as one could hunt these tyrants, one could gain strength rapidly. However, Su Xiao was but one member of the army. He could not travel around alone freely to hunt and seek for high-level mutant beasts to hunt. This was because he had to obey commands. The fact that he could reach level 38 was because he had already killed many Type 2 zombies and had slowly climbed up the enhancement ladder. Under the lead of Su Xiao, the 10 experts all exhibited their abilities to the maximum. Their ruthless attacks continuously ground and killed the S-type zombies that got too close, maintaining the morale and fighting spirit of the soldiers. However, those who managed to take down most of the zombies were still the normal soldiers. With the help of the seemingly unceasing firepower, huge numbers of the zombies would be slain just like that. In the sky, flares would be fired constantly, illuminating the battlefield. Without the illumination, the 2 battalions would have long been swallowed by the sea of zombies. Shen Hongyang initially had 4 battalions of soldiers, but all he had left now were 2 exhausted and almost broken battalions. The other 2 battalions were made up of too many new soldiers, and once they knew their comrades had abandoned their posts, they had lost their composure at the first moment. Only these 2 battalions fighting were left in Shen Hongyang's hands. While the 2 battalions put up a brave fight, their numbers were dwindling as time passed, and their exhaustion was increasing. Facing the never-ending waves of zombies, being swallowed by the sea of zombies was only a matter of time. It was just that while Shen Hongyang knew that fighting on would result in his entire army being killed, he had no choice but to fight. If he were to evacuate them right now, the 2 battalions would be slaughtered by the S-type zombies anyway, and only death awaited. Division Commander. Battalion Commander Shin Shui's side requires the aid of the tanks. They cannot hold on for much longer. One of the officers transmitted to Shin Hongyang. Ask her to hold on for 10 more minutes. The tanks are supporting Yuan Lei and the other battalion right now. Organize my guards right now and deploy them over to her side. Shin Hongyang's eyes were bloodshot right now, and he looked as though he had aged a few years as he spoke out hoarsely. At this time, both battalions were reaching a critical point, and needed support everywhere they could. Shin Hongyang simply could not pull out any more soldiers to assist Shin Shui, and thus could only assign his guards to go help her. Commander Shin, do you require help? At this time, Yu Zhong had brought his special combat forces and entered the command center. Shin Hongyang saw the sudden appearance of Yu Zhong, and his eyes lit up as though he had seen a glimmer of hope. Yu Zhong, you're here. I need your help urgently. If you can save the 2 battalions, I will definitely repay you. Right now, the situation was dire, and Shin Hongyang did not have the energy nor mind to engage in any more mind games with Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong immediately stated his conditions. I can think of a way to get your men out. However, I want those 10 tanks, 7 assault helicopters as well as their drivers, artillery soldiers as well as 10 drone operators. On top of that, I will require 2 companies of veteran soldiers. If you agree to these, I would immediately lend a hand. If not, I will leave. You can rely on your own capabilities to try and kill your way out then. Yu Zhong had decided to save Shin Hongyang because he was eyeing the various equipment and experienced soldiers on Shin Hongyang's side. He had the machinery of his own at the Mechanized Infantry Brigade base, but he lacked the professionals and the know-how. As long as he obtained the talent, he could train a few more within a short time, and quickly assemble a powerful unit. Shin Hongyang pondered for just a while before accepting Yu Zhong's terms. I promise you. If his men were dead, he was left with nothing. Shin Hongyang loved his troops like he loved his children. He would not sacrifice them if he could. If right now Yu Zhong wanted him to surrender as long as the soldiers could live on, he would not hesitate to do so. Yu Zhong said deeply, order your units to pack up and evacuate now. Get the experts, the armored troop and the assault helicopters to fall back orderly. I will send my guys to cover your retreat. Shin Hongyang nodded his head, and immediately gave a list of commands, ordering his men to start evacuating. Yu Zhong also sent out his experts to cover the 2 battalions in their preparations to retreat. Chapter 0290, Tough Breakthrough. Very soon, the 2 battalions had finished their preparations, and were currently being surrounded by many S-1s. Shin Hongyang had ordered the 10 tanks and 6 IFVs to bring up the rear, while the sides were covered by his experts and Yu Zhong's special combat force. At the front of the troops, there was only Yu Zhong, White Bones and Greenie. There was only 3 of them, and they were the lead force in charge of opening a path. Greenie, it's up to you now. Yu Zhong gave a nuclei from the Type 2 mutant crab to Greenie, as he patted its head and said seriously. Greenie gobbled up the nuclei in one mouth, and flapped its wings as it activated its ability, Wind Power. In midair, Greenie flapped its wings continuously, and a number of hurricanes appeared, blowing towards those S1S and S2S that were blocking the way. Under the fearsome strength of the winds, those tightly packed S1S and S2S were blown a few meters away. With the mini-hurricanes generated by Greenie, a hole appeared in that horde of 10,000 S1S. Charge! Shen Shui saw the hole and immediately hollered without a care for her bearing. The two battalions saw the lifeline, and in that instant, they managed to summon their last bit of strength as all of them made a rush for the opening. Yu Zhong hoisted 2.05 submachine guns and immediately rushed to the front. With his superb aiming he shot his guns, his both hands constantly firing wildly. With each spray of the machine gun, a line of zombies would immediately be slain as their heads exploded. If we remember that Yu Zhong possessed incredible night vision, in the dark he was like a fish in water. Any zombies that got too close would immediately be fired upon and killed with a bullet to the head. White Bones just charged directly into the midst of the hordes, and with its body, it constantly shot out and in 10 incredibly sharp bone spikes in random orders that pierced through the heads of countless zombies, killing them instantly. Now that it had evolved to possess some intelligence, White Bones' combat ability became even more fearsome. It could now control any part of its body to shoot out its bone spears, and it literally became a moving, flexible spike ball. Furthermore, after possessing this sharpening ability, every single bone spear that it shot out could easily penetrate the heads of even the L2S that knives and most guns could do nothing about. With the protective cover of Yu Zhong and White Bones, the S2S could not even come close enough before they were instantly decimated. Thus the path for the soldiers' movement was unhindered. So strong. Shen Shui looked at Yu Zhong and White Bones. With just the two of them, they battled while maintaining the gap that was created by Greenie's hurricanes. She gritted her teeth and could not help but admit that Yu Zhong was incredibly powerful. Even the strongest expert within Shen Hongyang's camp, Su Xiao, who led the other experts, could not match Yu Zhong's team's spectacular performance and ability. Especially powerful here was Greenie, whose natural ability allowed it to conjure up hurricanes. With every attack, a few hundreds or even occasionally thousands of zombies would be blown away. It was because of this Type 2 mutant beast's help that Yu Zhong and White Bones could carve out a way for the soldiers to retreat. The soldiers of the two battalions munched on the emergency Type 2 mutant beast dried meat as they were escaping frantically. The Type 2 mutant beast meat gave them much-needed nutrients as well as the replenishing of their energy and stabilizing of morale. After finishing the meat, they would be able to reform much more efficiently. Shen Hongyang had known of the revitalizing properties of the Type 2 mutant beast meat, therefore had sent Shen Shui to purchase 30 tons of the meat prior. Even with Yu Zhong leading the special combat forces, the retreat of the two battalions were still fraught with danger. They were surrounded by the numerous S1S after all, and the S1S would continually throw attacks as and when they could, be it in front or from the back. Kill. 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 Su Zhao's eyes had gone bloodshot with ferocious battle rage. His 6 god and devil system swords were dancing, bobbing, and weaving continuously in the air. Those zombies that were unfortunate enough to get too close were immediately chopped in pieces. On the other side, Zhui Yadong was wielding her huge mace. She slammed and swung it around non-stop. With every monstrous swing 3 or 4 S1S would be crushed, flinging various pieces all about. The lowly Yao Yao flitted around the battlefield with bursts of speed. As she attacked, her blade swung in fast flashes, and numerous S1S heads would tumble around after being neatly shorn from their bodies. The special combat forces and the experts under Shen Hongyang had powers that far surpassed normal people, but they also received a lot of pressure. Under that kind of intense battle, everyone's stamina was being worn down at an insane speed. Those experts would immediately add their points into stamina upon leveling. No one would allocate any points to anything else at this point. Stamina. This was the only thing that could allow them to continue on under such harsh conditions. The 10 tanks were also firing their cannons continuously. Every shot fired would guarantee the death of at least a few tens of S1S. The remaining IFVs were firing their ZPT-90S rapidly in a cleanup of the wounded zombies in the never-ending tide. A single round could pierce through a few S1S, and those zombies that got fired at by the ZPT-90S would have a large hole in their body. Some even had their bodies shredded in two, losing any real further fighting capabilities. The smaller caliber mounted machine guns were being utilized as deterrents. A hail of bullets rained on the S1S, killing and injuring many zombies as they fell to the ground incapacitated. The 7 assault helicopters in the skies were using their own rockets, firing at the places where the zombies were packed the most tightly, killing off entire patches each time they exploded. Under the relentless attacks, the horde of S1S were being picked off quickly, as huge groups of them were incinerated or killed. This allowed Yu Zhong and everyone else present a chance to withstand the never-ending assault from the zombies themselves. With the efforts of Yu Zhong, his troops and the various other experts, the 13,000 S1S that had been troubling Shin Hongyang's troops were being decimated. Under the obliteration of the continuous attacks, their numbers decreased quickly. Very soon, there were only about 2,000 left. However, at this time the 10 tanks, the remaining IFVs as well as the assault helicopters in the skies, had gone through their available ammunition and firepower. Greenie, which was continuously beating up hurricanes, had also expended a lot of its energy, and could not help but fly off into the distance, leaving the battlefield to rest momentarily. Losing the support of the heavy weaponry, even though there were only about 2,000 S1S left, the battle had just become incredibly tough. Yu Zhong made White Bones lead from the front as it hacked and slashed his way through to keep the way open. He himself went to join the Special Combat Forces as they continued their battles at the sides. All these Special Combat Forces were Yu Zhong's precious troops. Even losing one would cause him a heartache. Especially Ji Qingwu, Zhui Yadong and Tong Xiaoyan. They were incredibly powerful beauties who could do much more than warm his bed. They could fight well. He would definitely not allow them to die. Although the Special Combat Forces were elite soldiers, under such intense conditions, their stamina had been depleted. Killing the S1S became increasingly harder as the battle went on. Yu Zhong came to the other side and saw the avalanche of S1S. In response, his hands waved about and he threw a handful of grenades. Through the air they flew before they directly exploded and caused a few S1S to be blasted to pieces. Shit. There were still the grenades. I'd almost forgotten. Seeing Yu Zhong lob the grenades over, Song Wen's brain seemed to be jolted awake and he exclaimed with a little regret. The Special Combat Forces were so used to using their God and Devil system equipment and abilities to kill the zombies to gain enhancement, that in the heat of battle, they forgot about the modern weaponry they carried on themselves. Every single one of the Special Combat Force were armed to the teeth and they all had 0.5 light machine guns, 8 50-round magazines and 8 grenades. 0.5 light machine guns were the best measure against these zombies that could be pierced through by the bullets. Under the cover of Yu Zhong's firing, the soldiers all took out their 0.5 machine guns and started firing at the zombies wildly. In that dense hail of bullets, a large number of the S1S that had not reached the soldiers were immediately shot and brutally killed. While some did not die, the upside was it broke their dense and concentrated attack formation. The moment the formation was broken, the scattered S1S that were rushing forward became much easier to pick off. On the other side, Shin Hongyang had deployed a company of old veterans to join Su Zhao's unit of experts, and with the suppressing fire they provided, Su Zhao's unit managed to catch a breather as well. The entire group fought as they retreated, not daring to stop or stay stationary. Every single minute of delay meant additional danger. Facing this advanced group of S1S was already extremely tiring. If the rest of the horde caught up from behind, they would bite the dust. The intense hit-and-run battle continued for another 2 hours, and the remaining 2,000 or more S1S were finally annihilated by the experts of both Shin Hongyang and Yu Zhong's troops. With this small victory they finally managed to break free from the siege. However, Shin Hongyang's troops also suffered a great loss. Out of the 2 battalions he lost a total of 30% of his troops. The other 2 battalions had collapsed earlier during the defense, and were most likely dead within the mouths of the zombies. All the advanced vehicles had run out of ammo. Without weapons, even the assault helicopters could only be used for reconnaissance. After breaking out of the siege, other than Yu Zhong who possessed a stamina 8 times that of normal humans, most of the fighters were exhausted to the point that they were breathing raggedly. However, they did not dare slow down as they continued to flee with all their might towards Sy County. Based on their current condition, if another 2,000 S1S were to appear, they would be unconditionally defeated. Even if Yu Zhong was around, it would surely still be useless. With the motivation of staying alive, the entire group made their way towards Sy County without stopping. Just as they neared the entrance to Sy County, they discovered that outside of the gate, there was a small team stationed there, and they were currently involved with some fortifications and constructions. Seeing the small team, Shin Hongyang's troops became wary as they hoisted their weapons. They were already exhausted. If this small team were to make a sudden assault, these 2 battalions of Shin Hongyang would most likely be wiped out. Commander Yu, are you there? I am Xiong Zheng. Xiong Zheng brought along a company of soldiers as they called out to Shin Hongyang's troops. I'm here. Yu Zhong stepped out from the special combat force and replied loudly. They were finally safe. Chapter 0291, Ambush, Confusion. The moment Shin Hongyang's troops entered Yu Zhong's territory, they immediately laid on beds and entered a deep, rejuvenating slumber. They had all fought beyond the limits of exhaustion, especially the soldiers of the Special Combat Force as well as the experts under Shin Hongyang. Su Jing'an came to Yu Zhong and reported, Commander, after setting up camp here, we have absorbed a total of 213 straggling soldiers. Luo Qianni, Su Dongming, Lu Huifeng and Chen Weimin have all dispersed back to the main headquarters in Sy County. Yu Zhong replied in a heavy voice, Go carefully inquire about the abilities and skills of those stragglers. Assign them to the various battalions. Get the preparatory force to work faster on the fortifications. We don't have much time left. Without fortifications and traps, especially after all the heavy weaponry had either been lost, damaged or emptied, the humans stood no chance against the horde. Su Jing'an replied seriously, Yes, Commander. Then I'll leave it to you. I'm taking a rest. After that, Yu Zhong immediately went to a huge bed and laid down before entering sleep straight away. In that latest battle, Yu Zhong had rushed everywhere to save everybody, and had constantly pushed himself as the fighter on the foremost front line, and the head of the spear. The enhanced zombies that had died at his hands had numbered over 700, but likewise the toll on him was the greatest. His spirit and stamina had been depleted constantly throughout the battle. If it wasn't for the fact that he was resilient enough, he would have fainted from exhaustion on the battlefield already. Damn Su Dongming and Luo Qianni. Chen Weimin was currently cursing furiously. During the hasty retreat, Chen Weimin had lost a huge number of his troops. After reaching Sy County, he had only 3 companies left. The rest of the troops had either AWOL in their terror with their location unknown, or they had been chased and killed by the zombies. A large number of the S-type zombies had chased the troops of Shin Hongyang that had been the last to evacuate, but there were other S-types that went on to chase the other troops. Chen Weimin had experts himself, but they were nowhere as strong as Shin Hongyang's. Furthermore, without tanks or assault helicopters to cover them, the S2 zombies had basically wiped out his troops. As they were retreating with their lives, only after reaching Sy County did he manage to grasp control of about 3 companies of his troops. He had gone to war with 2 battalions, a total of 800 people. His losses were too huge. Once I have rested well, I will go show those assholes. Chen Weimin's heart was full of fury as he thought, and walked out from the command center in huge strides. Peng! A gunshot rang out. Chen Weimin had a new hole in between his eyebrows, his face full of shock and disbelief as he slumped to the floor. Commander! Commander! Seeing Chen Weimin murdered on the floor, the various officers rushed over and called out in anguish. No one moves. Those who resist will be executed on the spot. All of a sudden, military soldiers rushed in from all entrances holding guns. They flooded in and occupied every part of the center, as they pointed their guns at their past comrades. Su Dongming called out loudly, Chen Weimin had wantonly accepted bribes, buying over officials, conducted unauthorized interference in various affairs and had betrayed the party's trust as well as the country's trust. He had been dealt with. You can all choose to surrender now. As long as you surrender, I promise that you will be treated fairly. One of the officers shouted, Fuck you! Su Dongming, Luo Qianni, you bastards who betrayed us and your comrades. Brothers, let's kill them. The rallying cry of the officer rattled the hearts of many soldiers, and they all took up arms and started their counterattack against Su Dongming's troops. Both parties broke out in an intense gunfight within Sy County. Su Dongming was truly heartless. As his troops had made it back to Sy County the earliest, he did not suffer much. Therefore he took advantage of the opportunity and killed those exhausted soldiers under Chen Weimin. However, without the support from heavy artillery, the troops of Su Dongming found it hard to just take down these enraged soldiers of Chen Weimin, who had been pushed past their breaking points. Desperate soldiers were the hardest to deal with, and they could be extremely ruthless. Especially since Chen Weimin's troops had been betrayed, and now their commander had been assassinated by Su Dongming, they were beyond anger. Therefore, even though they were exhausted, they were extremely tenacious. On the other side, Luo Qianni had failed in his attempt to assassinate Lu Huifeng. Both parties had also started a brawl within Sy County, with people dying one by one as time passed. Luo Qianni and Su Dongming were extremely clear that when Lu Huifeng and Chen Weimin were back, they would not let them off. Therefore they had decided to attack first, and at the proper moment, they made their move against Lu Huifeng and Chen Weimin. Under the sudden ambush by Luo Qianni and Su Dongming, the troops of Lu Huifeng and Chen Weimin suffered greatly, and were caught unprepared. What do we do? The infighting amongst the military heads had been noticed by the two heads of the government, and when Baogua had immediately sought out Peng Mingda's opinion. Due to the divide and clash between the military, the police and special forces that the government commanded could become the deciding factor. As long as when Baogua and Peng Mingda were to command them to help out a single side, that side would definitely obtain victory. Peng Mingda did not skip a beat as he said, "We will help neither. This is a matter amongst themselves, let them handle it." Su Dongming had already sent people to notify Peng Mingda, requesting that Peng Mingda should send people to help him, otherwise not to interfere. After this battle, both Su Dongming and Luo Qianni will follow Peng Mingda's lead. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the army would definitely have suffered. A weaker army that would obey Peng Mingda appealed to him greatly. That won't do. If they continue like this, the victorious side will still have suffered. This will not be beneficial to the defense of Sy County. We should make a decision now. When Baogua frowned as he urged. Peng Mingda seemed to reply enigmatically as he said, "If you insist on interfering in this battle, then I feel that we should immediately send people to aid Su Dongming and Luo Qianni in suppressing the others. Su Dongming and Luo Qianni possess the strongest force now, and have already gained the advantage in this battle. If we help them, we can easily subdue Lu Huifeng and the rest. If we were to help Lu Huifeng and the rest facing Su Dongming and Luo Qianni, we would definitely suffer more." When Baogua considered a while before furrowing his brows even further and said, "But Su Dongming and Luo Qianni abandoned their posts and friends to escape, and even ambushed their ex-comrades. This type of behavior is too despicable. How can we help these shameless bastards? Furthermore, since their characters are so untrustworthy, if during the defense of the county, they decide to evacuate, then what? We should send our men to help Lu Huifeng in exterminating Su Dongming and Luo Qianni." Peng Mingda frowned deeper, and his forehead formed three lines. "If Su Dongming and Luo Qianni's troops get annihilated, who will we use to defend Sy County?" When Baogua's eyes flashed with determination, "If we can't defend any longer, we can leave Sy County and make for Ningguang County. Yu Zhong's side definitely requires manpower, he would not turn down our request." Peng Mingda could not help but spit because he absolutely 100% didn't want to lose power. "Baogua, if we go to Ningguang County, you won't be the mayor of Sy County anymore." When Baogua laughed lightly as he continued to show a determined look, "Compared to the life and death of 100,000 people, what is the point of my position? Those who sat in the governing position usually saw other lives as less important than their own post." When Baogua was someone who valued his authority and position greatly. Prior to the apocalypse, he had approached his superiors countless times to try for a position. However, in the face of the lives of 100,000 people, he made the tough choice to give up his own power in exchange for the hope of life for 100,000 people. Peng Mingda thought quietly for a while before saying pointedly, "I'm not for sending our men to subdue Su Dongming and Luo Qianni. Then I'll bring them myself." When Baogua stood up and turned around to walk out, he had already made up his mind. Peng Mingda looked at Wen Baogua's back, and his eyes flashed with a strange gaze, before turning vicious, as he swiftly pulled out a gun he had kept for self-protection, and aimed it at Wen Baogua before firing. Peng! The sounds of gunfire rang out. At such a point-blank range, Wen Baogua received 6 gunshot wounds, and he slumped to the floor in a pool of blood without even uttering a word, his eyes full of shock and regret. Peng Mingda's hands were trembling as his eyes seemed to have clouded with madness. "Sy County is mine. No one should think of taking it away. Wen Baogua, don't blame me. Since you were in the way, you had to die." Peng Mingda had grown accustomed to being one of the top in Sy County. He could sleep with whomever he wanted. He could order the death of whomever he disliked, and the person would not live to see another day. He could promote whomever he liked. All sorts of matters were under his control. He was like an emperor who decided the life, death and even glory of the common people. Countless people idolized him, tried to curry favor with him, even feared him. His power exceeded that of the party's secretary prior to the apocalypse. He had become drunk on that power and was not willing to give it up. Thus he would resort to any means to protect his post-ion. Peng Mingde summoned his trusted aides and experts and gave an order. Situ Guang, go bring people immediately to take over command of the police force. If that Zhu Lufeng is not willing to give it up, execute him immediately. Upon receiving Peng Mingde's orders, his henchmen immediately went to work, making their way towards one of the key sectors. Situ Guang was a good-looking, stout 31 to 32-year-old man that was extremely charming. He handed a document to the Special Forces leader Zhu Lufeng and said, Zhu Lufeng, I'm here to convey Secretary General Peng's orders, to take over command of the Special Forces First Unit. These are the documents. Zhu Lufeng received the documents and scanned it carefully, discovering that it was genuine. He rearranged the papers before replying without a change of tone, Situ Guang, if you want to take over my position as the leader of the Special Forces First Unit, you will require Mayor Wen's signature as well. Otherwise you're not following the rules. Chapter 0292, Onslaught. Situ Guang's eyes flashed coldly, and handed another document to Zhu Lufeng. This is the document Mayor Wen signed. Zhu Lufeng felt shock in his heart, and hurriedly made to receive the document. If Wen Baogua also really wanted to transfer him out, it would be troublesome. Now, Situ Guang saw that Zhu Lufeng lowering his head, and his eyes flashed fiercely. Activating a flame claw skill, he attacked as a pair of flaming hot claws appeared on his hands, and he made a vicious strike towards Zhu Lufeng. Under the effect of the flame claw, even the covering of an armored vehicle would be punctured by him. It showed how terrifying his skill was. Zhu Lufeng was caught unprepared, and just as his body was about to be pierced by Situ Guang, his trusted aide beside him activated his own skill tornado, blowing harshly and sending Situ Guang flying to one side. However, the aide acted just a second too late, and Zhu Liufeng's entire right arm was penetrated by Situ Guang's flame claw. Nearly instantly it was burnt cleanly off his shoulder, dropping to the ground. At the same time, the 10 experts that had followed Situ Guang immediately activated their own abilities, and charged at Zhu Lufeng and his aides. One of the experts working for Situ Guang immediately changed into a werewolf, shooting forward in front of the aide that saved Zhu Lufeng. He used both his claws to pierce the heart of the soldier, before pulling apart with all his strength, tearing the soldier in two, splattering blood and organs all over the floor. Another expert took out a 05 submachine gun and started firing at Zhu Liufeng's aides, and at that instant 6 of them were hit by the bullets and fell to the floor. All those who followed beside Zhu Lufeng were his trusted aides. There were also the experts of SY County Special Forces, every single one of them possessing a unique ability. Each of them could hunt and kill 20 ordinary zombies with no problems, but they were definitely unable to defend against gunfire from such a close distance. Captain, quickly escape. You must seek vengeance for us. One of the experts who had telekinesis erected a psychic barrier in front of the remaining members of the first unit, as he hollered out in grief. As the bullets landed on the psychic barrier, they were deflected. One of the strength-based enhancers directly swung a huge hammer weighing over 50 kilograms, 100 Jin, onto the psychic barrier. With a huge hong, the body of the telekinesis user shuddered, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. There were a lot of pros in utilizing the telekinesis ability, but the defense was based on the amount of spirit the user had. The moment the force exceeded what the spirit could take, the user will suffer backlash. With the support of the telekinesis user covering the rear, the remaining 4 aides of Zhu Lufeng immediately brought him and left the center swiftly. In this battle, they had suffered greatly under Situ Guang's despicable sneak attack. Under the continuous bombardment of attacks by Situ Guang's group of experts, the telekinesis user managed to hold on for another 3 seconds before being beaten down, and the expert wielding the hammer swung his weapon viciously, smashing the telekinesis user into a pulp. After decimating the entire group of the first unit, the werewolf expert brought another 5 enhancers with him and chased after the 4 who brought Zhu Lufeng away. Situ Guang went around subduing the members of the special forces in the government's name to gather everyone, so that the control lies with Peng Mingde. Peng Mingde then proceeded to send experts to the various parts of SY County to clear up the other factions of Wen Baogua. Those who used to throw their weight in with Wen Baogua were either annihilated or surrendered to Peng Mingde. In the chaos that ensued, there were a few factions that seized the opportunity to fight, in an effort to expand their own force. There were a few other factions who also saw the chance to launch sneak attacks on other factions, to seize their weapons and rations, forming their own powers. The entire SY county was going down in a mess. Most of the ordinary survivors hid in their homes, as they trembled and looked on at the ongoings of SY county. Amidst the chaos, several mobs took to the streets and wreaked havoc, committing vandalism and theft, giving in to the inner demons of their hearts. Even prior to the apocalypse, there would be people who were like that during times of chaos and strife, and now during the post-apocalypse, there was no difference. In fact, following the change of the world, there were many more people who joined in the mobs than compared to the past. After obtaining control of the police, the armed police as well as the special forces, Peng Mingde then deployed them to suppress the chaos in the county. When those policemen arrived, they were extremely harsh on those mobs, immediately executing those who were wreaking havoc. Regardless of the power behind them, when dealing with these troublemakers who like to take advantage, the moment one captured them, one cannot be merciful. After deploying the police force to suppress the trouble within the county, Peng Mingde then sent the special forces the first chance he got to assist Su Dongmind and Luo Qianni in subduing Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng's troops. The fighting capabilities of the special forces were also tyrannical. There were elite snipers that were a vital part of the force. The moment they entered the fray, the troops of Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng felt the pressure intensify. Being wiped out was only a matter of time. Commander. Su Jing'an came to Yu Zhong's side and woke him up from his slumber. As White Bones already possessed some basic intelligence, it did not feel any killing intent from Su Jing'an and thus, did not hinder his actions. Yu Zhong opened his eyes immediately and jumped down from the bed and asked, "What is it, Battalion Commander Su?" Yu Zhong knew that they were in the midst of a crisis, and thus had slept with his clothes intact. Su Jing'an continued, "The soldiers of Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng had been ambushed by Su Dongming and Luo Qianni's troops. Chen Weimin had been assassinated, while Lu Huifeng had suffered a serious injury. Right now there are soldiers from Lu Huifeng and Su Dongming outside, and they are seeking your audience. Take me there immediately." Yu Zhong quickly arrived in front of the two envoys by the two sides of the military. A 185 tall dark-skinned man with defined features and soldier-like demeanor spoke out first. "Commander Yu, I am Li Hua, the commanding officer of the 2nd Company under Commander Lu's 1st Battalion. Our regiment as well as Chen Weimin's regiment had been ambushed by the traitors Su Dongming and Luo Qianni, and have suffered great losses. We hope that Commander Yu can lend a helping hand, and help us clean out these traitorous scums. After the matter is settled, we will show our appreciation." Another similar-dressed soldier, with a bit of a refined aura, directly stated some offers for Yu Zhong's assistance. "Commander Yu, I am Lu Minghai, Chief of Staff under Luo Qianni. As long as you send your troops to help us annihilate Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng's troops, we are willing to send you 300 beautiful virgins, 10,000 tons of rations, and help you train up personnel to handle artillery and tanks. At the same time, you may take in another 60,000 survivors from SY County." Compared to Lu Huifeng's side where the conditions were not too clear, Luo Qianni's side had indeed come up with an attractive offer. Luo Qianni and Su Dongming knew how to work negotiations to their advantage. Hearing the conditions that Lu Minghai had stated, Li Hua's expression fell. Lu Minghai had a look of confidence as he looked at Yu Zhong. He believed Yu Zhong would accept his proposition gladly. After all, Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng were about to be defeated, they were down to their last leg. Yu Zhong just had to deliver the last strike and could easily annihilate the two factions, after which he would gain immeasurable benefits. Yu Zhong heard Lu Minghai's words and revealed a cold smile. "Go back and tell Su Dongming and Luo Qianni, there's only one road in front of them now. That is to surrender unconditionally. If they continue to put up a resistance, only death awaits. If it wasn't for the clash between your two armies, I would have already executed you. Get lost." Two soldiers walked over and grabbed onto Lu Minghai like he was a dead dog and dragged him out. Lu Minghai's expression changed as he shouted out fearfully, Commander Yu, let's talk things out. We can still discuss the terms." Yu Zhong then spoke in a heavy voice, "Battalion Commander Su. Immediately deploy Ningguang County's 2nd Battalion, 3rd Battalion and 4th Battalion to attack Su Dongming and Luo Qianni." "Yes, Commander." Su Jing'ang responded and immediately left to convey the orders. Su Dongming and Luo Qianni had abandoned their posts without a single word, infuriating Yu Zhong. Furthermore, if he could take them out now, the entire SY county would fall into Yu Zhong's hands. By then he could take whatever he wants instead of waiting for people to give it to him. Li Hua seemed as though he had just escaped hell and entered heaven, with a look of ecstasy, and immediately thanked Yu Zhong profusely. "Thank you, Commander Yu. Your magnanimity and help, we will definitely not forget. Go back and take command." Yu Zhong left one more sentence before he went out. Li Hua swiftly left the area and went back to his own troop. Under Su Jing'ang's leadership, the 2nd, 3rd Battalion immediately joined in the fray, launching their ferocious assault on the troops of Su Dongming. Yu Zhong's 2nd and 3rd Battalions have recovered most of their energy after resting for a few hours. With the coordination and joint efforts of the remaining members of Chen Weiman's army, they continuously subdued and conquered many areas. Su Dongming's troops had went through an entire day's battle, followed the retreat in the night, and then a fierce battle with Chen Weiman's troops for a few hours. They were already beyond the point of exhaustion. The moment Yu Zhong's troops joined in, Su Dongming's forces were broken through repeatedly. Especially Yu Zhong's troops had the support of 12 howitzers, and every time the troops charged in, they would face the fierce bombardment of rockets or missiles. With the relentless attacks from the Ningguang County 2nd and 3rd Battalions, Su Dongming's troops quickly lost their will to fight, and started to retreat and tried to escape towards different directions. Some of the soldiers that were broken down even threw down their weapons, tore off their uniforms and became normal survivors. Some directly surrendered to Yu Zhong's troops. They had already fought for an entire day and night, and were extremely tired. Facing the constant attacks from the heavy artillery, they lost the will to fight on. After defeating Su Dongming's troops in one fell swoop, the 2nd and 3rd Battalion then made their way towards Luo Qianni under the command of Su Jing'ang. Under the fierce attacks of the 2nd and 3rd Battalion, Luo Qianni's troops also collapsed. However, within the troops of Luo Qianni, there were some special forces soldiers that Peng Mingda that had assigned to aid Luo Qianni. That was why they could forcefully maintain some sort of resistance. 3 of the soldiers from Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion proceeded cautiously through a street with covers. All of a sudden, one of the agility-based enhancers under Luo Qianni jumped out from a corner, his hands wielding a .05 submachine gun, firing at the 3 soldiers wildly. A hail of bullets flew through the air and penetrated the mutant boar hide they wore, causing them to fall to the ground. After taking down those 3 soldiers, that agility-based enhancer immediately made his way to another corner. When the enhancer experts of Luo Qianni engaged Yu Zhong's soldiers in a fierce battle, they might have dispersed under the pressure of the huge army, yet they also managed to kill a number of ordinary soldiers under Yu Zhong. Those experts would not stay too long at a single location, and thus the heavy artillery also posed little threat to them. Su Jing'ang received the feedback from the front lines, and he immediately deployed the entire unit, and did not let any single team entire riskily. Instead, he chose to proceed and push slowly as entire force. A Special Forces elite sniper was proning on a rooftop of a bungalow, aiming at a small soldier. It was going to be the 6th kill for him today. The other 5 targets had already died at his hands with their heads exploding. He licked his lips as his finger twitched and rested on the trigger. With a ping, the Special Forces elite sniper's head had a new hole, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He was actually sniped by someone else. At the rooftop far away, he swiftly got up from his position, and left this sniping spot, before searching for his next target. Yu Zhong had sent his Special Combat Forces soldiers that had just rest for a while into the battlefield, and the ones to be taken out first had to be the snipers. The snipers posed the most danger to Yu Zhong's Special Combat Forces. Just a single elite sniper could threaten a number of experts under Yu Zhong. Amongst the Special Combat Forces, they had only about 8 elite snipers, led by he. Together with the snipers of the 2nd and 3rd Battalion, they started massacring all the snipers of Luo Qianni. Yu Zhong himself activated his encompassing bone armor, and like a tank, he directly charged into the midst of the experts within a post of Luo Qianni, all by himself. The experts under Luo Qianni saw Yu Zhong rushing into their post with his bone armor, and the sniper immediately started firing at will, attempting to kill him. Chapter 0293, The Supremely Tyrannical Yu Zhong. The special forces as well as the 7 snipers under Luo Channy aimed at Yu Zhong and fired the first chance they got. Right as they aimed at Yu Zhong, he had already sensed the danger and dashed to the right swiftly. The 7 bullets missed him and hit the ground, creating 7 small holes. On the other side he led 8 other snipers and they fired at the same time. Following the second round of gunshots, the special forces and 4 snipers under Luo Channy had their brains blasted into pieces. When Yu Zhong was forced to evade, 2 agility-based enhancers could not stand waiting behind cover and immediately charged out while hoisting their 0.5 submachine guns as they fired wildly at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong just stood there like some demon lord incarnate as the bullets bounced right off his bone armor. He opened his right hand and 5 incredibly sharp spikes shot outwards, and with a little force the 2 agility-based enhancers were immediately sliced in 5 pieces. After disposing of the 2 enhancers easily, he continued charging forwards like a tank, gunning for Luo Channy's position. He is Yu Zhong. Join me and take him down. Once he's killed, the rest will collapse. The top expert hired by Luo Channy, Qin Xiong, saw Yu Zhong rushing in, and he hollered to the remaining 17 experts of his group. The bone armor on Yu Zhong had become like his symbol. The moment Qin Xiong saw it, he recognized Yu Zhong, and he was immediately filled with killing intent. If Yu Zhong had not appeared, they would have definitely lost the battle. The only question was how much damage could they deal to Yu Zhong's troops before they lost. Now that he was personally here, it gave them a chance to turn the tides. The 18 experts, with Qin Xiong leading the charge, all stepped out from behind their cover, as they wielded all sorts of weapons and charged towards Yu Zhong. You're looking for death. Yu Zhong looked at the soldiers charging at him and his eyes possessed a cold gleam. Swiping his ring, he swiftly pulled out a PF-98 anti-tank rocket launcher in his hands. With a roar and flash, a rocket swiftly flew out and exploded on one of the experts who was not wielding any weapons, preparing to use his telekinesis ability. With a loud explosion, the telekinesis user was immediately blasted into pieces. At the next moment, a huge vine burrowed out from the ground, shooting towards Yu Zhong. It was the vine manipulation ability of one of the enhancers present. 3 other strength-based enhancers directly lifted their heavy weapons and rushed towards Yu Zhong. There were 2 experts who had high levels in their firearms control, one was holding grenade launcher and he fired at Yu Zhong. Due to the firearms control ability, they had superb aim. Within a range of 100 m, they would definitely hit their target. 6 agility-based enhancers activated their shadow steps and high-speed movement abilities to charge at Yu Zhong. They knew normal bullets would not be able to hurt Yu Zhong, and since they did not carry any other weapons with them, they had to become a form of attack themselves. A spirit-based enhancer tried to use his spirit blast ability, only to discover that it was useless. As a spirit-based evolver, Yu Zhong's spirit was averaging 11 times higher spirit than normal people, and the spirit blast attack from the enhancer was simply ridiculous. 2 other enhancers that possessed the summon beast skill summoned a huge bear that towered over 2 m as well as a huge tiger. Both beasts shot towards Yu Zhong. Other than that, there was an enhancer with the curse ability and he was currently chanting, as a magical symbol appeared in the sky, signifying the forming of a magic spell. Qin Xiong himself was a strength-based evolver, and his strength was beyond comparison. He wore the hide of a Type 2 mutant blackfish. They had earlier hunted a Type 2 mutant blackfish as well, that was remade into an armor piece, his head donning a helmet, and he carried a QGZ-89 easily as he fired wildly at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes stared icily as he activated his devil flames, and a huge fireball was conjured out of thin air, immediately incinerating the vine below him. With just a wave of his hand, 5 bone spears were shot towards the 5 agility-based enhancers. In that instant, the 5 bone spears pierced the heads of those 5 agility-based enhancers, stringing them up and nailing them to the ground. Qin Xiong was firing wildly with his QGZ-89 at Yu Zhong, yet those bullets that could pierce holes in armored tanks could only leave faint white scars on Yu Zhong's bone armor. At the same time, the resulting explosion blew Yu Zhong back by a few meters. Qin Xiong discovered that the hail of firepower could not do a single thing to Yu Zhong, and his eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? This is actually heavy ammunition. Why is it that his defense could not be broken? Yu Zhong flashed about and dodged the countless bullets and grenades, shooting towards Qin Xiong and activating his devil flame skill again. A huge devil flame tornado conjured out of thin air, and it consumed Qin Xiong, the 2 summoned beasts as well as the 3 strength-based enhancers. After the firestorm stopped, Qin Xiong and the 3 strength-based enhancers had been incinerated, even the QJZ-89 in Qin Xiong's hands had melted into a pool of metal. Only the armor made of the Type 2 mutant blackfish was intact, which showed the freakish defense of the beast. I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender. The remaining agility-based enhancer saw how tyrannical Yu Zhong was, that even Qin Xiong could not last a second, and he was so frightened that he immediately kneeled on the floor and threw his weapon down, bawling loudly. Yu Zhong glanced at the enhancer who lost his fighting will, and pointed at the enhancer with the curse ability, as a fireball shot out and directly exploded on his head, causing his head to disappear. Surrender or death. You have 3 seconds to make your decision. Yu Zhong turned his head and looked at the remaining experts of Luo Channy coldly as he called out. I surrender, don't kill me. Commander Yu. I surrender. I surrender. The experts that were gathered by Luo Channy had hurriedly kneeled on the floor in fright. Yu Zhong's vicious methods had caused them to lose their courage. They did not dare put up any further resistance. Yu Zhong eyed those enhancers that submitted to him and said, Good. Charge into Luo Channy's position. I want them thoroughly wiped out. Yes. Commander Yu. Yes. The remaining 7 experts quickly acknowledged and followed behind Yu Zhong to charge into Luo Channy's base. With Yu Zhong leading this group, they quickly arrived in front of Luo Channy. The enhancer with the Spirit Blast ability immediately used his ability on those soldiers of Luo Channy when he saw them, and most of them died on the spot with their eyes turning white and leaking blood tears before throwing up blood and dying. Ulamog, I am so not mopping that up. The 2 summoning experts immediately called out 10 huge wolves. On orders they shot forward with incredible speed, charging into the ranks of the soldiers and gleefully ripping out their throats. The agility-based enhancer zipped about, appearing from behind corners and used his guns to great effect, picking off the soldiers one by one. The enhancer that had the vine manipulation ability was extremely crafty as well. Using his power from time to time, he would cause his vines to burrow out of the ground, penetrating the ordinary soldiers' feet or suddenly growing up into their bodies, killing them. Yu Zhong was still decked in his bone armor, wielding his 0.5 submachine guns and charging in the front. With only his individual strength, he managed to suppress the troops of Luo Channy. Those soldiers who were unfortunate to poke their heads out would immediately be shot in the head by him. With only this small group of experts led by Yu Zhong, the entire army of Luo Channy was defeated. Su Zhengang saw the development, and immediately ordered the 2nd and 3rd Battalion to join the battle, making their way towards Luo Channy in a rush. Luo Channy's troops as well as the special forces could not maintain their resistance, and started to retreat towards Sy County. As Yu Zhong's troops were hot in pursuit, a group consisting of the police, armed police and special forces had constructed a few defenses, forcefully impeding the advance of Yu Zhong's 2nd and 3rd Battalion. Peng Mingda personally came to the front lines, and made use of a loud hailer to speak to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong. I am Peng Mingda. I want you to call off your army now. This is an internal matter between our factions in Sy County, you shouldn't interfere too much. Peng Mingda continued in his self-righteous voice. Commander Lu, Commander Shin, things can be talked through. We should settle this amicably over a meeting, and stop the pointless slaughter amongst ourselves. If you continue, the soldiers are the ones who suffer. They are all important and excellent soldiers. If they had to die, it should be during a battle against the zombies for the sake of our country. Not in these internal conflicts. Just because of your own fury, you guys have caused the needless deaths of so many soldiers, don't you feel ashamed? Peng Mingda was after all a politician, and whenever he spoke he tried to use logic and reason to sway the masses. Hearing Peng Mingda's words, the troops of Qian Weimin and Lu Huifeng were moved. Lu Huifeng's eyes went red as he grabbed a loud hailer and shouted, Peng Mingda! Fuck your bullshit. Today your daddy, I want the heads of those bastards Su Dongming and Luo Channy. Because of them, so many of our brothers have died. If they're not dead, your words are meaningless. Peng Mingda had a strange glint in his eyes. As long as Su Dongming and Luo Channy are dead, you will not pursue the matter? Lu Huifeng replied loudly, Of course. As long as the 2 of them are dead. Your daddy, I won't continue fighting. Chapter 0294, Conquering Sy County. Good. Make sure you keep your word. Peng Mingda's mouth raised in an arc as he waved his hands, and two special forces brought out Su Dongming and Luo Qianni in front of the two armies. Su Dongming's expression was steely as he cursed out, "Peng Mingda! You damn bastard, you will die a horrible death." Luo Qianni's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Peng Mingda. "Peng Mingda! Fuck you and your entire family. Fuck your mother with a pointy stick." The moment Su Dongming and Luo Qianni had retreated, they were immediately captured by the experts sent by Peng Mingda. They did not expect that the allies that had helped them not long ago would turn on them so quickly. Peng Mingda spoke in a clear voice. Su Dongming and Luo Qianni had abandoned their posts during the Great Battle, and had instigated a coup against their allies. There is evidence to prove it. For their crimes they will be executed according to military law. Carry out the punishment. Two armed police stepped out and aimed their guns at the heads of Su Dongming and Luo Qianni, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Following the gunshots, Su Dongming and Luo Qianni had a new hole in their heads leaking blood, as they slumped to the floor lifelessly. Peng Mingda looked on as Su Dongming and Luo Qianni died, his eyes flashed with delight. After their deaths, he could easily subdue the old troops of these two men. Counting the police, armed police and special forces that he now controlled, he could become the strongest power in Sy County. Lu Huifeng and Shen Hongyang had already been defeated, he would possess the strongest force. He could then employ other means in the future to slowly take over their military as well and thoroughly control Sy County. Lu Huifeng looked at the lifeless bodies of Su Dongming and Luo Qianni, and he finally released the bit of anger he had kept, but at the same time he felt the loss. Right at this time, Yu Zhong brought his special forces and charged into the ranks of Lu Huifeng, pointing a gun at Lu Huifeng and spoke coldly, "Commander Lu, you have two choices now. The first is to surrender to me and integrate into my troops. The other is to die with your troops." At almost the same time Yu Zhong made his move, Ningguang County's 2nd and 3rd battalions also turned on the troops of Lu Huifeng. Chen Weiman's troops had already been captured and locked after they were saved by Yu Zhong. Lu Huifeng looked at the gun pointed at his head and he laughed bitterly. "If I surrender, what will become of my subordinates?" Yu Zhong did not hide anything and said, "All the soldiers will receive education and reintegrate into many different units under me. I will treat them fairly." Lu Huifeng's troops were veteran soldiers that Yu Zhong valued. Initially, Yu Zhong had sent troops to help Lu Huifeng because he was eyeing the veterans. Lu Huifeng seemed to be agreeable and he asked, "What about me? What treatment will I receive if I surrender?" Yu Zhong sincerely extended his invitation. "You will get to enjoy the privileges of a lieutenant colonel. Furthermore, I would like to invite you to become a military instructor in my military school, and provide training to my officers in all forms of modern warfare." Yu Zhong's military school lacked the guidance of an experienced military instructor, and he had no choice but to select outstanding commanders like Su Jing'ang to be on the front lines often. The reasoning was of course to lead his military, save survivors and engage in resource hunting. The military academy did lack an instructor with the adequate experience and knowledge in modern warfare. Yu Zhong had obtained many incredible equipments from the mechanized infantry brigade after all, but he lacked the professional knowledge and hence could not utilize them. If he had the necessary technicians, his unit's combat prowess would definitely increase by a few times. Yu Zhong had done his investigations and although Lu Huifeng was kind of a pervert, and had married 3 wives after the apocalypse, his character was not bad. The 3 wives also followed him willingly. Although he did not have any outstanding achievements in his command, he followed the rules, and was extremely sturdy as a leader. He did possess the qualifications as a commander. Lu Huifeng laughed lightly and replied lightheartedly, "Sure. I surrender." Lu Huifeng surrendered and his troops also put down their weapons and went with Yu Zhong willingly. Lu Huifeng's troops had fought for a very long time, and when they arrived at the rooms assigned to them, they fell into a deep slumber. Shen Hongyang looked at the loaded gun in front of him and said, "What is the meaning of this?" At this moment, Shen Hongyang, Shen Shui and a few of their military officers were being surrounded at their place of residence. A few heavy weapons were aimed at them and 300 soldiers had enclosed the area, not allowing even water to trickle past. Zhang Youjiang stepped up and spoke directly, "Commander Shen, I apologize but we have to keep you here. We have already arranged for all sorts of heavy artillery to aim here. If there's any strange movement, then we're terribly sorry, but we will blast you guys to death." Shen Hongyang was a good commander who treated his subordinates fairly. If he was taken down, the troops would definitely not follow Yu Zhong willingly, and Yu Zhong would have no choice but to kill them all. Therefore he had no choice but to temporarily trap Shin Hongyang. Of course, if Shin Hongyang really decided to try something, Yu Zhong would not hesitate to wipe him out. Shin Hongyang looked at Zhang Youjiang as he furrowed his brows and asked softly, "Battalion Commander Zhang, is Yu Zhong finally going to make his move on SY County?" This time SY County had suffered a huge loss against the zombies. All the military heads had lost the majority of their troops. Yu Zhong, who had always kept his eye on SY County, could find no better time to subdue them all. The laws of the jungle, the strong preyed on the weak. Even after the apocalypse, it had not changed. As long as someone revealed his or her weakness, there would be countless hungry wolves that would pounce at the first opportunity. When Yu Zhong was weak, SY County had wanted to conquer and subdue him. Now he was stronger than them, he naturally would not hesitate to do the same. Only when both sides possessed the same strength, could there be equality and peaceful negotiations. Zhang Youjiang had a worshipping look as he affirmed the news. "Yes. Our boss Yu wants to control the whole SY County." Shin Hongyang sighed and did not speak further. Now that Yu Zhong had set his mind on it, and was willing to pay any price, controlling the entire SY County was not an impossible task. On the front lines, Peng Mingda eyed Yu Zhong's army that still had not retreated, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. As of now, the only person that could stop him from being the king of SY was Yu Zhong. Peng Mingda raised the loudhailer and called out, "Commander Lu, Yu Zhong, are you guys there? Let's have a good discussion." Yu Zhong walked out with huge strides and eyed Peng Mingda and said lightly, "Peng Mingda, surrender now. If you get your men to surrender, I can still leave you with a way out." Peng Mingda's face had a huge chance as he forcefully replied, "Yu Zhong, what are you talking about? Su Dongming and Luo Qianni, who had betrayed you guys, have already been dealt with, right? What reasons would you have to continue fighting? Don't tell me you're thinking of betraying your comrades and the government. If you're like this, you will become a sinner that went against his country and citizens. Attack. Annihilate those who dare resist." Yu Zhong waved his hand and shouted out the command. With a bang, a bloody bullet hole appeared in Peng Mingda's head as he fell to the floor. He had hidden himself 2 kilometers away and exhibited his fearsome sniping skills, directly taking out Peng Mingda, who had carelessly revealed his position. Following Yu Zhong's orders, 12 howitzers displayed their incredible offense, as rounds of heavy artillery landed amongst the police force. Bombarded by the attacks of the rockets, a huge number of the police, armed police and special forces were immediately incinerated. The death of Peng Mingda, who they had sworn loyalty to, caused them to lose their morale. The members of the police force tried escaping under the relentless attacks, abandoning all thoughts of resistance. Su Zhengang had ordered the soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd battalions to charge at the desolate soldiers of Peng Mingda. The battle lasted only for a while, and Yu Zhong was incredibly successful. Everywhere he went, the police surrendered without a fight. Those who tried to resist were instantly executed by the soldiers of Yu Zhong's forces. This group of policemen, armed police and special forces had been so easy to subdue was precisely because Peng Mingda had been assassinated. The other reason was that due to Peng Mingda wanting to exert his full control over this unit, he had cleared out many of the officials, and all the members of the unit were feeling fearful and naturally did not have much fighting spirit. "Boss Situ, what do we do now?" Peng Mingda's 20 experts had gathered by Situ Guang's side, as they all looked to him fearfully. The experts gathered by Peng Mingda were fighters who could take on 10 individually, but compared to Yu Zhong's army, it was like a mantis trying to block a car. They could at most give Yu Zhong a little trouble. Situ Guang's eyes had a strange glint. "We can't stay here any longer. We have already done so much for Peng Mingda. Let us leave now. Under the broad sky, based on our abilities, can't we carve something out for ourselves?" Situ Guang had always been wild at heart. With Peng Mingda's death, no one could hold him back any longer. "Good. We will follow Boss Situ and make a name for ourselves. Let's go obtain a stronghold for ourselves." The 20 members of the elite group whooped in delight, and under the lead of Situ Guang, they made their escape towards the distance. As SY County was really big, Situ Guang just had to follow the longer road and could avoid the bridge that Guo Quan was guarding to leave the county. Although the huge lands were filled with zombies, to experts like them, as long as the number did not exceed tens of thousands, ordinary zombies were helpless against them. With the escape of Situ Guang and his gang, the entire SY County had no other experts left to stand up to Yu Zhong. His troops quickly conquered and controlled the important channels of Sy County. At the same time, any form of rebellion or mobs that arose were quickly quelled by him. After gaining control of Sy County, Yu Zhong swiftly gave the order for his troops to rejuvenate themselves. At the same time, he assigned for the preliminary warriors to quickly begin work on the entrance of Sy City and Sy County. The horde of zombies were making their way here, and he had to make his preparations fast. Chapter 0295, The Urgent 12 Hours. How much longer until the horde reaches us? Yu Zhong asked the recon soldier in front of him in a heavy tone. The recon soldier immediately replied, based on their current speed, it would take them roughly 12 hours to reach our first line of defense. Yu Zhong looked at the bloodshot eyes of the soldier and said, go have a good rest. Yes, Commander. The soldier saluted and withdrew quickly. Just 12 hours? It's really too rushed. Yu Zhong frowned, his heart filled with anxiety. The horde that was coming closer to Sy numbered in the 800,000s. Based on the current fighting strength of Sy County, they would not be able to withstand the assault of that number. Although Yu Zhong absorbed the remaining military unit and police unit, the total number of fighters reaching 1,300, they could not be deployed straight away. The 4 battalions of Yu Zhong had engaged the zombies previously, and had to escape with their lives, followed by the internal conflicts. They were extremely tired as well. Furthermore, the heavy weapons belonging to the military had been left behind during the battle against the zombies. Without heavy weaponry or fortification, trying to defend against the sea of zombies was simply impossible. It was a situation where he had to give up Sy County. However, the current 140,000 survivors inside, having to transfer them was also a huge issue. Firstly, to gather all 140,000 was a problem in itself. As Yu Zhong had just disposed of the governing head Peng Mingde, the entire government had become paralyzed. Many officials had fled their posts. Those who stayed behind were wary and unsure of their future. Since the government was ineffective now, trying to mobilize all 140,000 survivors would definitely require more time. Yu Zhong told a signal officer to convey his orders. Go get Tai Yin, Qing Peipei, Lu Chengwang, Lu Yujiao, Yin Chang, Shen Hongyang and bring them here. I want to see them here within 20 minutes. Tell them if they aren't here after 20 minutes, they can forget about finding me in the future. The signal officer nodded and immediately left to carry out his duty. Yu Zhong then pulled Qin Shitu over and questioned him. Qin Shitu, go get the 8th Battalion and gather the survivors. Take those from Xinyang Street, Zhongshan Street, Yanjing Street and Shijin Street, and gather them up. After that's done, transfer them according to order over the Riverbank Bridge and get them to Ningguang County. How much time do you need? Qin Shitu thought for a while before looking at Yu Zhong resolutely and replied, 6 hours. Please give me 6 hours. I promise to carry it out properly. Yu Zhong was a little short-tempered and he shouted out, 4 hours. I will only give you 4 hours. After those 4 hours, you better be taking those people across the bridge. After they cross the bridge, give every single one of them a can of type 2 meat. Eat as they move. If you can't complete this, you can forget about being a battalion commander anymore. Yu Zhong only had 12 hours to work with, and he had to gather all 140,000 survivors within 12 hours. It was extremely difficult. What's more, he had to get them across the riverbank bridge that was not exactly wide. Other than those 140,000, there were the few 100,000 tons of rations, various other foods, precious machinery, other kinds of production materials that required transportation as well. These were all important items to be sent out of Sy County. Every minute, every second counted, and time was extremely precious. If there wasn't enough time to transport all 140,000 people over the bridge, Yu Zhong had to get his precious soldiers to fight and buy precious time for the transportation to be carried out. That kind of price where he had to put his life and his soldiers' lives on the line, was something he was not willing to pay so easily. The immense pressure was weighing down on Yu Zhong, and it caused him to be frustrated, and his temper was shorter. After all, Yu Zhong was only human. Even though he had gained a lot of enhancements through his own efforts, these 2 days he had been fighting on the front line as much as he could, and his rest time was extremely short. Under that huge pressure he was naturally less amiable. Qin Shitu frowned and he asked directly, "What do I do if those survivors don't want to cooperate?" In this world there are many types of people, some who like to wreak havoc under the pressure of imminent danger, and there would definitely be accidents. Yu Zhong replied with an icy voice, "I'll permit you to use any means to complete this mission. I only want results, I don't care about the process." Qin Shi too shuddered in his heart as replied loudly, "Yes. I will perform this well." After making the promise, Qin Shi too quickly ran out from the small room. 4 hours was incredibly tough and urgent for him. Within 20 minutes, Tai Yin, Qing Peipei, Lu Chengwang, Lu Yujiao, Yun Chang and Shin Hongyang had all gathered in front of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong was the controller of SY County now. A single order could cause their entire family to be razed to the ground. They could not afford to offend him. Yu Zhong glanced at Tai Yin and the other 4 excluding Shin Hongyang and said, "Tai Yin, Qing Peipei, Lu Chengwang, Lu Yujiao and Yun Chang, when you go back, immediately gather all the survivors towards the riverbank bridge and await orders. The more survivors that are gathered the better I'll reward you after." The Tai family, Qing family, Lu Yujiao and Yun Chang had decent authority within SY County. Yu Zhong could only make use of these heads to quickly mobilize the numerous survivors within the city, as he was not yet the widely accepted leader unlike in Ningguang County and Qingyuan County. Tai Yin was astute and could detect some hint of urgency within Yu Zhong's words and asked, "Brother Yu, did something happen?" The other 5 picked up on Tai Yin's concern and also looked towards Yu Zhong. They had felt that something was wrong. Yu Zhong was never this anxious, and his words revealed that his current mood. Yu Zhong had a dark look as he said softly, "After 11 hours the zombie horde of SY County will reach the city. That is to say, SY City has only 11 hours left." Hearing Yu Zhong's words, all of the 6 people present had a huge change in expression. They did not expect that things would be dire to this extent. When the army was defeated and the clash amongst the heads happened, under those conditions the huge horde of zombies were basically unhindered and had no enemies. SY City was basically a sitting duck. Qing Peipei knew Yu Zhong would not lie about such a grave matter, but she still could not help and ask, "Is this real, Yu Zhong?" "Yes." Yu Zhong looked towards Shin Hongyang who was kept prisoner in his own home earlier, and immediately stated his terms, "Commander Shin, I apologize for the treatment earlier. I had no choice then and I need your help now." Yu Zhong stared fixedly at Shin Hongyang and said softly, "As long as you send your troops and help us tide this over, I just want 10 tanks, 7 assault helicopters and their support personnel. After we're done with this I can let you and your troops take a fixed amount of ammo, 2 tons of fuel, 100 tons of food and leave. Wherever you want to go, I would definitely not stop you." Although Yu Zhong valued the veterans under Shin Hongyang, if he were to kill Shin Hongyang now, he would not dare to utilize the troops. Shin Hongyang's position within his troops was still very high. Killing Shin Hongyang would just force the remaining troops to take up arms against Yu Zhong. Shin Hongyang smiled lightly as he looked at Yu Zhong, his eyes twinkling with a little pride. "If I cannot even protect the citizens, how can my troops be called an army? This time even if I help you, it isn't for anything else, but the citizens of SY County. After this battle, I am willing to hand my troops to you, but I hope that you will treat them fairly." When compared to Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, Shin Hongyang was truly different. He valued his subordinates, and was truly a commander who fought for his country. Even in a world where values and principles were trampled upon, Shin Hongyang was still someone who stuck to his beliefs, even if it was a little naive. Yu Zhong was surprised and he nodded, "Fine. Don't worry. I will definitely treat them fairly." After the meeting concluded, the 6 people quickly left the place and embarked on their duties. Yu Zhong also released all the troops under Shin Hongyang that were captured, and returned their light weapons to them. As for heavy weapons, each person was allocated a grenade only. Without heavy weapons, Shin Hongyang's troops did not pose a threat to Yu Zhong. The only people they had to be wary of were the experts. Under Yu Zhong's orders, the entire SY City had begun moving. The 2,000 over soldiers at the forefront of SY City were currently using whatever materials they had to construct their fortifications. All sorts of barbed wires, steel wires, barricades, cones, even some old-fashioned defenses were brought out. The barricades and traffic cones were simple and crude but were extremely efficient against the ordinary zombies. To Yu Zhong's troops, the ordinary zombies were the toughest to deal with instead of the evolved ones due to their numbers. The ordinary zombies gave an impression that they were endless. If it wasn't for the huge numbers of the ordinary zombies, the military would have annihilated the evolved zombies long ago. On the riverbank bridge, there were numerous vehicles constantly transporting food and rations over to the other side, placing them down, and then using the bridge to re-enter SY City and continue their moving. Once the rations were transported to the other end, they were safe for the time being. Within SY City, Qin Shi and Tai Yin were gathering people near the bridge, separating them into groups of male, women, elderly and children. After the apocalypse, there were still the elderly around, although their numbers were not high, being about 5% of the total number of survivors. Guoquan assigned soldiers to guard the bridge. It was after all the lifeline for Yu Zhong's troops. If something were to happen to it, Yu Zhong and his army would be trapped in SY City. If they wanted to go to Ningguang County from there, they would have to go by a detour of around 100 kilometers, going into dangerous areas which they had not yet explored. After making a series of arrangement, Yu Zhong handed over the running of the tasks to De Guzi. He had always been assisting Yu Zhong in overseeing affairs and transfer of goods and people. In fact, was extremely familiar with all the different types of jobs. With the help of De Guzi, Yu Zhong could also heave a sigh of relief. Yu Zhong walked out of the office and felt that the horizon looked a little dark. He lifted his head, only to see dark clouds gathering, the air humid as though it was going to rain. The weather, don't tell me it's going to rain? Yu Zhong's expression turned ugly as he thought. Mobilizing troops in the rain was the toughest even for the well-trained soldiers. Not to mention those survivors who had undergone so much hardships and weren't in the best of health. If preparations were not made for those survivors to move in the rain, the moment it poured there would be at least a fourth of them who would fall and never get up again. Fuck. Yu Zhong could not help but swear as he hurriedly rushed into the command center. Yu Zhong had a green expression as he called out, "De Guzi! Immediately notify Guoquan, get him to think of a way to prepare some umbrellas and raincoats. And quickly distribute the Type 2 meat to those survivors that have gathered, make sure they eat it. Those items that have been moved over the bridge, find some place to shelter them now." De Guzi nodded his head and immediately conveyed the command to Guoquan. "Yes, Commander Yu." Su Yang, who had been promoted to a deputy commander of a company, grumbled to Guoquan, "Battalion commander, the leader's orders are too rigorous. We only have a battalion's worth of people here, how can we manage so much?" Guoquan's 1st Battalion of Ningguang County only had 400 people. Not only did they have to maintain security over the bridge, they had to keep watch over those people who were being moved across the bridge, and they were in charge of distributing the Type 2 meat as well. Everyone was worked to the bone. Guoquan looked to Su Yang, ordered, "The orders from our leader has to be followed regardless of how harsh it gets. Su Yang, take some men and get some helpers from the survivors. Tell them to help distribute the Type 2 meat. The umbrellas and raincoats, you can assign them to other people as well, try your best to find them." Umbrellas and raincoats were items that were hard to find in such a short time. Guoquan understood Yu Zhong's desire to save these survivors, and made the best judgment as he handed out the Type 2 meat to the survivors. As long as they ate the meat, they could recover their vitality quickly. That way they stood a fighting chance. If they didn't have the meat, the moment they were caught in the rain, their weak bodies might collapse from hypothermia. "Yes, Battalion Commander." Su Yang replied, and he went to the survivors and used the price of 10 jin of rice to hire over 400 survivors to help him. The moment Su Yang expressed that there would be free food given out, a long line formed in front of the 400 helpers. Every survivor was given an ammo cartridge, and it was the necessary item to exchange for a can of meat. As long as they handed over a shell casing, they were given a can of Type 2 meat. Chapter 0296, Cruel, Cruel Rain. "You stole my canned meat. You stole my canned meat." Just as Su Yang was leading the troops in their distribution, there was a kid tugging on a middle-aged man who had just exchanged for a canned meat and was shouting loudly. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed fiercely, and he kicked out with viciousness, knocking the kid to the floor. "You little bastard. Who the fuck are you calling a thief? Your daddy, I used the ammo cartridge to exchange for this canned meat. Call out one more time and I'll cripple you." "Stop." Su Yang frowned and walked over, asking, "What's going on?" The middle-aged man bowed and nodded his head towards Su Yang and said, "Bro. This little bastard is framing me for stealing his canned meat. I had exchanged this canned meat for the ammo cartridge. The worker over there can vouch for me." Su Yang looked towards the worker. The worker swiftly nodded his head and said, "It's true. He did exchange an ammo cartridge for a canned meat." Su Yang looked at the kid and said coldly, "Little brat. What do you have to say for yourself?" The kid stood up, and had an enraged expression as he pointed at the man and said, "This man stole my ammo cartridge to exchange for the canned meat. He still has one more cartridge within his clothes. Check him if you don't believe me." Su Yang commanded, "Grab him." Two soldiers stepped towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face turned pale as he took a few steps back before calling out loudly, "The army is killing people. The army is killing people. Help me. Help me." This middle-aged man was the leader of a small band of thieves. During the post-apocalypse, he had also gathered a small group of brothers. With his shout, his comrades hidden within the survivors also started shouting, "The army is killing people. The army is killing us. Let's escape." After which, those thieves immediately made their escape towards different directions. Humans are easily influenced in a crowd. When those words were shouted, a number of the survivors could not help but became fearful and followed the lead of the thieves. Guoquan, who was standing further away, saw the group of escaping people, and he gritted his teeth before shouting the order, "Open fire." In an instant, the soldiers that were on standby opened fire on those survivors, and a dense hail of bullets rained upon the survivors, turning them into sieves within a few moments. In just 10 seconds 200 people had fallen to the ground in huge pools of blood, many of them crying out in pain. Guoquan was helpless and felt even more pained. They only had 300 people to quell any sort of commotion. They had to resort to the harshest means, otherwise the entire group could overcome their small unit. Who dares to run? You will be executed immediately. Who dares shout nonsense? You will be shot as well. Get down on the floor. No one moves. Whoever moves will die. Su Yang's expression was steely by now, and used his gun to aim at the man who instigated the riot before pulling the trigger. With a pung, the middle-aged man who had had a smug look was shot dead, and his body slumped to the floor like a limp noodle. During the frenzied firing, those survivors had screamed out in terror and fell to the ground. Their bodies trembled non-stop, not daring to move. Su Yang had a steely expression as he looked towards the direction of the other instigators. "Fucking bastards. Damn you, you bastards. We are giving you a lifeline out of goodwill. We gave you food and drinks. You spineless scum dare to give us trouble. Where are those assholes who shouted earlier?" Silence. Every single survivor was silent. Under the influence of the corrupted society, everyone minded their own business, no one daring to meddle too much. After all, those troublemakers were together. They did not want to invite trouble. Su Yang's eyes flashed with rage and killing intent. With a gesture, over 10 soldiers raised their .03 rifles and pointed them at the survivors as Su Yang shouted, "You don't want to say right? Fine. You have backbone, man. Prepare to execute the whole bunch of them." Since there are people who dare to create trouble, and those who know but aren't stepping forward to point them out, kill the whole lot of them. Seeing those gleaming black guns, the survivors could not bear it and they started pointing fingers at the band of thieves as they shouted, "Don't shoot. It's this guy. They are the ones who shouted earlier. It's him." Those band of thieves saw that the situation was against their favor and they tried to frame others. "It was obviously you who said it. You dare to say it's me." Su Yang directly got his subordinates to drag those survivors who were pointed out. He then chose one whom, after confirming the authenticity by checking with the majority, he beheaded in front of everybody. Seeing the fresh blood spraying up into the air in front of them like some demented apocalyptic rain, the survivors all felt terrified. Su Yang directed his gaze at those he dragged out and coldly said, "Those who lied, the moment you are caught, you will be beheaded. Those who own up and point out the rest, I can give you leave to go with your life. Those who tried to take advantage to malign others, if I find out, I'll break your waist." Under Su Yang's cruel methods, the instigators of the riot were quickly identified. 2 males were beheaded immediately, while another had his waist broken. The poor bloke did not die instantly, instead he struggled on the floor in excruciating agony, for a long while before dying with a final painful whimper. Seeing the brutal and bloody scene, all the remaining survivors were thoroughly shocked and did not dare make any strange moves. One of the soldiers pointed to the 7 remaining troublemakers who owned up and asked Su Yang, "Commander, what do we do with these assholes?" Su Yang waved his hands, "Send them to the Scum Battalion." The Scum Battalion was basically cannon fodder for Yu Zhong, and was always in need of manpower. After the dust settled on the mini-riot, Su Yang walked to the front of the survivors, and he held a loud hailer as he shouted, "All you bastards listen up. If anyone dares stir up any more trouble, you better point him out at the first chance you get. Otherwise, you will all be sent to the Scum Battalion to fight with the zombies on the front line. And everyone only gets one canned meat. If you dare steal anyone else's, I will send those thieves to the Scum Battalion as well." Facing the arduous journey to come, a can of Type 2 mutant beast meat was equivalent to a survivor's life. Stealing a can that could replenish someone's vitality was the same as stealing the chance for the person to live. Su Yang had to reinforce this and mete out heavy punishments for infractions. Only through this method could he control the survivors and keep them from getting out of hand. The survivors saw that Su Yang was like an enraged, vicious god, and their expressions were frozen in fear. No one dared to move or say anything. Su Yang took a can of Type 2 mutant beast meat and threw it to the kid and said, "Here, it's yours. Dig in quickly." The boy immediately opened the can and started devouring it. The moment the meat entered his body, he could feel the warmth spreading throughout his body, filling his little frame with a rush of energy. Right at this time, raindrops started to fall from the sky. Damn you heavens! Su Yang looked to the skies, and under the sudden downpour he could not help but curse. With the heavy rain the survivors gathered were instantly drenched. They looked at Su Yang and the soldiers surrounding them, not daring to move. "What do we do now, Commander?" Su Yang had been drenched to the toes as he ran to Guoquan and asked. "Immediately dispatch people to cross the bridge." Guoquan looked at the untimely downpour, and he gritted his teeth as he spat out. Su Yang's face fell. "What? No. Those bastards don't have any raincoats, they will definitely be drenched." Guoquan's eyes flashed with a pained expression, before he gave the order resolutely, "We only have 7 hours left. The horde will then catch up with us. The people who have crossed the bridge are not even in the 10,000s. We still have over 130,000 people waiting behind. Everyone needs to cross now. This is an order. Go carry it out, I'll shoulder all responsibilities." This command was extremely harsh. With the current downpour, expecting the survivors to cross without any raincoats, coupled with the fact that their bodies are so weak, they were bound to fall sick. Even if they crossed the bridge and didn't die on the spot, many of them would definitely fall ill and be too sick to move. Although Yu Zhong had the life-saving grass, but it had no effect to the common ailments such as flu and fever, that had no poison. SY County was also short on medical supplies. One could imagine the potential casualties of those who got caught in the rain. Su Yang had a grim look as he replied, "Yes, Commander. I'll go carry out your orders. Whatever happens, I'll shoulder them with you." After that, Su Yang hurried left to convey the command, and quickly rushed the different groups into crossing the bridge. The younger children were the future of humanity, while the females could bear more children. Although it was extremely cruel, the elderly, especially those without any special skills, were the last to cross the bridge. They were holed up in a nearby building. Only after the majority had crossed was it their turn. Unless they were doctors or scientists that had some value to the future of mankind, they did not receive any special treatment. In the heavy rain, countless survivors were herded across the bridge, walking towards the other side. After they had crossed, they had to continue for another 500 m before they came to a building to rest. Only by crossing the bridge could they be considered safe. Chapter 0297, Tough Crossing. The autumn rain was extremely chilly, and the heavy downpour beating down on the survivors caused their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The Type 2 meat was not a wonder drug after all. In that cold, harsh rain, the weaker survivors fell amidst the downpour, never to get up again. Amongst those who fell there were children, women, and men, but regardless of who it was, no one would help to support them. The people behind continued to push the human sea forward while trampling on the dead, and the people forward had no choice but to continue moving or join the ones on the ground. Even when the soldiers under Yu Zhong saw this happening, they could only harden their hearts and ignored it. They had to get the survivors across the bridge as soon as possible. Every minute they delayed, the soldiers fighting at the front lines would have to stay put a little longer. Under the 1st Battalion's watchful gaze, the survivors lined up obediently, crossing the bridge according to the given order. Nonetheless, the speed was at its maximum and could not be quickened. The bridge was 500 m long, and the number of people that could cross per hour was at most 12,000 people. This was under the condition that there was no blockade, and was the fastest speed they could muster. After 7 hours, approximately 80,000 survivors had crossed the bridge. At the same time, 400 had collapsed on the way. The heavy downpour not only claimed the lives of the weaker survivors, it had impeded the actions of Tai Yin and the rest of the group. No one wanted to be drenched in the rain as well. After 7 hours, the warriors on the front line together with Yu Zhong saw the sea of zombies approaching from the distance. The moment the horde appeared, all sorts of firepower was rained upon the horde. Facing the assault of the heavy weaponry, the zombies in the front were like wheat that was reaped, falling down line by line. Very soon, the zombies behind shambled forward to fill the gaps. At the same time, there were other zombies laying around that got up slowly and started to push towards SY City as well. Those steel barbed wires, barricades and various other blockades exhibited their effectiveness, as those ordinary zombies that only knew how to advance were caught and fell to the ground. Same as the humans, the fallen zombies were being trampled by the zombies behind, turning them into piles of meat mush. The cones and sharp fortifications caused countless other zombies to be impeded and killed even. However, the moment those L2s that towered above 2M appeared on the battlefield, they used their monstrous strength to forcefully crush those fortifications. The zombies relied on their numbers and lack of fear for death, carving a path out for themselves in their steady advance. The sea of zombies was an extremely simple yet terrifying tactic. Just relying on their endless numbers and their disregard for death, they could go on forever. Yu Zhong and Shin Hongyang's troops had joined together and were killing the zombies constantly, but could feel the taxing nature of having to deal with such a tactic. Regardless of how many zombies they killed, there would be more from behind to replenish the ranks. They lost position after position, as they retreated at each juncture. Guoquan, what's the status report on the bridge crossing? Hurry, check and reply back to me. On the front lines, Yu Zhong was wielding a 05 submachine gun and firing wildly at the horde, while he was shouting into the walkie-talkie with the other hand. Facing the hundreds of thousands of zombies, even if Yu Zhong was a dual attribute evolver, he was practically useless. He had stood at the forefront, because he wanted to use his own power to lessen the pressure on the other soldiers. Guoquan swiftly replied, 91,000 survivors have crossed. Flames of fury arose in Yu Zhong's heart as he was gunning down tens of zombies. He shouted into the walkie-talkie and raged, "What the fuck are you doing? How come there are only 91,000 of them across?" The 800,000 zombies was moving towards them like tidal waves of the sea. Yu Zhong's warriors were forced to abandon their posts as they retreated bit by bit. It was a critical situation. All the soldiers were feeling the fatigue. They had been engaged in long hours of warfare, and had not gotten the necessary rest. They were humans, not robots, and could not withstand such long, intense battles. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong standing like a general in front of them, igniting their morale and fighting spirit like a fighting god, they would have collapsed long ago. Regardless of how much Yu Zhong inspired the troops, the fact was that the soldiers were exhausted. If the intense battle was to go on for too long, they would not be able to hold up. The assault of the sea of zombies was simply too ferocious. Even in the cold rain, many of the barrels were overheating and became useless. Numerous soldiers had swollen shoulders because of the recoil, and they were relying on their fighting breaths and will to hang on. As long as the leader was not useless, the soldiers of China were soldiers that could fight on with a strong fighting spirit star. Although Yu Zhong had his shortcomings, he was the one who always fought in front. Perhaps he was tyrannical at times, but he treated his soldiers fairly, and he always led his troops into victory after victory, creating myriad miracles. This type of leader was a commander soldiers were willing to fight to the death with. On the other side, Guoquan laughed bitterly, there are some who aren't willing to leave their homes. People are known to love their homeland and aren't willing to desert if they could. Especially in this type of weather, the survivors were all the more unwilling to move. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with killing intent and lashed out, let them die. Damn it. Tell them about the zombies encroaching on SY City. If they don't want to leave, I won't force them. Let them be buried with SY City for good. Bunch of assholes. Guoquan, I'm giving you 2 more hours. Whoever can be moved within these 2 hours will be my limit. After that, clear the road and leave a space for our troops to retreat. Whoever blocks our way, kill them regardless of who they are. No discussion. To Yu Zhong, his soldiers were more important than the survivors of SY County. They trusted him wholeheartedly and were loyal, that's why they had chosen to fight till the end with him. Every single one of them were exhausted, and hanging on for another 2 hours was most likely their limit. Within SY City, the remaining 50,000 survivors could not compare to his loyal subordinates. I understand, Commander Yu. I promise to fulfill the responsibilities. Guoquan gritted his teeth as a resolute look appeared on his face. The news of the zombie horde attacking SY City soon spread like wildfire, and upon hearing the news, all those who were hiding at home and not willing to be soaked in the rain felt shock and trepidation, and finally understood the severity of the situation. Those survivors took their raincoats and rations and various other items in bags and rushed to the bridge. The sudden influx of the survivors led to chaos, and were jostling amongst themselves to be first, trying to find ways to cross the bridge. No one dared to stay in SY City longer than necessary, as the zombies would attack them in the next moment. In the resulting chaos, many people who knocked to the ground and trampled by the others, becoming more of the runny meat paste as the rain continued to fall. Su Yang looked at the messy and chaotic crowd and shouted, "All of you better line up in rows, whoever dares to cut the queue, you will be executed on the spot." As these people were all fighting to be in front to cross the bridge, it had caused a blockade in front of the bridge and no one could move. No one paid attention to Su Yang's shouts. The law would not punish the masses. This truth was embedded deeply in their hearts. Since there were people squeezing everywhere, they all thought that they would not be punished. Open fire. Su Yang looked at the survivors squeezing, his face turned grim as he finally shouted the command. The soldiers that were guarding the bridge used their machine guns and started firing into the crowd. Under that sweeping fire, over 100 of the survivors were shredded and fell down in pools of blood and gore. That terrifying scene shocked the remaining survivors, and they became obedient, looking towards Su Yang in fear. Su Yang called out loudly, "If you want to cross the bridge, you better separate yourselves into 3 groups now. Children on this side. Women this side, and finally the men this side. The elderly, please wait at this side. For those who don't want to cross the bridge, scram far away. Don't fucking block my way here." Under Su Yang's orders, the survivors quickly segregated themselves into 3 groups of people. Following which, under the 3rd Battalion's watchful gazes, the children left the place first, crossing the bridge towards the other side. As the survivors were being organized and moved, more than a dozen well-dressed men and women came in front of Su Yang. The leader was a chubby-faced, fat middle-aged man with a protruding tummy. He smiled at Su Yang, handing a bag to Su Yang and said, "Hello, officer. I am SY City Secretary for Commerce and Industry, Chu Bufan. You have worked hard. This is a small token. Please accept it if you don't mind." Su Yang opened the bag, only to discover various diamonds that were twinkling inside. If it was prior to the apocalypse, these diamonds were easily worth several millions of renminbi. Su Yang coldly asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Chu Bufan pointed to a slender and fair-skinned beauty beside him as he laughed at Su Yang. "I hope that this officer can allow us to go over first. As long as you do that, this woman is yours." The lady also fluttered her eyelashes at Su Yang. Becoming the woman of an officer was not a bad thing. In this post-apocalyptic world, she wasn't the first to sell her body, nor would she be the last. Su Yang looked at Chu Bufan and laughed coldly. "Men. Lock these useless people up. Send the men to the scum battalion, the women into the women's battalion." A few soldiers stepped out swiftly and captured Chu Bufan and his group. "Sir. Sir." Chu Bufan had a look of shock and fear as he squealed out like a pig in distress. "Don't be getting any funny ideas. Otherwise you will face the same consequences as them." Su Yang scanned the survivors like a cheetah as he spoke out coldly. The survivors all looked down, not daring to meet his gaze. Chapter 298, Hot-Blooded Heroes. Under Su Yang's fierce threat, all the survivors became obedient, following the orders and moving in an orderly fashion towards the other side. The speed soon picked up. However, as the rain was cold and relentless, many of the survivors who had not eaten the Type 2 meat, continued to fall amidst the downpour and never stood up again. At this time, no one could afford to pay attention to those fallen survivors. Su Yang could only continue distributing the Type 2 meat with the aid of his subordinates, hoping for the meat to help the miserable survivors. Guoquan looked at the proceedings anxiously. The time was too short. 2 hours were simply not enough to move everybody across. He would check his watch from time to time, while racking his brain for a solution. Guoquan suddenly beckoned a company officer called Suimo and asked, Sumo. Did you guys find any boats around here? Sumo reported back. Battalion commander, I've brought men to search. There aren't any. Prior to the apocalypse, the riverbank had plenty of tugboats and fishing boats. Post-apocalypse they had all been used to catch fishes. In the end, as they came across the Type 2 mutant beasts in the waters, the boats were all destroyed or capsized. Hence there were no more boats around the area. Wuxian looked at the bridge with a steely expression, and continued to check his watch frequently. Nearby there was still the bustling activity of moving. The group of children had crossed over fully, while the women were still making their journey on the bridge. They could hear the sounds of gunfire in the distance, and were aware of the intense battle happening. Not long after, the preliminary group of soldiers had dispersed from the front lines and came to the bridge. They had continued construction and fortification without a wink of sleep and were thoroughly exhausted. Even though they did not participate in the battle directly because of their efforts, their constructed defenses and traps helped delay and cause the deaths of over 10,000 zombies. Battalion Commander Gua Yun Fei leading the preliminary troops and reporting. The young master of Black Tiger Gang had shaved his head long ago, and was decked in a military uniform, and had saluted in proper bearing. An environment can change a person. Good companions exert good influence while bad ones causes bad influence. After joining Yu Zhong's troops and undergoing Qin Shidu's strict training and regimentation, he had shrugged off his hooligan image, and was starting to become a lot more disciplined and upright, developing and growing as a young man should. Sumo, go arrange for the preliminary troops to cross the bridge immediately. Guoquan responded to Yun Fei with a military salute as well, before conveying some orders to Sumo beside him. Sumo nodded his head, and he brought Yun Fei and the rest of the preliminary troops towards the crowd, and started to cross the bridge. They're jumping the line. Why are they allowed to cut the queue? They're playing with privileges here. How can they be allowed to jump the queue while we're supposed to wait for death? That's not fair. Since they came last, they should queue behind. We should be first. Seeing Yun Fei and the preliminary troops cutting the queue, the survivors got riled up as they called out loudly. The survivors had been obedient as they were not treated too shabbily. Even though Su Yang was fierce, he was indeed fair. No one had the special privilege to cut queue, nor could they try to bribe their way through, hence they were all accepting of the situation. Now there were people allowed to cut, they felt agitated. Fuck all of you bastards. Su Yang raised his loud hailer and jumped onto the roof of a jeep. Damn it! All you assholes. Earlier we asked you to gather, what the hell were you doing? Dragging your feet and not willing to leave. When all of you were holed up in your homes, these guys were on the front lines. To delay the advance of the zombies, they didn't sleep a wink and have been working for 12 full hours. Some have even clashed with the zombies and died already. Su Yang's expression was extremely steely. They are all heroes. Because of their efforts and the other soldiers who are staying on the front lines, you guys are still alive now. Even if you don't want to thank them, that's fine. You assholes who still want to scold them, are you guys even human? Where's your damn conscience? Hearing those words from Su Yang, warmth flowed in the hearts of Yun Fei and those preliminary troopers. They were heroes. They had used their own sweat and blood to protect so many people. Yu Zhong would not mistreat them. At this time, their hearts were filled with gratitude and acceptance towards Yu Zhong as a leader. Many of the preliminary troops were so touched that they broke down in tears. During the post-apocalypse, many of them were the lowest rung of society, and were living as though they were ants. For a single bread or one gene of rice, they had disregarded all sense of self-worth and pride, and done anything possible, no matter how shameless. The government officials had treated them like trash when they were overlooking and governing. Under Yu Zhong they had finally obtained the respect and pride, and were being labeled as heroes. At this moment, even though their bodies were drenched in that cold rain, their hearts were filled with an infinite warmth. The survivors were reprimanded and did not dare make another sound. When Yu Zhong had deployed people to gather them, indeed they were not willing to leave. Now they had nothing to say against Su Yang. You bunch of assholes, if any of you are a man and still have your balls with you, then come over here, grab a weapon and go to the front lines and fight. As long as that person can kill 10 zombies, I will allow him to cross the bridge first and welcome that person into our ranks. Su Yang swept his gaze over the 20,000 males and shouted. At this time, a huge truck dumped a huge load of steel blades and shields onto the ground, forming a small mountain of weapons. These items were initially used by Yu Zhong to equip the preliminary troops for both training and real combat, and there were enough to arm about 4,000 men. On top of that, he managed to obtain 6,000 blades that were recently completed from the army's storehouse. The army had also known about the issue of ammunition, and to boost up the fighting capabilities while they had low ammo, they had decided to manufacture a huge number of steel blades. Compared to just random knives, these huge blades were more efficient against zombies. The 20,000 men looked towards the 10,000 blades and shields, their eyes flashed with a complicated gaze, and they sunk into deep thought. They knew that the horde was definitely fearsome, seeing the retreating army as well as forceful defense of the place by Yu Zhong's troops. Fighting against these terrifying monsters, if one wasn't careful, they would lose their lives. They were unwilling to die after all. Su Yang swept his gaze with scorn at the 20,000 men and spat, "Pay! Bunch of cowards with no balls. You aren't men. Since you aren't men, stay still and be obedient, await your turn. Don't act or speak out of line, otherwise my guns will fire blindly. I'm a man. I will go kill the zombies." A 1.8 tall man stepped out from the crowd and took up a blade and shield as he hollered, "I am Tianhu. I am a man. Whoever still has the guts, take up arms and follow me. I am Hai Mingfeng. I am a man. I'm not a coward. I am Xin Xiong. I am also a man, not a coward." Tianhu's shout seemed to ignite a fire amidst the 20,000 men's hearts, and they started to step forward in droves, grabbing a weapon and shield, while shouting their names, announcing their existence. Su Yang looked at Tianhu and the rest of them, his eyes gleamed and he saluted them as he shouted, "Good! You are all men. You will be my good brothers. Baidafu. Go distribute a can of Type 2 meat to each of these brothers, and bring them to assist Commander Yu at the front lines." Su Yang's company officer Pai Dafu stepped out, and saluted the group of heroic males, and immediately brought them towards the sounds of gunfire. There were many good men at the same time, cowards were aplenty as well. Amongst those 20,000 men, only 6,000 had stepped forward. The rest had lowered their heads, not daring to look into Su Yang's eyes as though they were quails. Not everyone had the courage to face death. Trash. Su Yang coldly glared at the remaining 13,000 men and spat out the words before moving on. Under the lead of Pai Dafu, the 6,000 hot-blooded heroes quickly arrived at the battlefield and joined in the fray. The soldiers who were struggling to maintain their defense managed to stabilize their position with the help of the unexpected 6,000 additional warriors. The ordinary zombies were weak after all, they only had strength in numbers. Tianhu wielded his steel blade and shield, and hacked about with force. Those zombies were either chopped in two or beheaded. He was like a deranged tiger and continuously slashed at the zombies. With Tianhu's example, the rest of the warriors following him seemed to gain a boost in fighting spirit, as they slashed fervently, chasing the zombies out of the street. Under the support of Tianhu and the newly joined warriors, Yu Zhong's 2nd Battalion that had been involved in the fighting since the first moment managed to catch a breath. At the same time, the Special Combat Forces as well as the experts under Shin Hongyang targeted the evolved zombies, as those evolved zombies posed the most threat to Tianhu and the rest who were normal survivors. Tianhu hacked and slashed in his battle lust. After killing 14 zombies, he was starting to be out of breath, and the steel blade in his hands felt heavy. He ate 2 cans of Type 2 meat, and regained a huge amount of his energy back. However, his fighting speed could not match his initial power. After a while he would feel his stamina depleting quickly. He was after all not an enhancer and did not have the stamina to fight 100 zombies at once. Right in front of him, 20 ordinary zombies had surrounded him and were making their way towards him. He rushed forward and like a possessed tiger, managed to kill another 2 more zombies. However, 3 of them stretched their claws out at him. "Am I going to die?" Tianhu looked at the incoming claws, and his face changed as he lost all strength to retaliate. Right at this time, 5 bone spears shot out, decimating the zombies in the entire area, and the surrounding zombies were instantly chopped up into many pieces. So strong. Is this the might of an enhancer? Tianhu looked at the ease of which the zombies were disposed of, and a huge number behind them were also chopped up easily, and his mind was rattled. It was the first time he had seen the prowess of an enhancer. At this moment, Yu Zhong and White Bones came in front of Tianhu and looked at him. "You must be Tianhu. Well done. You're a needed hero, care to join my troops?" Yu Zhong. Tianhu's heart was shaken as he stared fixedly at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had gained quite the notoriety in SY City, and in many versions he was depicted as a 2M tall, fierce-looking hero that seemed to reek of blood. However, the person in front of him now was just an ordinary youth. However, when he observed carefully, he could detect the faint pressure and bearing of a leader. He immediately responded, "I'm willing. Extremely willing." During the post-apocalypse, if one was lucky enough to join a power, especially that had an army of such size, it was a blessing to most survivors. Becoming a soldier ensured that they would not go hungry. At the same time, they were backed by the army, and could live uprightly in this new world. Tianhu had wanted to join the SY military previously, however, he lacked the connections and had even offended some people, hence he did not have the chance. "Bring the rest of them and retreat." Yu Zhong looked at White Bones that was slaughtering the zombies before he told Tianhu. "Yes." Tianhu responded without thinking, as he looked at the whirlwind of destruction that was White Bones, and brought the rest of the 6,000 men and withdrew. The scene of White Bones slaughtering the zombies like chickens had embedded deeply in Tianhu's mind, and he was filled with fervent admiration and blazing motivation. "One day I will become an enhancer like that." Tianhu and the 6,000 other men had attacked the zombies, and managed to decimate over 13,000 of them. It helped impede the advance greatly, and at the same time, they bought Yu Zhong's troops another precious hour. However, as they had poor defenses without the necessary armor in this battle, over 900 had been injured and infected. They had no choice but to execute them on the spot. During this precious and hard 1 hour, Yu Zhong led the 8th Battalion and Ningguang's 3rd Battalion towards the bridge. Chapter 0299, Retreat, Riot, Despair. The appearance of the 6,000 warriors had bought a precious hour of time for the Special Combat Forces as well as the elites under Shin Hongyang. To these enhancers, an hour was enough for them to recover a huge amount of stamina. Yu Zhong led the Special Combat Forces as they hunted the zombies everywhere, blocking them from advancing. The main force was slowly making their way towards the back. Yu Zhong's Special Combat Forces had absorbed the experts of Lu Huifeng and Luo Qianni before this battle. By adding on the various enhancers who have been gaining levels non-stop throughout the battles, the total number of experts had reached 72. Every single one of them was above level 20, and a number had broke past the level 30 barrier. Each of them possessed incredible battle ability, however the horde was simply endless. Yu Zhong could only retreat bit by bit with them, and soon they came to the bridge. At this time the moving process was still ongoing, and a huge number of women was packed on the bridge. In front of the women, it was Tianhu and the rest of the 5,000 plus warriors. The 13,000 plus cowardly men had started to become fidgety with the approaching sounds of gunfire, and were visibly anxious. They could feel the tension rising as the horde got closer. "Let us cross. Move. We want to cross. Everyone, let's fight it out with them." Amongst the survivors, one of them suddenly hollered out these words loudly. "We want to cross. We want to cross. We want to live. Get lost. Damn army dogs. Thugs." The survivors were riled up in an instant, and erupted in rage and chaos as they charged towards Guoquan. Seeing the 13,000 plus survivors rushing towards them, Guoquan seemed to hesitate for a moment. This was after all 13,000 plus survivors. He might be fierce and threatening, but he did not want to become a murderer of his own kind. "Open fire." At this time, Yu Zhong's cold harsh voice resounded from beside Guoquan. Guoquan heard the familiar voice and did not hesitate further as he also shouted, "Open fire." In an instant, all sorts of heavy weaponry opened fire on the survivors, and those miserable sods who had rushed forward without even a shred of metal on them immediately fell to the ground amidst screams of agony and pain. Under that sudden oppression, a number of them became confused and scared, and decided to escape elsewhere, or kneeled on the ground begging for forgiveness. Some even started crying, not knowing what to do. Yu Zhong looked at the survivors and hesitation flashed in his eyes. Now was not the time to be benevolent. The moment they erupted in chaos, not only will this group of survivors die here, even his special combat forces and the elites under Shin Hongyang would be buried here as well. Yu Zhong did not bother about those who were escaping in all directions. He immediately picked up the loud hailer and spoke into it. You are the last batch of survivors here. If you want to force your way across, I will not hesitate to kill you. There are weapons here if you want to live on, take up and fight for your own life. If you don't have the guts, just wait for death. After which, Yu Zhong threw the loud hailer aside and charged into the battlefield. It was the last critical moments of the battle. Covering the retreat was the only priority on his mind now. Here having a few extra hands would not mean shit. All of you evacuate. I will cover you. The moment he re-entered the battlefield, he shouted towards Su Xiao and Ji Qinggu. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, Su Xiao's eyes flashed with intense respect. Covering the retreat was the most dangerous part, and a leader who would do that for his subordinates were rare and few. Fighting for this kind of leader, Su Xiao truly felt fortunate. He saluted Yu Zhong and quickly brought his men to leave the front lines. Ji Qinggu glanced at Yu Zhong and gritted her teeth saying, "You're going to be alone? No way. I will stay behind with you." Yu Zhong frowned and replied, "No. I can definitely leave by myself. With you it would be impossible. Be good and listen to me." Ji Qinggu stared at Yu Zhong stubbornly. "I don't want to. I have the means to protect myself." Yu Zhong directly exerted pressure on her. "No way. It's too dangerous. Go back, this is an order. You are the commander of the Special Combat Forces. You are responsible for the lives of our Special Combat Forces." Ji Qinggu was like Yu Zhong, and was exhausted from the countless battles. It could be said that there was no Special Combat Forces soldiers that was not tired, but no one could compare with Ji Qinggu and Yu Zhong, who had not even taken a breather. The moment they slipped, it would be disastrous. "Fine. I'll listen to you, but you must promise me you will come back." Ji Qinggu was after all a girl who could see the bigger picture, so she quelled the anxious feelings she had for Yu Zhong and swiftly retreated. Yu Zhong looked Ji Qinggu's back and heaved a deep sigh of relief, before charging out towards battle with White Bones. The paths to the bridge had been blocked earlier upon Yu Zhong's orders. There was only one main channel now. All the places required at least a few tens of minutes to break through. Hence, Yu Zhong and White Bones had to defend against the horde for a few minutes. The moment the Special Combat Forces and elites evacuated, over 200 zombies lumbered towards Yu Zhong. If it wasn't for the other places being blocked, they might have been swarmed by more. White Bones lifted its hands, changing them into huge bone blades that could reach down to the end of the street. With a large arcing swing, the razor bone blades came down and across the street area, chopping in excess of 50 zombies into lopsided rotting halves. After gaining 4 points of enhancement in the Summon Special Skeleton skill, White Bones could finally display its intended raw power. Swish! His arms chopped and killed the zombies like a swinging meat cleaver. Even the L1S and L2S could not defend against the powered-up, enhanced White Bones. Damn. That's awesome. Yu Zhong had thought that it would a tough battle, but seeing White Bones cleaving through the zombies so easily, he finally understood the extent of strength his enhanced skill could display. Could be said that White Bones could take on 2,000 zombies on its own. Under that kind of exertion, White Bones' stamina was also depleting like mad. When it reached 0, it could not use any types of skill. The more powerful the skill, the higher the energy or stamina consumption. When White Bones' stamina reached 10 points, Yu Zhong immediately called it back, then whistled extremely loudly. Following that shrill whistle, Greenie flapped its wings as it descended from the skies. Greenie hovered above the city, and unleashed its wind control ability in response to the whistle. Following its incessant beating of its wings, countless tornadoes formed and shot towards the zombies. Under the assault of those sharp tornadoes, lines of zombies were sliced in twain. At the same time, the power of the gale wind caused long cracks along the floor. After Greenie released the gusts of winds, it immediately flew off without needing Yu Zhong's orders. It was not willing to expend all its energy to attack an enemy that was endless. Many high-level mutant beasts had manifestations of their natural abilities. However, each usage could expend a huge part of their energy. Therefore, unless it was extremely dire, mutant beasts were unwilling to use their abilities freely. After Greenie flew off, Yu Zhong also retreated at full speed backwards, moving so fast that he appeared to almost teleport 3 to 4 steps with each movement. As he retreated, he wielded his 05 submachine gun and fired wildly while making a mad dash for the bridge. At this time, near the bridge, there were only Guoquan, the 1st Battalion from Ningguang County, as well as the 12,000 male survivors who were pushing and shoving each other. Please, Master Yu, let me go. I'm willing to do anything. I'm begging you, let me go across. I'm willing to slog and toil for you. Isn't the army about protecting the citizens? Please, let us go over. A number of the survivors had kneeled on the floor and were begging Guoquan profusely. The bridge was their only way out. With the passing of time, death was approaching faster. Other than a few hundred survivors who took up the balanced steel blades, the rest of them basically ignored them. These cowards only wanted to cross the bridge and didn't have the guts to face the zombies. Yu Zhong glanced at those weak survivors and ordered Guoquan, "Guoquan, take your men and evacuate now. Let these people decide their own fate." "Yes, Commander." Guoquan saluted Yu Zhong before taking the soldiers from the 1st Battalion across the bridge. Losing the pressure of Guoquan and the 1st Battalion, the survivors started to fight to get to the bridge. With no one to maintain the order, all the survivors went crazy. Those weaker ones were pushed to the ground. For the chance to escape, some of the people even went as far as to kill their fellow humans. In just a moment, the 13,000 over survivors were thrown into chaos. They did not dare fight against the zombies, but they were not above slaughtering amongst themselves. Seeing the cruel and chaotic scene, Yu Zhong furrowed his brows and let out a deep sigh. He had done his best, but he could not save these 13,000 survivors even if he wanted to. Right at this time, the horde broke through all the barricades and defenses, and was swarming towards the survivors. "Ah!" Seeing the terrifying zombies, one of the survivors screamed out before jumping into the river trying to swim his way across. Alamog, there you have it. The author has cleared the confusion. Whitebones can do movement and basic attacks infinitely, but any skills draw from a separate and not unlimited stamina total. Chapter 0300, Turtle to the Rescue. Tong Xiaoyun's Passion. The number of survivors that chose to dive into the river increased as the zombies neared them, each one frantically trying to make their way across. At the same time, the slaughter amongst those at the bridge had become even more intense, and devastation and desolation was in every survivor's eyes. Yu Zhong shook his head and he proceeded to call for Greenie to pick him up. All of a sudden, his heart shook and he looked towards the river. He was shocked as he observed that the waters were churning, as whole groups of mutant crayfish were climbing ashore. As they charged out of the water, they immediately started attacking the zombies, using their sharp claws to chop them in two before gobbling them up. The waters churned constantly, and the mutant crayfish continued to come up in droves. Furthermore, there were 20 elite mutant crayfish as well, followed by a Type 2 mutant crayfish and finally Turtle. Turtle looked at Yu Zhong and let out a strange call. The Type 2 mutant crayfish also let out a sharp, shrill call. The 20 elite mutant crayfishes rushed into the horde and started slaughtering the zombies. Those mutant crayfish had hard shells, and the ordinary zombies could do nothing to break them. They also had terribly sharp claws, and were impervious to the zombie virus, thus they were the perfect counter to the zombies. The moment those mutant crayfish joined in the battle, they attacked the zombies in a frenzy, and huge numbers of the zombies were chopped up and dismembered by them before being eaten. These mutant beasts, it seems, like to feast on zombies. If they could swallow the blood essence of the higher-level zombies, they could use it to power up as well. Seeing the mutant beasts coming out from the river, all the survivors felt worse, and the fights began to become more vicious. People were killing each other faster and faster as time went on. Yu Zhong jumped on top of Turtle's head and urged it to go to the bridge. "I am Yu Zhong. All of you stop right this instant. The mutant beasts are here upon my orders. Get in line. Cross the bridge orderly. Otherwise I'll execute you." The frenzied survivors were frightened by Turtle and had stopped in their tracks. They regained their composure and observed the surrounded mutant beasts, before becoming like sheep and getting in line, crossing the bridge according to their lines. "Turtle. This time it's really thanks to you." Yu Zhong looked at the subdued survivors crossing as he sighed in relief, patting Turtle's head. If Turtle had not appeared with its countless little brothers, the over 10,000 remaining survivors here would have died at the hands of those zombies. When Turtle was praised by Yu Zhong, it wagged its tail and thumped it against the ground. It was obviously pleased. After being tamed by Yu Zhong, it had already established a soul link with him, and could understand what he said. With Turtle's command, the countless mutant crayfishes guarded the 10,000+ survivors across the bridge. However, these weak cowards had to face the cold winds, the terrible chaos that ensued earlier, where there was slaughter amongst themselves, and over 1,000 of them had died. Although the loss was huge, the only consolation was that the majority of them had managed to cross the bridge safely. Burn the bridge. Yu Zhong came to the other side of the bridge and immediately issued the order. Hong. With a loud blast, the bridge that was painstakingly built by countless people before the apocalypse was destroyed. The only way for the 800,000-strong horde to reach Ningguang County was destroyed just like that. If they wanted to make their way to Ningguang County, they had to go on a detour for over 100 kilometers just to find the road. After gaining these 100,000 survivors of SY County, Yu Zhong's next aim was Longhai County. As long as he conquered Longhai County, Yu Zhong would obtain factories and could start manufacturing ammunition. He wouldn't have to worry about ammunition shortage to deal with a huge horde like that ever again. The close-quarter combat placed too much pressure on the soldiers. Unless they wore mutant beast hides that could prevent even the penetration of guns and knives, the loss of soldiers from fighting zombies was too much to handle. The huge horde of zombies followed the scent of human to the river where the bridge once stood. Under the influence of a mysterious command, the zombies plunged into the waters, seemingly trying to use their own bodies to create a path towards the other side. They had been advancing for such a long way with just their masses, crossing when they saw mountains and crossing water bodies as they saw them. However, the river was filled with the little brothers of Turtle, and the moment these zombies plunged into the water, they were immediately gobbled up by the mutant crayfishes. After no results from sending countless zombies to their needless deaths, the Z-types hiding behind the horde also woke up and stopped the useless notion. The entire horde stood at the river looking blank. After confirming that the horde could not possibly make their way across, he heaved a sigh of relief, and went back to take a bath before lying on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. He had overextended himself these past few days, and the moment he could relax, he did not fight it. Yu Zhong was after all just a human. After experiencing such intense battles, he was on high alert and high-strung at all times. The lives and deaths of over a few 100,000 weighed on his shoulders, and he had not dared to relax for even a single moment. That sort of intense pressure almost suffocated him. He could finally take a break. As Yu Zhong was still drowsy and unconscious, he felt his member being grabbed by someone, before entering somewhere moist and warm, and he was woken up from the shock before looking down. Only to see Tong Xiaoyun in a simple white shirt, which was unbuttoned, revealing her beautiful pink mounds and the flawless skin she got after evolving. She was kneeling in between his legs, grabbing his member, and was revealing an enchanting smile. "Good morning, Yuegij." "Xiaoyun, what are you doing?" Yu Zhong looked at that enticing and charming Tong Xiaoyun that was looking extremely feminine and alluring right now, and his heart skipped a beat. Tong Xiaoyun teasingly licked his member and charmingly said, "Yuegij, this is called waking you up. Do you like it?" "Yes." Yu Zhong reached out to caress her face, and did not hide the rising passion in his eyes as his body grew warmer. Since the issue with the horde and danger was temporarily over, he wanted to give in to his desires and enjoy himself properly. "Then treat me lovingly." Tong Xiaoyun giggled and took the initiative to climb on top of Yu Zhong, before sitting down and allowing his member to enter her. Tong Xiaoyun furrowed her brow slightly in pain and pleasure, as the snow-white bed was stained with a blood-colored flower. "Love me tenderly, okay? Yuegij, I really like you." "Oh." Tong Xiaoyun hugged Yu Zhong tightly, as her huge eyes looked at Yu Zhong pleadingly. "Of course. I like you too." Tong Xiaoyun's pleading look was the strongest aphrodisiac and ignited Yu Zhong's passion. He pushed her onto the bed and started to thrust in and out with pleasure. As the room Yu Zhong was in was the temporary dwelling of the citizens, Tong Xiaoyun's moans of pleasure could be heard through the walls as it resounded out. The little lowly Zhang Yulan was currently holding a towel, standing in embarrassment outside Yu Zhong's room, putting her head to the wall and listening to the ongoings within the room. Her heartbeat was quickening. She had originally wanted to take a towel to help wipe the face of the hero that she idolized so much. Especially Xin Shui, who hated Yu Zhong to the core. However, Zhang Yulan absolutely adored Yu Zhong as he had saved her. Her heart was filled with only gratitude and reverence towards him. "What are you doing here?" Just as Zhang Yulan was eavesdropping, Zhu Yadong's voice traveled to her ear. Zhang Yulan was scared and jumped up like a frightened rabbit as she trembled, before looking at Zhu Yadong saying on the brink of tears, Ma'am, I'm sorry. I didn't meant to eavesdrop. I just wanted to take towel to Commander Yu. I'm sorry. This husband is also too neglectful. Xiaoyun also, how could she moan so loudly, giving kids a bad impression? Zhui Yadong heard the moans of pleasure from within the room, and couldn't help but blush and thought to herself with a little jealousy. Zhui Yadong smiled tenderly at Zhang Yulan before receiving the towel and said, "You can scoot along. I'll help you give it to him." How beautiful. How tender. His wives are really all so pretty. If I can become like them, will he look at me more? Zhang Yulan looked at the absolute beauty of Zhui Yadong and her eyes flashed with a hint of yearning, before she replied docilely, "Yes, ma'am." With that, Zhang Yulan left the place obediently. Zhui Yadong strided into the room, only to discover Tong Xiaoyun's arched back, and her body flushed with an enticing pink, breathing erratically while lying in exhaustion in Yu Zhong's embrace, and her expression one of satisfaction and extreme charm. Yu Zhong took a look at Zhui Yadong, herself dressed in stunning clothing that accentuated her mature charms, as his eyes brightened up and he smiled, "Yadong, come over. I want to kiss you." Zhui Yadong first closed the door, then giving Yu Zhong a tender smile as she went over to him and started making out. "Really? Husband, if you and Xiaoyu Mimi want to do this kind of thing, please notice your surroundings also. What if the kids pick up the bad habits from you?" Chapter 302, Introducing Currency. Yu Zhong chuckled as he pulled the mature Zhui Yadong and pressed onto her. Without even taking off her clothes, he immediately penetrated her and forcefully pounded her. Zhui Yadong's tenderness set Yu Zhong's desire off again. At the same time, under Yu Zhong's constant ravaging, she could not help but let out cute moans, giving a sense of being dominated, which fueled Yu Zhong's passion further. After the intense lovemaking, Yu Zhong embraced the voluptuous Zhui Yadong and lovable Tong Xiaoyun as they laid quietly in the bed, while he breathed in their scent and took to the beauty of their skin, his heart filled with peace and happiness. Zhui Yadong laid in Yu Zhong's embrace as she raised her head to kiss Yu Zhong, before cheekily asking a pointed question, "Husband, between Xiaoyun Mimi and myself, who makes you feel better?" Tong Xiaoyun grabbed Yu Zhong's hands as she used her breasts and stuck them to his hand before coyly saying, "Yuagij, it's me, right? Xiaoyun is your obedient little sister." Tong Xiaoyun and Zhui Yadong always shared a close relationship, but with regards to getting Yu Zhong's affection, they would compete unknowingly. Although Zhui Yadong did not say it, she still felt jealous of Tong Xiaoyun that managed to gain a position within Yu Zhong's heart as well. "Haha! Both of you are my precious darlings." Yu Zhong laughed out loud and managed to dodge the tricky question as he lowered his head to kiss them both on their cheeks, hugging them tightly. Zhui Yadong and Tong Xiaoyun looked at each other and exchanged a smile, and decided not to make things difficult for him. Instead, they kissed him and placed their heads on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Yu Zhong was enjoying his time here. On the other hand, Deguzi was actually kept extremely busy trying to handle so many things at once. He wished he could split himself into three. The consequences of the downpour had surfaced. Amongst those 130,000 survivors that had crossed, 40,000 had fallen ill because of the rain, and were running high fevers. As the transportation of goods were in a rush, the medicine and supplies brought from the hospital were not enough to deal with the number of patients. "What do we do, Officer Deguzi?" Tai Yin looked at Deguzi as she asked. Tai Yin had shown her worth and capabilities by working closely with Yu Zhong's unit, and had become an integral member of his team. Deguzi massaged his temple and gave out a few orders. "Give those fever patients a can of type 2 meat, then organize some people to help boil some water for them to drink. Those who have already fallen ill, gather them and quarantine them. I don't want a new source of outbreak for illnesses." In this post-apocalyptic world, falling ill was an extremely dangerous thing, especially with the shortage of doctors and medicine. Just a simple flu and fever could take the life of a person. Deguzi had distributed the meat like medicine because he had no choice. He could only pray that after gaining the energy, they might be able to fight the illness. Other than that, there was nothing else he could do. "Yes." Tai Yin swiftly replied and dismissed herself. Deguzi then pondered for a while before continuing his distribution of the Type 2 meat to those soldiers who had put in their all during those intense battles. All of these soldiers had stronger bodies, all they lacked was rest. However, the Type 2 meat could allow them to swiftly regain their energy and stamina, preventing them from suddenly falling sick. With Deguzi's allocation, cans of Type 2 meat were sent to those survivors who had fallen ill. Under the supervision of the 5,000 over men led by Jianghu, the female survivors were gathered, and took on the roles of temporary nurses, and helped take care of those who had fallen ill. The Type 2 meat was extremely beneficial, as the moment the patients ate the meat, it displayed its rejuvenating properties, and many regained some color on their pale faces. As there was no adequate care given on time, out of the 40,000 who had taken ill, 1,000 had passed away, but the rest of them managed to overcome this hardship, and escape death's door. This time Yu Zhong had managed to save so many survivors. The huge amount of Type 2 meat played an important role. If it was not for the Type 2 meat, even if these over 100,000 survivors crossed the bridge, at least half would have died due to the rain. After the cold harsh autumn rain fell for 5 days, the skies regained its warm blue color. The moment the skies cleared, the 120,000 over survivors who had been squeezing and waiting it out embarked on their journey towards Ningguang County. When these survivors arrived at Ningguang County and Qingyuan County, the masses joined and integrated with the strongholds under Yu Zhong, and started a bustle of activities. Factories were filled up, and everyone began production on steel knives, barricades and making use of the hides from the mutant beasts to create armor and protection. Those 5,000 over survivors who had proved their worth during the last few critical moments were also accepted and integrated into the preliminary troops and began their tough training. Yu Zhong was extremely generous with his own troops who had fought hard for him. They had decent amounts of food. In between their training gaps, they also spent time and resources within the county, bringing all sorts of economic growth within the county. It seemed that overnight, various snack stalls, bread shops, hairstyling salons, restaurants, etc. all sprung up. Qin Jianfeng sought Yu Zhong out and spoke. Yu Zhong, I feel that we should start introducing a currency, otherwise it will be detrimental to our current economic growth. Within the counties, the barter system was still popular. Most of the time, rice or other food was used. As to the renminbi used prior to the apocalypse, it was worth even less than toilet paper now. The barter system was primitive and inefficient, and was not helpful to development. However, the renminbi had declined. Those who had tried running with their huge stacks of renminbi were in dire straits, not even comparable to a beggar, and no one was willing to accept it. Only Yu Zhong and his group could introduce something to be used that would be acceptable by their citizens. Yu Zhong frowned as he asked softly, "Do we give out cash? Based on our skills now, can we maintain the security and strength of the currency?" Qin Jianfeng replied swiftly, "I have already found someone to handle this issue." Their total number of survivors rescued from SY County were 120,000, adding on to the 20,000 that he had secretly transported out earlier. His stronghold had increased by a whopping 150,000 in strength. Amongst those survivors, there were various people with specialized skill sets and knowledge. Qin Jianfeng only had to spread the word, and his subordinates had found some people already. Yu Zhong nodded his head. "Fine. I'll let you handle this." Qin Jianfeng was extremely efficient, and his methods and work ethics were extremely resolute. Under his supervision, Yu Zhong's government swiftly issued out a currency called the Grand Central Empire Dollar as the new form of currency. One central dollar could be used to buy a gene of cornmeal within the rules Yu Zhong established for food companies, and 2 central dollars could be used to buy a gene of rice. At the same time, there were various other items that can be bought, including cigarettes, milk, soap, canned beast meat, canned Type 2 beast meat. Yu Zhong then issued out salaries to the military and government, allowing them to spend them as necessary within the counties. As the central dollar could be used directly to purchase food, the strength and credibility immediately gave the survivors the confidence to accept it as the new currency replacing the previous renminbi. Furthermore, many shops had the stock of Type 2 beast meat. Amongst the survivors, many of them had experienced and gone through so many setbacks. They recognized the importance and value of the Type 2 beast meat. Many of them had their hearts set aflame, wishing to own a Type 2 beast meat as an insurance for their lives in the future. Of course, the Type 2 beast meat could not be purchased so easily. Yu Zhong had set a price of 10,000 central dollars on each can Type 2 beast meat. Type 2 mutant beasts weren't easy to kill after all. To even encounter them, one had to travel to places where the mutant beasts were strong and ferocious. If he were to be careless, he could meet a few different Type 2 mutant beasts. If that happens, Yu Zhong would also lose his life. The moment the currency was introduced, both counties seemed to regain their vigor, and many survivors started showcasing and making use of their abilities and knowledge prior to the apocalypse, and started up their own shops. There was a huge variety of snacks and various shops had sprung up due to demand. Both counties displayed a thriving scene. Under the supervision of Qin Jianfeng, the development and economic growth boomed, and the people were filled with satisfaction and happiness. On the other side, Yu Zhong had allowed his troops to rest for 5 days, before assigning them in shift systems to make their way towards Longhai County, clearing the various villages of zombies as they came across them, at the same time grooming and training his troops. Tianhu and the rest of the warriors of the preliminary troops were undergoing Su Jingang's harsh training every day. The various troops of Lu Huifeng were absorbed and distributed amongst Yu Zhong's troops. With the addition of a few hundred veterans, the combat power of the battalions received another huge boost. Shen Hongyang was extremely cooperative as he handed command of Su Xiao and the few other experts to Yu Zhong, who transferred them into his special combat forces. The 10 tanks, 7 assault helicopters and their operating personnel were then allocated to the armored division. As a form of reciprocation, Yu Zhong had allocated a large number of soldiers from his preliminary troop to fill up Shen Shui's 2 infantry battalions, fulfilling his promise. As his power was expanding, Yu Zhong once again overhauled the military system, and reorganized the entire troops as a regiment, declaring himself as the regiment commander, with Qi Yang as the second in command. Chapter 302, Assault on Longhai City. The elite 1st and 2nd Battalion of Qingyuan County, 1st and 2nd Battalion of Ningguan County as well as the Armored Battalion were grouped as the 1st Division belonging to Yu Zhong, its commander Su Zhengang and Vice Commander Wu Guang. Qingyuan's 3rd Battalion, Ningguang's 3rd and 4th Battalion were reorganized as the 2nd Division, its commander Qin Shitu, Vice Commander Kong Tianyu. SY County's 8th Battalion and Shen Shui's 2 battalions were grouped into the 3rd Division, its commander Xiong Zheng, Vice Commander Shen Shui. The Special Combat Forces remained under the command of Ji Qinggu. The preliminary troops remained as it is, belonging to Yu Zhong and trained by Su Zhengang. De Guzi was conferred the title as Support Commander, being placed in charge of all support activities. The support division was important and could decide victory in modern warfare. On top of that, Yu Zhong established a youth guards. This youth guards was comprised of various youths that had ambition and idolized Yu Zhong. They numbered in the 3,000, consisting of both boys and girls. They had to go through a specialized program where they had to learn about culture and skills in the day, and learned various fighting and combat skills from the Special Combat Forces. They ate mutant beast meat and got to enjoy Type 2 meat once in a while, strengthening their bodies through the course of training. Zhang He and Zhang Yulan had joined at the first moment they could, as they possessed the drive and idolization of Yu Zhong. The top expert of the youth guards was the little lowly Yao Yao. Zhang Yulan had been awed by her the first moment she saw her, and became her huge fan and her small attendant. Yao Yao saw that she had someone who idolized her and felt smug as well. She did not hold back and taught Zhang Yulan all she knew and experienced. It was just that regardless how hard Zhang Yulan worked, she could not match Yao Yao as she was lacking in both age and talent. However, Zhang Yulan and her brothers did not slack off, and absorbed all that they could. They wanted to become useful members of society in this new post-apocalypse world. A month went quickly with all the adjustments, integration and training. After the reorganization and training, Yu Zhong's troops had surpassed what they were previously, and became even stronger. Now, let's move out. Our target is Longhai County. Following Yu Zhong's single command, his 1st Division started to move towards Longhai City. The army set off, and following them from the rear were over 20,000 survivors as well as the support troops and their transportation supplies. As there was not enough fuel, the support troops could only use their own legs to follow the vehicles forward. It was extremely tough. However, these troops and the survivors had not a word of complaint, as they were very clear that the operation this time on Longhai County was extremely crucial. If they could conquer it, they would gain a huge amount of resources, and could gain a new city to become another habitat. If they failed, then the horde that was holed up inside would cause all their deaths. This battle they could only win. They could not lose at all. The zombies in the surrounding villages had either been summoned into Longhai County, or were already wiped out by Yu Zhong's troops as training. Yu Zhong's huge army had marched on for a few days, before finally arriving at the highway which led to Longhai County and encountering the horde of zombies. The huge horde of zombies was also slowly making their way towards Qingyuan County, on the highway, through the various plains and forests. As far as the eye could see, they were all filled with zombies. Upon sighting in on zombies, the 10 tanks that had become part of the armored vehicles immediately opened fire as they slowly and continuously advanced forward. The zombies scattered throughout the plains and forest were immediately gunned down by the heavy fire, as they slumped to the floor. The 10 tanks continued advancing forward, intending to crush the zombies. The troops behind followed as they stepped on the meat paste on the ground, advancing behind the cover of the tanks. In the skies, Greenie and 2 drones were flying, and the drones were feeding information back to the Central Command, while Greenie was in charge of chasing away the other flying mutant beasts that got attracted by the huge number of humans. Scum Battalion. Go charge. Yuzhong looked at the zombies that had been shot and laid on the ground on the plains and in the forests, and he gave the command to the Scum Battalion. The commander of the Scum Battalion was Gao Daqiang, who was wielding a Tang replica sword, decked in mutant water snake hide armor, another hand holding a steel shield, as he shouted at the 2,000 males who were made to join the Scum Battalion. Your father, I am Gao Daqiang. I'm sure you guys can tell that I used to be a criminal who was sentenced to the Scum Battalion in the past. However, I have killed enough zombies, and have become an upright leader under Commander Yu's forces. My current rank is 2nd Lieutenant, and I'm a level 18 enhancer. I even have 2 wives as well. Every day I get to eat my fill with meat in my meals also. Gao Daqiang let out a roar and he charged at the zombies. If you want to become like me, give it your all. Kill the zombies. As long as you risk it all and fight, women, food, lodging, they will be yours. If you want to rise in rank and get rich and have your way with women, charge with me. Whoever dares to retreat from battle will be shot by the troops behind. Charge. Yuzhong had always placed importance and rewarded on those who worked hard. This Gao Daqiang had dared to fight and risk his all, and had killed numerous zombies. Even after he became a proper soldier, he continued putting in effort, and gained a Tang replica sword and mutant water snake armor for himself. He had truly grown to become a powerful enhancer, and was always the first to lead the charge in the Scum Battalion. Charge. Follow Boss Gao and let's rise in rank. Beside Gao Daqiang, Nalan Mingzhu shouted out loudly and charged as well. Under the motivation of Gao Daqiang and Nalan Mingzhu, those warriors of the Scum Battalion, who had been forced to train without any entertainment or break, seemed to become beasts with eyes filled with battle lust as they took up their weapons and charged. Only by killing enough zombies could they earn freedom for themselves and become normal citizens. Otherwise, they will forever remain as cannon fodder within the Scum Battalion forever. When Gao Daqiang and Nalan Mingzhu appeared, and showed that they were examples of warriors who earned their freedom and rose in ranks, and even managed to marry wives, the criminals within the Scum Battalion were immediately motivated and found the incentive and hope to perform. They wanted to regain their freedom. Only when one loses freedom will one truly understand its preciousness. Those who earned their freedom from the Scum Battalion were a sturdy troop of veterans who had killed at least 30 zombies. When these hardened veterans were reintegrated within the normal army, when they obtained their God and Devil system equipment, they quickly rose to become strong enhancers, and had filled up the ranks of experts within Yuzhong's troops. Those 2,000 troopers from the Scum Battalion were like tigers amongst sheep the moment they charged at the zombies, as they waved their steel blades in frenzy and lopped off the zombies' heads in a wild and yet strangely disciplined manner, one by one. When the troopers were riled up and threw away their fear, they became unstoppable, and the ordinary zombies weren't their match, they could only be slaughtered. The zombies within the forests and plains were easily decimated by the Scum Battalion just like that. The main force of Yuzhong were easily picking off those zombies who stood in their way along the road. As the forward party of zombies, which numbered in the tens of thousands, were being wiped out, the remaining scattered zombies quickly made their way back towards Longhai County to gather. On Greenie's back, Yuzhong saw the droves of zombies making their way towards Longhai County, forming a huge horde that stretched for miles. The number of zombies could number in the millions. Yuzhong frowned as he thought to himself. Although the number of zombies seemed to number in the millions, Yuzhong did not panic as he currently possessed over 7,000 soldiers, including the preliminary troops and Scum Battalion. He had over 10,000 men who could fight. At the same time, he had the equipment from the Mechanized Infantry Brigade as well as enough ammunition for a regiment to expend. It was more than enough for him to fight with. Yu Zhong had also constructed his own factory that specialized in refilling bullets and could produce 20,000 bullets a day. In a month, the workers could churn out 600,000 bullets. Although the refilled bullets were less accurate, under heavy fire they could cause waves of zombies to fall. With this kind of support, Yu Zhong had the confidence to deal with these couple millions of zombies. After the zombies within Longhai County had gathered, they used their old methods, surging forth like a tidal wave and charging towards Yu Zhong's troops in a frenzy as commanded by their Z-types. After gaining valuable experience from the previous defeat, Yu Zhong swiftly commanded his troops to station at various strategic points, and began construction of fortifications and barricades. In the event the front lines could not maintain, they could at least withdraw with ample protection. The main force of Yu Zhong's troops swiftly gained control over Green Wind Gorge, an important channel, and began their fortifications and awaited the assault from the horde. Green Wind Gorge was not as wide as Tiger Mouth's Gorge, and it had a decent defense line of about 4 kilometers wide, but it was the most suitable for Yu Zhong's troops to begin their work with. As the construction work was in full swing, and various traps were being dug, the sea of zombies finally approached the Green Wind Gorge. If there were any weaknesses of the horde to be pointed out, it would be that their mobility was severely impaired, and thus Yu Zhong could find ways to deal with it. As the sea of zombies lumbered towards the Green Wind Gorge while their speed was slow, it was extremely steady. Soon the landscape was filled with the zombies. Open fire. Following Su Jingang's orders, the artillery unit began firing. Round after round of rockets landed accurately amongst the zombie horde, exploding outwards with flame and shrapnel. With every blast, a huge hole would appear, and the zombies within a certain radius would be incinerated along with it. Regardless if they were ordinary zombies or the evolved L1S, L2S, H1S, S1S or S2S, under the relentless bombardment, they would become ash with no way to retaliate. Within a short 5 minutes, the densely packed horde had been blasted many times, and the leading force became a handful of scattered zombies. Artillery weapons were considered godly weapons, and in this post-apocalyptic world, using them against the zombies could display their terrifying strength. In just this short 5 minutes, over 30,000 zombies had been incinerated. After the constant bombardment for 5 minutes, the artillery immediately stopped. The zombies in front had been annihilated, and continuing their firing would not achieve anything. Furthermore, their ammunition was not endless. Firing one meant one less for the future. Su Jingang had to utilize them to their fullest potential. Facing the remaining scattered zombies, Guoquan led the warriors from the 1st Battalion of the 1st Division forward, as they were decked in mutant water snake hide, mutant blackfish hide, wielding Tang replica swords, and charged at the zombies. With the protection of the hides, as long as the soldiers took care not to let their faces get scratched, they would not get infected. With the protection of those hides, the ferocity of the soldiers from the 1st Battalion was like a sharp knife that pierced the zombies after they had just faced the bombardment of the artillery, killing any few zombies that remained. Jianghu also deployed 20 soldiers from the Special Combat Forces as they followed the 1st Battalion, killing any evolved zombies such as the L2S or S2S that appeared, allowing the other soldiers to focus on the ordinary zombies. The moment Guoquan led his men into battle, they hacked and slashed their way through, killing over 2,000 zombies, before retreating to their positions. Many had gained levels after this first onslaught. Under Guoquan's command, they all allocated the enhancement points into stamina. In war, a modernized battalion that had immense stamina was extremely fearsome. As long as they had enough stamina, they could remain fighting on the front lines, killing even more enemies. The rest of the battalions also took turns and launched assaults on the remaining zombies, treating them as training fodder and experience. Without the densely packed horde and support of numbers, these zombies could only become meat for slaughter. The 50,000 zombies leading the horde were wiped out in such a short time, and the endless zombies behind continued forward to fill up the places and gaps, as they lumbered towards Yu Zhong's forces. The moment the horde stepped up again, the artillery that was resting immediately opened fire, and the fearsome bombardment of rockets blasted the zombies into smithereens, with the scattered zombies taken out by the troops. Chapter 0303, at bottom. With the support of the artillery, the position of the troops was really quite impregnable. Even when the horde swarmed in wave after wave, they would be wiped out almost instantly. Green Wind Gorge had become a merciless meat grinder, with were bits and pieces of corpses flying and splatting everywhere. The entire ground seemed to be soaked in dark blood and the rotten stench was unbearable. The amount of firepower Yu Zhong possessed surpassed the amount the SY army had. Furthermore, he had chosen a place that was more strategic than previously. The current fighting spirit and morale of the soldiers were much higher than previous, therefore the maintenance of their position was not a difficult task. The battle continued all the way till noon, and over 400,000 zombies had been annihilated by Yu Zhong's troops. The entire Green Wind Gorge was filled with countless body parts of the zombies. However, the sea of zombies still looked as endless as ever, as though they could not be wiped out. Yu Zhong observed the horde that stretched without end, and he furrowed his brow before ordering, "Let the armored battalion attack. Push forth. 1st Regiment 2nd Battalion attack." Following Yu Zhong's orders, his trump card finally showed itself: 30 Type 69 tanks, 26 IFVs, 64 modified armored vehicles. 6 huge rollers were activated, and became a stream of armor that charged forward and flattened any unfortunate zombies that stood in their way. The 1st Division 2nd Battalion soldiers were mostly also decked in mutant blackfish hide. With their 03 rifles and grenades as well as rocket launchers, they followed behind the armored line and picked off any remaining zombies by the sides. The 30 tanks had only 10 that could fire cannons, the other 20 could only be driven. A mortar hand could not be trained up so fast in such a short time. Recklessly firing could cost the lives of teammates. However, the frontal charge of the tanks were fearsome enough, not a single zombie could impede the charge of these metal Valkyries. Scads of zombies were flattened into meat paste by the 30 tanks with each pass and they couldn't even put up a fight. The rest of the armored line, including the IFVs, modified tanks and rollers, were all capable of crushing the zombies as well, and any zombies unfortunate enough to be in the way of that armored line were flattened. After forcefully carving a way out for about 5 to 6 kilometers, the horde split up, as a group of 1,000 L2S with brute strength started charging towards the Type 69 tanks. The L2S were all a towering 3M, their strength immense and could easily flip a car. However, when those L2S charged to the front they were immediately knocked down by the tanks, and the L2S were directly flattened and ground beneath the tires and tracks. The IFVs also smashed onto those L2S viciously, knocking them away. Those L2S did not suffer any broken bones though, as they quickly got up again. By this time the ZPT-90S on the IFVs started firing like mad, and under suppressive heavy fire the L2S were shredded. The few remaining L2S were also blasted to pieces by the troops of the 1st Division 2nd Battalion who were using the various grenade and rocket launchers. After dealing with those L2S, the horde once again split up, and this time, a group of H1S packed in orderly formation started executing their fireball attacks at the armored line. In just an instant, numerous fireballs landed on the tanks, IFVs, and the rest of the armored vehicles. The moment the fireballs landed, the drivers and 3 of the rollers were instantly incinerated. 6 of the modified heavy vehicles also caught fire, and the passengers inside died on the spot. 13 of the modified heavy vehicles had their tires exploded and they fell uselessly to the ground. 4 of the IFVs were hit by the fire blasts, causing them to be filled with holes and their armor destroyed. 1 of the IFVs instantly caught fire. 3 of the IFVs also had their tires taken out, and lost their mobility lying uselessly on the ground. Only the tanks remained unscathed amidst that bombardment, and continued pressing forwards, pulverizing the zombies that got in their way. When the H1S had just appeared to fire those fireballs, rockets had already landed on them, blasting numerous H1S into smithereens. The infantry battalion was also firing their rockets, grenades and their 03 rifles at the dangerous H1S, directly turning them into shredded meat. After decimating the troop of H1S, another troop formed entirely out of S2S approached. It was just that when they appeared, they already met the vicious attacks of the 10 tanks and remaining IFVs. Those evolved S2S had not even displayed their fearsome attack before they were fired at till Kingdom Come. The remaining S2S were accordingly picked off by the experts in the 2nd Battalion. Crushed, they were absolutely crushed. The armored fleet just had to continue advancing forward, forcefully crushing their way through, turning over 100,000 of the zombies along the way into meat paste. Yu Zhong sat on Greeny's back as he observed his armored vehicles crushing the zombies as they advanced, and his heart was filled with elation. As long as fuel did not run out, the tanks could continue rolling forward on and on. Nothing could stop these steel monstrosities. This armored fleet was Yu Zhong's trump card, and the strongest blade he had against the horde of zombies. Push forward for another 40 kilometers. That way it would be impossible for the bulk of them to attack Greenwind Gorge during the night. It can earn us a night of precious time. Yu Zhong was laying on Greenie's back as he looked down, and calculated before giving the order. Night battles were the hardest to fight since ages ago. Yu Zhong had sent the armored fleet out because he was not willing to engage in a night battle with the zombies. Even though he had the flares, it was not that the humans could not fight in the night, but compared to daytime, it was indeed harder to fight. What's going on? Yu Zhong was still in the air observing, when he suddenly noticed that there was a group of zombies suddenly rushing forwards towards his armored fleet without a care for death. At the same time, the horde was opening up a pathway for another group to retreat backwards. Yu Zhong looked at the obvious retreat of the zombies and his heart leapt in joy. Those must be the Z-types. Are they finally scared? It was as Yu Zhong had guessed. Those Z-types that had been hiding within the horde had seen the terrifying power of the armored fleet, flattening their troops, and had begun to fear for their lives and was running to the back for protection. Kill it. As long as I kill it, victory will be halfway in our grasp. Yu Zhong thought excitedly and patted Greenie gently, pointing towards the movement within the horde. Greenie understood Yu Zhong with just that pat, and immediately shot forward like an arrow towards the horde of zombies. As an air-type Type 2 mutant beast, Greenie's speed was truly fearsome. In just a few blinks, it had brought Yu Zhong within 20 m of the retreating group. Yu Zhong could see clearly 200 S2S, a 100 L2S and 10 enormous L3S, and they were accompanied by 20 zombies that were grayish-green, slender-looking but with powerful legs, 1.7 m tall and glowing with a slight green glow. On top of that, there was a weird zombie with a head the size of a pumpkin, its limbs as short as fingers, perched atop an L3. Level 45 Type 3 Strength-based Evolved Infector S3. It possessed extreme speed and sharp claws that can tear through anything. It possessed the ability to infect, can cause an infected to become an infector as well. Level 50 Type 2 Mental-based Evolved Infector Z2. It possessed fearsome spirit as well as control over a horde of 1 million zombies. On the front lines there were no signs of the fearsome L3S or S3S. It was obvious that this cowardly Z2S had commanded them to be their guards. Greenie shot forward like a lightning bolt, using its huge claws to grab an L3's head before exerting strength to behead it. It then swiftly activated its innate ability wind control, flapping its wing vigorously, causing powerful tornadoes to be conjured and blowing the numerous S2S and S3S away by a few tens of meters, leaving the 100 L2S and the remaining tower-like L3S. The Z2 saw Yu Zhong and Greenie and immediately shot out a terrifying spirit blast, and a huge spirit attack that could render a normal human into a retard shot towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong was after all a spirit-based evolver, but with that fearsome attack from the Z2, his eyes darkened as he fell from Greenie's back. The attack was however ineffective against Greenie, which was a Type 2 mutant beast, as Greenie immediately shot downwards, and bit off the Z2's head, gobbling it up in just a matter of seconds. With the death of the Z2, all the zombies that were under its control immediately broke away. Groups of zombies lumbered off, and the 9 L3S and 20 S3S shot towards Yu Zhong. The scent of evolved flesh and blood from Yu Zhong enticed them greatly. Yu Zhong could reach a speed of 12 times that of normal humans upon activation of all his buffs and skills, but the speed of the S3S were well beyond Yu Zhong's speed that was enhanced by abilities, reaching at least 150 points base speed. They had rushed from way behind the L3S, but had arrived near Yu Zhong and started attacking even before the L3S, their claws reaching for Yu Zhong. As Greenie had just killed the Z2, it was not fast enough to react and save Yu Zhong. Chapter 303, Yu Zhong's Mechanized Blade. Killing the Z2. Chapter 304, Capturing Longhai City. Yu Zhong's Gains. Facing the S3s whose movement speed surpassed his own, Yu Zhong's eyes gleamed as he activated a skill. White bones materialized out of thin air and immediately transformed into an orb of light which morphed into his bone-encompassing armor. Yu Zhong then activated his devil flame with another thought. An extra expense of 50 points of spirit and 20 points of stamina was used to condense it into a flaming sword. The moment the devil flame sword appeared in his hands, his killing intent was unleashed. In the next instant his body was struck viciously by 3 of the S3s, slashed by their piercing claws. Under the attack of the S3s, Yu Zhong's bone-encompassing armor that was impervious to even heavy ammunition was scored furiously, leaving 3 deep claw marks. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps quickly in response. At the same time he swung his devil flame sword and extended it to a 6 m long sword, instantly surprising and slicing across the 3 S3s in front as well as another 6 of them who were rushing forward. A huge experience orb instantly combined and got absorbed into Yu Zhong, finally pushing him to the next level. Congratulations on achieving level 45, you have gained 2 points of enhancement to be allocated. Yu Zhong directly enhanced his agility, before waving the fearsome devil flame sword again, instantly beheading another S3. The remaining 10 S3s had evolved and possessed a higher perception for danger, so they had evaded the first moment they could. This and their insane speed allowed them to avoid Yu Zhong's strikes. Yu Zhong ignored the S3s that were avoiding him, and went for the L3 that was charging towards him. Under that mighty devil flame sword, the L3 was also instantly beheaded, its head rolling onto the floor. The L3s were known for their impregnable defense and immense strength. Since its tough armor was broken through by Yu Zhong, its threat level diminished. Of course, if Yu Zhong was struck by the charge of the L3, his encompassing bone armor might not be able to withstand that overly fearsome strength. After killing the L3 with a single slash of his blade, his left hand shot out 3 extremely sharp bone spears towards the neck. Startlingly, the bone spear that could kill an L2 instantly, only managed to create a white mark on that L3's neck with a sharp ding, as though it had hit metal. To use the bone spear to deal with these L3 is really too exhausting. Yu Zhong frowned as he thought to himself. The devil flame sword was truly terrifying, but likewise, it expended a huge amount of his energy and was not meant for long battles. If he could possess a sharp weapon, dealing with these high-level zombies would be easier. Yu Zhong's attack had angered the L3. It swiftly stepped forward, and a fist that was the size of a wok came swinging towards him, bringing with it a terrifyingly formidable air pressure. The L3 had strength equivalent to 18 men. Thus, each fist consisted of a few tons of raw power and it could pummel even an armored vehicle easily. If Yu Zhong was hit by that, even with his enhancements, he would definitely be heavily injured. Facing the mountain-like L3, Yu Zhong zipped about like a specter, dodging its repeated attacks. At the right moment he swung his flame sword down, beheading the L3. The S3s that were encircling Yu Zhong seemed to have seen their opportunity. They rushed forward, surrounding him in just an instant and reached out to slash at him. As he saw the sudden ambush by the 10 S3s, Yu Zhong activated his gravity skill so that those attacking S3s would be weighed down by the increased gravity. It had appeared as though their lean bodies had gained an extra 100 gene, and their speed decreased substantially. The increased gravity did not affect the L3 which was strength-based, but to those agility-based S3s? It was an utterly lethal move. Under that pressure they had lost their only advantage, speed. Facing these S3s that had slowed down, Yu Zhong did not hesitate, swinging his devil flame sword about in attack, he easily decimated the 10 S3s. After killing those S3s, Yu Zhong charged towards the remaining L3s. With a few plain slashes of his blade, the remaining L3s were all wiped out. After taking care of these high-level zombies, Yu Zhong swiftly swept any and all drops into his storage ring and jumped on Greeny's back before they flew to the skies. Yu Zhong's strength was indeed tyrannical, but even he could not fend off 100,000 zombies. When he was in the skies, he looked once more at the battlefield below, only to discover that the once concentrated and densely packed horde had broken up, scattering in different directions within their various smaller groups. There were some remnant groups that were still attacking the armored fleet, but even more were dispersing and lumbering off. The death of the Z2 had caused the horde to lose their commander, and many of the zombies were standing around blankly, without a hint of their hostility earlier. Su Jing'ang, who was stationed within the command center, had noticed the horde breaking apart, and immediately ordered the 1st Division to begin their assault on the leaderless horde. When the 1st Division arrived at the battlefield, most of the zombies had already broke away, running with AZ-1 and escaped in different directions. Those that remained on the battlefield were a few 100,000 which were still moving mindlessly forward. Although the horde looked as dominating as ever, without the command of a leader, they could not form into wave after wave of coordinated attack. They could only advance with instinct, and that kind of assault posed no threat to the power of the First Division. Pretty soon they were overcome easily. The huge horde had dispersed and were scattered everywhere, so even when the soldiers fought till evening time, the First Division could not totally annihilate the zombies. They could only retreat under the cover of the armored battalion. It was simple truth that fighting during the night was too disadvantageous. However, since the commanding Z2 was taken care of, the remaining zombies were still scattered. Having to suddenly evolve a new Z2 required time as well. The next day, Su Jing'an got an early start, and had already led the entire First Division to launch countless assaults on the various zombie groups both here and running. As these groups were comprised of mostly ordinary zombies, and their mobility was severely impaired, Su Jing'an and his troops swiftly caught up. Under the constant bombardment of the armored battalion, huge patches of zombies were blasted into pieces. As a result, those Z1s hiding within these groups abandoned the mini-hordes and retreated under the protection of the other evolved zombies. With Greeny's help, Yu Zhong managed to dispose of another 4 Z1s, but there were still 3 of them who managed to escape with the cover of other evolved zombies. Losing the command of the remaining Z1s, the horde of zombies turned into free EXP, allowing the troops to slaughter with no efforts whatsoever. Su Jing'an commanded the troops forward and they took care of the remaining zombies with extreme ease. The intense battle continued for another 5 whole days, and almost 700,000 of the zombies were annihilated without the control of their Z2 or Z1s. In fact, they had managed to wipe out over 500,000 of them with the help of heavy firepower. Only because if this had the slaughter of the zombies achieved such a height. After losing the command of the Z-types, the zombies did not surge forward like they did initially, and hence the heavy artillery could not achieve similar results as that of the beginning. After 5 days and almost wiping out all the zombies, Yu Zhong's troops made their way into Longhai City. Congratulations on recovering Longhai City and gaining the title, Longhai City Conqueror. This title gives you +2 enhancement points in all attributes. This title cannot be re-earned. These enhancements can be stacked. You have gained +3 levels and gained 6 points of enhancement to be allocated for bringing an army to conquer Longhai City. You have gained 10,000 survivor credits for bringing an army to conquer Longhai City. You have gained a level 4 defense vest for bringing an army to conquer Longhai City. You have gained an additional skill enhancement point for bringing an army to conquer Longhai City. The moment Yu Zhong stepped into Longhai City, the various notifications resounded in his head. A huge beam of experience appeared out of nowhere and entered his body, pushing his level to reach level 48, and garnering him 6 points of enhancement to be allocated. Yu Zhong chose to enhance 4 points into agility, and the other 2 into stamina. Level 4 defense vest, equipping it provides a +15 enhancement points to all 6 attributes. Furthermore, the defense vest can deflect any bullet below a 25 caliber cannon round. After conquering Longhai City, Yu Zhong had really obtained a huge enhancement, especially this level 4 defense vest, which was quite obviously a priceless item. It could make a normal person become virtually impervious to most firepower, and obtain stats twice that of another normal person. As for the skill point enhancement, Yu Zhong did not even hesitate, and directly allocated the point into his Devil Flame. A magic light shined within his mind, as the rune for the Devil Flame glowed, before evolving once again. Level 3 skill, Devil Flame, +3 enhancement level. X4 bonus to Devil Flame's initial attack power. The moment he added the skill point to Devil Flame, his Devil Flame skill had reached its maximum level. The next step for evolution would be saving 2 skill points before learning the Type 2 Devil Flame skill. In Qingyuan City there was a tense atmosphere. As everyone was working, they were also awaiting the news brought by Yu Zhong's troops on handling the Longhai City issue. If Yu Zhong lost, the terrifying horde would set its sights on Qingyuan County next, and the recent peaceful lifestyle of theirs would be threatened again. After 8 days had passed, the quiet front lines finally sent back some amazing news. Victory! Victory! Commander Yu has brought his troops and wiped out the million-strong horde. He has already conquered Longhai City. Longhai City is ours. One of the soldiers ran into Qingyuan County, as he hollered at the top of his voice. That's awesome. Great. Praise to Yu Zhong. Hearing this news, all the survivors in Qingyuan erupted in cheers. They had been praying and hoping for the news of victory. Such sweet news meant that they were free from any zombie threats for a long time. They could set their mind at ease to work and live on with pride and dignity. The entire Qingyuan County celebrated, as everyone fell into a festive mood. After Yu Zhong conquered Longhai City, he immediately deployed his troops to continue their assault on the zombies in the surrounding towns. Longhai City had over 6 million citizens previously, and Yu Zhong had only conquered its city center. In the villages all around, there were still countless zombies scattered about. If they didn't take care of them now, these zombies could gather again under the birth of another Z-type, or even evolve and pose a threat to them. Humans had a strong adaptation ability, so they would do anything to survive. Even when Longhai City was overrun by over 1 million zombies, after Yu Zhong had conquered the city, he managed to find over 2,000 survivors from various corners of the city. These survivors had long since been starved and were emaciated severely. Most were down to their very last breaths. At the same time, he found 165 enhancers, of which 32 had already leveled above level 30. Yu Zhong immediately brought them into his troops, and the 32 enhancers over level 30 were brought into the Special Combat Forces, becoming part of them. Yu Zhong also brought about 100,000 survivors from Qingyuan County and Ningguang County over to stay at Longhai City. With an influx of human survivors, the various production plants and factories started operating again. Lu Yujiao had introduced many people of talents to Yu Zhong, and together with various professionals, new bullets and ammunitions were starting to be manufactured. Of course, since the new workers were not like the factory workers from before the apocalypse, the speed at which ammunition was being manufactured was not as fast. Even though Yu Zhong had obtained victory over the million zombie horde, he had expended quite a bit and suffered some loss. After clearing those zombies, his total ammunition count from the warehouse had dropped to half of its original count. As of the near future, he had no means of waging another huge war against another horde of zombies. After conquering Longhai City, Yu Zhong's prestige had reached its highest among the survivors, and his soldiers all held high hopes for the future. Commander Yu. The snake birth fruit tree has again borne fruits. Xiaoming found Yu Zhong and reported to him. Xiaoming was also a veteran who had followed Yu Zhong from the very start. He had led a small team of elite soldiers and guarded the mechanized infantry brigade with fervor. The location of the brigade was a classified secret, and other than a few top officials within Yu Zhong's team, no one was allowed to get even relatively near to the mechanized infantry brigade camp. The fruits of the snake birth fruit tree that could cause people to evolve was the most highly secured trump card of Yu Zhong's. Chapter 305, Type 3 Nether Beast. It bore fruit? Yu Zhong's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed Xiaoming to the mechanized infantry brigade. Currently, there were sentries everywhere within the mechanized infantry brigade. All the soldiers were equipped with modern weaponry, and every 2 soldiers had a rocket launcher and grenade launcher. Furthermore, there were 2 IFVs and 2 red arrows hidden within the darkness. Following Xiaoming's lead, Yu Zhong came to the trunk of the enormous snake birth fruit tree. Right in front of the tree, there was the beautiful Qin Yao, who was decked in military uniform. Qin Yao had become a female officer with the rank of lieutenant after joining Yu Zhong's troops. Her combat abilities could not match Ji Qinggu, hence she did not join the Special Combat Forces. Instead, she chose to take a position within the military. She had the Manipulate Flora ability, and she had come to the mechanized infantry brigade in search of powerful mutant plant seeds. Qin Yao looked at Yu Zhong, who was approaching closer, and her eyes flashed with a complicated gleam. This average-looking student who had not raised many eyebrows when he was at school, had actually grown to a leader who was supporting over 100,000 survivors, had defeated countless zombies and beasts, and actually subdued a few cities. As for her, who was the object of adoration from countless males, she had actually become his subordinate. Some things in the world are just too strange. Considering you're in a zombie apocalypse, I'm surprised that this is what makes you think the world is too strange. Yu Zhong glanced at Qin Yao as he gave a slight nod, before lifting his head up towards the snake birth fruit tree. Qin Yao and Ji Qinggu knew about the tree and were the rare few who could approach it. Their relationship was extremely close. Qin Yao also knew of the secrets of this tree. As she was one of the first few followers of Yu Zhong, she was also someone Yu Zhong trusted. Qin Yao glanced at Yu Zhong, and a glint again appeared in her eyes, as she walked to his side without saying anything. Although she liked Yu Zhong, her pride and dignity would not allow her to make the first move. Since Yu Zhong had not chased her of his own accord, she would not lower herself to beg for his love. However, she could not help but want to get closer to him. Witnessing this, Xiaoming left discreetly, not wanting to become a light bulb in between them. Am I the only one who'd like every female not to want to get closer? Since finding out that the fruits of the snake birth fruit tree could cause people to evolve, Yu Zhong did not order anyone to pluck the fruits. Instead, he assigned a huge number of troops to bring the corpses of the zombies to become fertilizer for the tree. The tree could really absorb, regardless of how many bodies were thrown onto its roots, it would quickly absorb the nutrients, leaving only the bones on the ground. The bones themselves were also stripped of all essence, becoming very brittle, just a light touch could cause them to crumble and disappear. After a few 100,000 zombie corpses, the snake birth fruit tree finally bore fruit again. Atop its wide and beautiful canopy, there were countless huge pink flowers, and within them countless green color fruits. Yu Zhong swiftly climbed atop the canopy to conduct a quick search, discovering only 13 pink fruits and 63 green fruits. Good. With this 13 pink fruits I can gain another 13 evolvers. Yu Zhong eyed the 13 pink fruits and his eyes flashed as he reached out his hands for the fruits. Yu Zhong. Look out. Right as Yu Zhong was about to grab the fruits, Qinyao who was standing below looked up and her expression changed, shouting shrilly. At the same time, she threw a strange seed down, and a vine instantly sprouted upwards bringing her towards the canopy. Hearing Qinyao's shrill warning, Yu Zhong's heart tightened as he lifted his head. He saw a monster with weird engravings and magic circles all over its blue body, a single horn on its forehead. Its body was long like a snake with no wings, but it was floating in the sky and it was charging right at him. Level 75 Mutant Beast, Type 3 Nether Beast. Yu Zhong saw the Type 3 classification, and his expression changed to that of horror, before he immediately activated his bone-encompassing armor and shadow steps. At the same time he waved his hand, pulling out the PF-98. It was the single most powerful weapon Yu Zhong carried with him at all times, and facing this fearsome Type 3 mutant beast, he could only wager it all and hope for the best. Yu Zhong had just activated his skills, when the Type 3 Nether Beast's horn started glowing and it opened its mouth, as an array of mysterious circles were spat out, shooting towards Yu Zhong. At that instant, the strange array enveloped Yu Zhong and Qinyao who had just arrived in front of him. In a huge flash, Yu Zhong and Qinyao disappeared. The Nether Beast then proceeded to fly atop the canopy, opening its huge mouth, and swallowed every single green fruit. After absorbing the 63 green fruits one by one, it flew unhurriedly towards the distance. The huge snake birth fruit tree had been surrounded by cameras, and the scene of Yu Zhong and Qinyao disappearing after the Nether Beast swallowed them had been captured on the screens. The entire mechanized infantry brigade was activated and the soldiers piloted 4 anti-aircraft guns out and started firing wildly into the skies at the Nether Beast. However, the speed of the Nether Beast was too fast, and in a few moments, it had traveled far into the horizon. Soon the news of Yu Zhong's disappearance had traveled to the upper echelons of Yu Zhong's party, and their hearts were shaken. Qiyang swiftly recalled all the high-ranking officials of both the government and military, and conducted a serious meeting. Yu Zhong has gone missing. The moment they arrived, Qiyang spoke with a grim face. Hearing that news, everyone's expression was that of shock, all of their hearts shaken. If Yu Zhong was around, no one dared to start anything funny, but with his disappearance, it would be hard to control this bunch of mavericks. De Guzi was the first one to speak out. Commander, you will be fine. He's so strong, his disappearance this time would not be an issue as well. If anyone dares to betray Commander Yu, I, De Guzi, will be the first to deal with him. As one of the first few loyal supporters of Yu Zhong, De Guzi's achievements had all been a result of Yu Zhong's efforts. He was fiercely loyal and believed in him. He did not want the strongholds Yu Zhong established to be snatched away like that. Kong Tianyu also piped in with a grim face, looking all around and said fiercely, "Who dares to betray Commander Yu? I will be the first to kill him." Wu Guang also spoke out coldly, "Our first division will only listen to Commander Yu. If anyone dares to betray Commander Yu, our first division will definitely not let the person go." "Don't worry, no one has that intention." Qiyang frowned as he spoke out softly, "I have gathered you all to inform you at the same time, hope you guys can maintain your calm. I believe Yu Zhong will be fine and he will be back just like previously. We just need to get on with our matters as always and wait for his return. Hearing Qi Yang's words, everyone present relaxed. As long as there was no rebellion, everything was fine. It was not like it was the first time Yu Zhong had disappeared, and they believed that Yu Zhong would create miracles and come back again. Qi Yang spoke out extremely calmly. Before Yu Zhong left, he did discuss with me about the next target, which would be Leijiang City. Our next target shall be to conquer Leijiang City. Before we set off to do that, we need to make sure that the surrounding villages around Longhai City are cleared of zombies. Under Qi Yang's calm and reassuring demeanor, the entire room was affected, and soon the shock and anxiety from Yu Zhong's disappearance wore off, as they listened to Qi Yang giving out orders. After the meeting, the generals who held power quickly left, and brought their troops to clear out the zombies surrounding Longhai City. Inside the office, a beauty dressed in an OL uniform office lady, walked towards Qi Yang. She was Wang Qian and she spoke out with undisguised ambition. Qi Yang. Yu Zhong has gone missing, it's your chance now. As long as you act, the entire establishment will be yours. You will become the leader of these 100,000 over survivors. You can act independently and there will be no more need to hide in Yu Zhong's shadow. Last time I swear. I've always been waiting for someone to try to usurp his power. Wang Qian had always felt disgruntled with Qi Yang being Yu Zhong's second in command. To her, based on Qi Yang's abilities, he could become a capable tyrant. However, because of his relationship with Yu Zhong, he would forever be number 2 and she was extremely unhappy about it. Qi Yang, who was shuffling and tidying his documents, looked up and stared at Wang Qian with a cold gaze. When she was looked upon like that by Qi Yang, Wang Qian was shocked as she spoke loudly. Qi Yang. I'm thinking for you. Think about it, Yu Zhong has always been disappearing. It has always been you who held the fort. You have done so much for the establishment. What's wrong with wanting it for yourself? It's not like he single-handedly carved out the establishment. Qi Yang looked at Wang Qian, his eyes filled with disappointment as he pointed to the door. Get out. From now on we're no longer friends. You're dismissed of any official positions. I don't want to see you anymore. Wang Qian was shocked and immediately kneeled by his leg as she pleaded. Qi Yang, what are you doing? I'm doing this with the best intentions. I love you deeply. Please don't chase me away. Qi Yang glared at this woman who forgot her benefactor so easily and ignored her, shouting, Men! Drag her out of here. 2 soldiers walked in and grabbed Wang Qian, pulling her out. I love you, Qi Yang. Don't throw me away. I was wrong. Wang Qian pleaded miserably as she cried out. I don't love you. Qi Yang coldly glanced at Wang Qian, before he continued clearing the documents. He had no interest in Wang Qian's suggestion. Asking him to betray his best friend and comrade, he would rather die. Wang Qian had thought too little of Qi Yang's character. Chapter 306, Remote Jungle. Book 3, The South. With a large flash, Yu Zhong and Qing Yao landed in a forest. The array that the nether beast had spat out was called Spatial Transportation Array. Its innate ability was the free control over space and its laws. Yu Zhong and Qing Yao had been absorbed into the array, and transferred to this random foreign place without the slightest ability to resist. When Qing Yao landed, she fell into Yu Zhong's embrace. Fortunately, Yu Zhong was sturdy and did not suffer any injuries. As Yu Zhong hugged Qing Yao, his heart could not help but skip a beat as he felt that warm and fragrant body. Qing Yao was after all one of the school flowers. She and Ji Qingwu were the pair of scholar and athlete that held the pride of Yu Zhong's school. There were countless guys who had been wooing her, and Yu Zhong was just an ordinary university student who was struggling to study while working part-time, and both of them never had the chance to interact. Qing Yao had slammed into Yu Zhong's embrace. Feeling the warmth of his protection, she was reluctant to get up. However, her prideful nature pushed her to get up from his arms, as her face reddened before saying, Sorry, it must have hurt. Yu Zhong felt a little regret as he lightly smiled. It's okay. Qing Yao observed her surroundings, only to see a seemingly infinite amount of trees, as she asked a little fearfully, Where do you think we are? Yu Zhong laughed bitterly, No idea. However, we're unlikely to be in Longhai City. Yu Zhong observed the surroundings, looking at the dense foliage and large patches of mutant plants, as he frowned and continued. Qin Yao looked at Yu Zhong helplessly. What do we do? Although Qin Yao had also become a level 13 enhancer with the help of Ji Qinggu, her natural combat abilities were not exceptional, and she was never interested in going down the route of a combatant. Now that they had met with danger, she automatically looked to Yu Zhong for guidance. Yu Zhong pulled out a compass from his storage ring, studying it for a while. Let's walk to the south. Qin Yao followed behind him as he started walking towards the south. White Bones had already separated from Yu Zhong's body, wielding its iconic large axe, walking beside Qin Yao quietly. After gaining basic intelligence, it could already make the judgment of who to protect. Being able to deduct the strength of those around you and knowing whom to protect even though you've sworn fealty to a master. I dare not call that basic intelligence. Inside that vast forest the ground was muddy. Not long after, both of their military boots were covered in mud. Qin Yao's path of enhancement had largely been on spirit. After walking in that forest for just 2 hours, her face was flushed and her breath ragged. Wear this. Yu Zhong observed Qin Yao before pulling out a level 3 defense vest out, throwing it at her. Thank you. Qin Yao received it and immediately knew the effects of this level 3 defense vest. A sweet feeling arose in her heart as she thanked Yu Zhong. The drop rate of defense vests were always low, and Yu Zhong only had this level 3 defense vest in his entire stronghold. As for his level 4 defense vest, he only had one as well. After Qin Yao put on the level 3 defense vest, her body felt lighter instantly, and she could match Yu Zhong's pace. Both of them continued for another half an hour, when they suddenly heard some rustling sounds. Huge spiders the size of human faces started swarming and crawling towards Yu Zhong, Qin Yao and White Bones in a frenzy. Level 16 Mutant Beast. Mutant venomous spiders. They possess sharp fangs with paralyzing properties, and as long as they are gathered in a group, they are the most feared killers within the forest. The mutant venomous spiders crawled out from various corners of the forest, packed together densely. It was likely they numbered above 500. Most girls were usually scared of creepy crawlies such as these. Qin Yao was no different. The moment she caught sight of those spiders the size of a dinner plate with their vicious expressions, her face turned pale, and her hands so clammy, that she even forgot to activate her flora manipulation ability. Yu Zhong on the other hand had already taken out a .05 submachine gun and started firing wildly at those spiders. White Bones also started waving its huge axe about, as each flash of the axe meant the death of a disgusting spider. With Yu Zhong's firing and White Bones' limitless hacking, the mutant venomous spiders were decimated, as their disgusting slime were splattered all over the forest ground, which made Qin Yao even paler to the point of nausea. As those mutant venomous spiders had weak defenses, but quick speeds, even with Yu Zhong's constant firing, a few actually managed to reach his side. Yu Zhong swiftly kept the .05 submachine gun back inside his ring, and brought out his dark tooth blade, before swinging it casually and splitting the few mutant venomous spiders into two. After the deaths of more than 200 mutant venomous spiders, the rest of the spiders finally noticed that this group of 3 weren't a pushover, as they retreated swiftly. The corpses of those 200 level 16 mutant venomous spiders only gave Yu Zhong 3 white treasure boxes and 600 survivors credits. With the passing of time, even the drops of the mutant beasts were diminishing in amount and power. Yu Zhong opened up the 3 white treasure boxes. With a flash, out of the 3 he only managed to take out a white wood-cutting knife. Level 1 treasure wood-cutting knife. This treasure can allow you to hack dead wood and weeds, carving a path for yourself within forests. To Yu Zhong, this level 1 treasure was not particularly useful, therefore he kept it in his storage ring. He turned back and discovered that Qin Yao was crouching and vomiting. Yu Zhong looked at Qin Yao and frowned. Qin Yao, you can't go on like this. We are currently in a dangerous position, even though we're within a forest. You have to be able to protect yourself, otherwise what will happen if I can't get to you during a critical moment? If it was within Yu Zhong's establishments, he would not mind her princess behavior. Even when it was expanding and growing, Qin Yao had remained safe and secure within it. However, they were far away from the safety of their base, and the world was one where the strong preyed on the weak. Her current constitution would only invite countless trouble. Qin Yao gritted her teeth and said resolutely, I know, Yu Zhong. I will do my best not to drag you down. After which, the trees started moving as a huge group of mutant monkeys were coming closer. The moment they saw Yu Zhong and Qin Yao, they let out excited shrieks and charged faster. Take care of them, Yu Zhong ordered Qin Yao. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with splendor as she threw 5 mutant vine seeds on the ground, activating her plant manipulation ability. Instantly, the 5 seeds grew into small vines, and they shot out towards the mutant monkeys in a rush, strangling them to death. Qin Yao possessed the level 3 skill, plant manipulation, which was a powerful skill as well. It was just that she disliked fighting, and even though she had a strong ability, she was only level 13. As for Yu Zhong's special combat forces, there were many over level 30 enhancers and not a single one had a level 3 ability, and had actually relied on the various level 1 or 2 abilities to rise in level and fight. On one hand, it was that these level 3 skills did not just appear freely. On the other hand, most of the strong skills had already been possessed by someone like Yu Zhong, who learned a few. That was why many of the enhancers did not have them. As these mutant monkeys were strangled to death one by one, the rest of the group still numbered over 300, and a huge number of them charged towards Yu Zhong's party. White Bones waved its huge axe, and became like a tornado that charged into the midst of the monkeys, attacking and creating a whirlwind and rain of blood. This way, countless mutant monkeys lost their limbs and lives. Yu Zhong just stood in front of Qin Yao, protecting her as he watched her control her vines to kill the monkeys. Those who managed to get past White Bones and were rushing towards Qin Yao would be immediately picked off by Yu Zhong. Under Yu Zhong's protection, Qin Yao focused her attention on using those 5 vines to continue strangling the mutant monkeys, as she gained huge orbs of experience and leveled up. As Qin Yao was hunting the mutant monkeys, those mutant monkeys suddenly abandoned all thoughts of attacking Yu Zhong's party, as they swiftly retreated into the distance. Hurry, escape. Yu Zhong's danger perception had also notified him, giving him an unprecedented sense of crisis, as he shouted at Qin Yao, and he rushed forward. Qin Yao turned around only to see countless enormous snakes with huge mouths that could easily suck her into their stomachs, covered by large green scales, slithering over towards them. Level 42 Mutant Beast, Mutant Forest Venomous Snake. It possesses sharp venomous fangs and huge strength. They hunt in groups. Wait for me. Qin Yao looked at those mutant forest venomous snakes slithering over. Her face fell and she shouted out desperately. Based on her current abilities, she had no way of winning against these level 42 creatures. One of the mutant snakes saw Qin Yao, and it opened its jaws, shooting toward her with incredible speed and accompanying wind pressure. Qin Yao knew that she could not escape the mutant snakes with her speed, and hence she commanded the 5 vines to attack the mutant snake attacking her. If Qin Yao was a level 30 enhancer that had enhanced her plant manipulation skill thrice, her vines could maybe wrap and cause damage to the mutant snake. However, her strength was insufficient to even impede the movements of the snake. The mutant forest venomous snake twisted with strength, and the 5 vines were instantly broken apart, as it charged towards Qin Yao with its mouth open. Qin Yao looked at the mutant forest venomous snake, her eyes full of despair. Chapter 0307, Type 2 Mutant Forest Venomous Snake. Book 3, The South. Just as Qin Yao was about to be swallowed whole by the mutant forest venomous snake, there was a flash. The huge devil flame sword swung down, directly beheading the mutant forest venomous snake and causing lukewarm blood to fountain out, splattering onto Qin Yao. You're still not running? Yu Zhong held the devil flame sword as he pulled Qin Yao and bellowed. 1 or 2 of these mutant forest venomous snakes would not be much of an issue to Yu Zhong, but if the entire group was to charge over, it would be tough. Furthermore, Yu Zhong had detected something with his danger sense. He was almost certain there were multiple Type 2 mutant forest venomous snakes on their way here. Having to deal with this many mutant snakes, Yu Zhong would have to give it his all. With Yu Zhong's voice shocking Qin Yao awake, she gritted her teeth and followed Yu Zhong as she ran. White Bones. Protect her. Yu Zhong eyed Qin Yao before ordering White Bones. With her current running speed, it was impossible for Qin Yao to outrun those mutant snakes. Yu Zhong could only give it his all to battle with them. Seeing their own comrades being killed by Yu Zhong, those mutant snakes opened their jaws to attack him. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps at the first opportunity, and moved so fast in and out of the huge group of snakes, he seemed to teleport. The serpents were seemingly dancing in a demonic way, weaving in and out of each other as they lunged and snapped with their cruel poison fangs. He blocked a venom ball spit at him as he slashed and attacked repeatedly with his devil flame sword, causing the striking snakes to be decapitated after each swing. After killing 6 or 7 of the mutant forest snakes, the fishy-smelling blood congealed on the ground in small puddles, and Yu Zhong had finally arrived in front of the 2 Type 2 mutant forest venomous snakes. Level 60 mutant beast, Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake. It resides in the deep parts of the forest, and can easily crush and swallow an elephant whole. It also possesses a consumption skill and a venom with nearly an unrivaled corrosive nature. 2 huge snakes the size of a house were coiled together like some demented lesser Orochi or some such beast. Yu Zhong looked up and saw that their bodies had scales as big as faces, and they expertly blended in with their surroundings while emitting a terrifying aura. The 2 Type 2 mutant forest venomous snakes eyed Yu Zhong with their intelligent serpentine glare, as though they were looking at a weak and easily swallowable prey. One of them opened its jaws wide, and started to inhale with all its strength, as a monstrous consuming vortex pulled on Yu Zhong, threatening to yank him into its gaping maw. Within that huge suction force, countless stone fragments, twigs and leaves were all gulped into the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake's mouth, disappearing into the inky blackness. Yu Zhong pulled out his black-toothed blade and struck it down furiously into the ground to stop himself from being drugged by the consumption ability. As he secured his footing, he turned around, pointing his finger at the Type 2 mutant snake, and conjured a devil fireball which flew along with everything else in the air before exploding in its mouth. While the small fireball could not take the life of such an enormous beast, exploding in its mouth would surely cause it terrible and unimaginable pain. The Type 2 mutant snake let out a blood-curdling screech which turned into an anguished howl as it closed its huge mouth. Yu Zhong did not dare to be careless and immediately pulled out his PF-98, firing a round after aiming it at that Type 2 mutant snake. The missile shot forward with a flash as it exploded on the body of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake, resulting in a predictably large and bloody hole. Other than Turtle, who had the ice manipulation ability which placed it amongst the top Type 2 mutant beasts, Yu Zhong had not come across any other Type 2 mutant beasts that could withstand a round from the PF-98. However, this Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake was apparently pretty fearsome. After suffering that attack from the PF-98, even though it had a huge hole in its body now and even though it bleeds steadily, it still did not die. As it struggled in immense pain, it crashed and flopped, causing the trees around it to fall due to its massive body. The other Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake opened its huge mouth, and a thick cloud of jade-green poisonous gas shot towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's expression changed and he activated his devil flame. He enclosed himself within the ball of flame, as he tried to navigate his way out of the oversized cloud of poison gas. The coverage area of the poison gas skill was too huge, however. Even though Yu Zhong pushed his speed to the extreme, he had no way of breaking out of that gas in a short moment. When the gas touched the trees and branches, they withered instantly. Even the stones that got in range cracked and crumbled into dust. Any living creature that got caught within the enveloping gas was quickly turned into a puddle. Could be easily seen how terrifying the poison was. When the jade-green poison gas came into contact with Yu Zhong's devil flame that surrounded him, the devil flame blazed brightly and became the perfect counter. The gas would swoop in and instantly burn up with a swishing sound. At the same time, it turned into poisonous smoke that floated to the skies. When Yu Zhong saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. As he continued to run, he waved his hands and another of his preloaded PF-98 appeared. He aimed it at the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake and fired, and with a roar of flame, the rocket shot out explosively, spiraling towards its target. Only this time, the rocket had not even left the PF-98 for a terribly long distance, before it was corroded by the poison gas, and immediately melted into a useless glob. The melted rocket soup simply splattered on the Type 2 mutant snake's body. Powerful! Yu Zhong exclaimed and sucked in a breath of humid air, as he witnessed the effects of the poison gas on his missile. If it wasn't for the protection of his devil flame, he would surely have long since been melted down. The uninjured Type 2 mutant snake's eyes glinted with wrath, as it continually spewed out large volumes of the poison gas towards Yu Zhong. A huge part of the gas also shrouded the Type 2 mutant snake itself. Enveloping it, however, its scales and body excreted a strange mucus, which protected itself from its own poison. Yu Zhong's devil flame was continually burning with crackles and hisses. Sadly, even though it was the perfect counter to the poison gas, with every second that it was activated, Yu Zhong's spirit was being expended to support its activation. Damn bastard. These Type 2 beasts are indeed scary. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he left the epicenter of the poison gas, charging towards the Type 2 mutant snake. In comparison with regards to holding out, Yu Zhong could not hope to match the Type 2 mutant snake with his spirit and stamina. He could only attempt to take down the Type 2 mutant snake within the short time period. This was the best way to ensure he had a fighting chance at survival. Fortunately, he had already injured the other Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake. Otherwise he was most likely dead already. In a few short breaths, Yu Zhong had arrived in front of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake, as he condensed part of the devil flame into the 6m-long devil flame sword and swung it down onto its scaled head. After enhancing the skill 3 times, the devil flame sword that required 20 stamina and 50 spirit points to form was seemingly invincible. The swing directly took the head of the snake off its body, causing blood to forcefully blast all over him, before the body slumped to the floor lifelessly. Congratulations on achieving level 49. You have gained 2 points of enhancements to be allocated. The moment Yu Zhong decapitated the Type 2 mutant snake, the sweet notification sound rang out within his mind. Before Yu Zhong even made his decision, he felt a huge sense of danger behind him. He tried to turn, but the distraction meant he didn't have the time to react, before the remaining Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake crashed into him viciously. Yu Zhong was knocked forwards and crashed heavily into a tree by the charging attack. The resulting impact caused his ribcage to immediately snap in most places. If his body wasn't strong enough, or it was someone else with an endurance of less than 70, this one move could easily take the life of that person. Yu Zhong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and expended a fearsome 20 points of stamina to condense his devil flame sword into a spear, flinging it with all his strength towards the remaining Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake. The devil flame spear shot towards the Type 2 mutant snake and through sheer luck penetrated its brain. The flame roared, then immediately combusted, turning into raging fiery flames that started burning within the snake, roasting the brains and flesh, thereby turning them into ash. After he took care of the remaining Type 2 mutant snake, he quickly made his way towards the perimeter of the gas with his heavy injuries. With each step he took, Yu Zhong felt his sharp pains in his chest. Having a broken ribcage, most ordinary people would have found it hard to even walk. However, Yu Zhong's body was resilient, and with the level 4 skill, regeneration, his body was already repairing itself. At most, it would require a day for him to return to his tip-top condition. The other remaining 23 ordinary mutant forest venomous snake could feel the blood scent from Yu Zhong, and their eyes flashed with reptilian greed as they quickly slithered over. Consuming high-level mutant beasts, enhancers, or even zombies would allow them to quickly evolve, and hence Yu Zhong was like a piece of delicious meat in their eyes. Even if I'm injured, you piled-up trash shouldn't piss me off. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and he stopped running. Instead, he raised his hand and pulled out yet another preloaded PF-98, and fired it at the group of mutant snakes. With a flash, the group of mutant snakes were caught in the explosion, and many of their bodies were blasted into pieces. Yu Zhong swiftly kept back his PF-98, before he pulled out another PF-98 and fired it at a single mutant forest venomous snake that was slithering towards him, exploding it to a rain of smoking meatballs. The flashes from the firing continued without stop, as Yu Zhong aimed and fired all around him with a resolute look on his face. Countless mutant forest venomous snakes were blasted into smithereens, their blood puddling and corpse chunks piling up on the floor of the forest. After 18 of the mutant snakes had died, the remaining 5 mutant snakes seemed to realize that Yu Zhong was too tough to handle, and they quickly slithered away. When he saw that the remaining mutant snakes had retreated, he heaved a sigh of relief, and he checked his PF-98s, discovering that there were only 9 rounds remaining. If he had to fire all of them, he would lose one of his strongest weapons. Yu Zhong looked at the forest ground that was littered with the corpses, and his heart could not help but ache. These high-level mutant beasts were all treasures, as their meat could be treated as nourishment, and their bones could be formed into weapons, while their tendons could become good bows, and their hide turned into protective clothing. However, he was currently without his subordinates, and his storage ring had a limit to its capacity, and hence he could only keep the truly precious items, regardless of how tempting and useful the corpses of these mutant beasts might be. After the poison gas had dissipated, Yu Zhong walked to the two Type 2 mutant beasts that he had killed, and he picked up the 2 dropped skill books and 400 survivor credits. Level 3 Skill Book, Forest Ranger Transformation. Active Skill. After activation, user will become a Forest Ranger. Within the forest, user will be granted with high agility, high danger perception, strongbow skills, extraordinary night vision, and the ability to navigate through any terrain. The strength after transforming into a Forest Ranger is dependent on user's 6 attributes. Can be maintained for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, user will be rendered weak. Gotta love RMC's luck. Level 4 Skill Book, Type 2 Forest Ranger Transformation. Active Skill. Requires a 3 times enhanced Forest Ranger Transformation skill. Requires 2 skill points to use. Yu Zhong looked at those books and he frowned, keeping them into his storage ring. They were skills meant for forest battles. Even though they were extremely useful in their current situation, it was specialized only in such terrains and was not suitable for Yu Zhong, who was adapted to and focused on evolution in all situations. Therefore he instead opted to keep them and pass them down to someone suitable. Yu Zhong looked at the corpses of the Type 2 mutant snakes as he swallowed some life-saving grass, before burrowing into the head of one and pieces of the other snake, retrieving the blood essence and nuclei. After digging those out, he took out his black tooth blade and started carving the scales off. The scales of these Type 2 mutant snakes were the same as the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boars. If they are used to manufacture more armor, Yu Zhong would have more troops that would be impervious to guns and weapons, only their heads would be exposed. In fact, Yu Zhong's troops suffered little loss overall, mainly due to the fact that a large number of them were protected and equipped with such defensive hides. They were much tougher than the protective vests prior to the apocalypse, and only heavy artillery could pose a threat to them. Chapter 0308, Mutant Leech's Reign, Myriad Mutant Mosquitoes Swarm. Book 3 The South. Amazing. Chen Yao came to the clearing under White Bone's protection, and seeing the numerous corpses, her heart was filled with shock. Go skin the snakes. Yu Zhong looked at Chen Yao, before he casually threw a dark magic blade towards her. Chen Yao accepted the dark magic blade and did not say anything more. Instead she went towards one of the mutant forest venomous snake corpses. Forcing down her fear and disgust, she started to pry open the tough scales. White Bones walked to Yu Zhong's front, as it lifted its head to look at Yu Zhong. Suddenly it grabbed the venomous fangs and activated its bone manipulation ability. Upon activation, the essence from the bones of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake started flowing into White Bones. After about 5 minutes, the entire 70m long skeleton was absorbed into White Bones. The huge Type 2 mutant snake was reduced to half its size. Yu Zhong retrieved 2 cups of divine spring tea, and took out a can of Type 2 meat and started helping himself. With the nourishment from the divine spring tea, his spirit was replenishing at a quick rate. The Type 2 meat also helped him regain a huge part of his energy. Using the black tooth blade to skin the scales of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake was too tedious, and it could not match the ease of using his devil flame. Using the divine spring tea life-saving grass as well as the Type 2 mutant beast meat, Yu Zhong's injury started to heal at an extreme rate. His level 4 regeneration ability was boosted with the help of the Type 2 mutant beast meat, and his broken ribcage knitted itself back together with waves of horrendous itching. By the time he consumed the 8th canned meat, his ribcage had finished mending. The level 4 skill is truly powerful. After his body recovered, Yu Zhong jumped down easily from the top of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake, before he stretched his healed body, and revealed a satisfied expression. Yu Zhong activated his devil flame again, condensing a smaller 3m long devil flame blade, before he continued butchering the 2 Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake. In a short while he turned them into sizable chunks of meat. Yu Zhong then enveloped the pieces of meat with his devil flame, burning them down into ash, before leaving the snake's skin intact. White Bones used its bone manipulation to clean up the mutant beast's bones, while Yu Zhong made use of his devil flame to clean the blood and meat, and all that was left was the precious snake skins. Using these methods, Yu Zhong soon turned the 20+ corpses of the mutant snakes into ashes, leaving only the skins. Let's go. After finishing, Yu Zhong turned to Qin Yao and spoke. Qin Yao followed Yu Zhong as they started to walk out. Shit. Yu Zhong had just taken 2 steps when his face changed, and he immediately grabbed Qin Yao and dashed towards the distance. From a distance, a few gigantic mutant crocodiles could be seen crawling towards them. They were attracted by the smell of the blood from the mutant forest venomous snakes. These mutant crocodiles were extremely deadly when they attacked, their speed almost too fast to be seen. When they were crawling on land, they did have a handicap, but their speed still reached 3 times that of normal people. Yu Zhong carried Qin Yao and ran like crazy, stopping only after a dashing nearly a kilometer away. The moment they reached the 1-kilometer mark, passing by another patch of forest, small mutant leeches the size of 2 fingers dropped from the trees like rain. Level 6 mutant beast, mutant leech. These greedy bloodsuckers could drain even a mutant cow dry in roughly 30 seconds. Yu Zhong's reaction was extremely quick. The moment those leeches dropped from the trees, he had already activated his Devil Flame skill. His right hand extended towards the sky as he conjured a terrible fire that enveloped all those mutant leeches. With the burning of the Devil Flame, those who tried to drop and land on Yu Zhong and Qin Yao were immediately incinerated. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong's quick reactions, he and Qin Yao would have long been latched onto by these disgusting worms. Those who landed further away did not stop wiggling, as they made their way towards Yu Zhong and Qin Yao. Qin Yao looked at those mutant leeches as they wiggled about, and her eyes flashed with shock as she stepped on them. With each stomp of Qin Yao, those mutant leeches would be driven into the mud, but they did not stop moving about and were obviously not affected by the kicks and squishes. Leeches were originally extremely resilient. After mutation, their resilience mutated to become stronger. In addition to the muddy ground, it was hard for these mutant leeches to be stomped to death. Quick, let's leave. Yu Zhong grabbed Qin Yao and activated the tornado ability of the tornado necklace he had on, and a hurricane blew out with him in the center, extending outwards. With the strong gusts of winds, the moment those mutant leeches dropped, they would be blown away. Yu Zhong carried Qin Yao and made his way towards the outskirts. Qin Yao was only about 100 jin, 50 kilograms, and Yu Zhong had no problems lifting her. When he was undergoing tough training, he usually carried over 200 jin, 100 kilograms. They kept running, and finally they managed to extract themselves away from the leech-infested forest. They had just exited from the mutant leech forest, when they heard the droning hum of countless wings, only to discover a huge swarm of black mutant mosquitoes. Each of them was the size of a finger, flying towards them like a huge windstorm. Level 2 mutant bug. Mutant poison mosquitoes. These countless little monsters will suck you dry by the time you notice them. Yu Zhong's expression turned for the worst, and he again immediately activated his Devil Flame, enveloping him, and the mosquitoes were predictably burnt up the moment they came in contact with the fire. Qin Yao remained hugging Yu Zhong tightly. Only by being in his embrace did she feel the warmth and security. Initially, she thought that while she may not be an expert at level 13, she was still at least capable of protecting herself. However, the events today and the future prospects had opened her eyes to the reality of the world. With her current measly strength, she was nothing to these fearsome mutant beasts in nature. Even Yu Zhong, who was pretty strong, would be dead if he was surrounded by a group of Type 2 mutant beasts. Yu Zhong charged straight at the windstorm of mutant mosquitoes. Under the protection of the Devil Flame, a large number of them were instantly incinerated. Feeling the fiery heat of the Devil Flames, the swarm of mosquitoes made to avoid Yu Zhong, and allowed him to run past them. Only after breaking free and leaving them far behind, Yu Zhong then heaved a sigh of relief. We need to leave this place fast. Within this forest, they had met wave after wave of mutant beasts and mutant bugs. Even Yu Zhong was starting to feel weary having to deal with them continuously. If he stayed there for too long, who knows, he might be worn down and killed if he was careless. After leaving the swarm of mutant mosquitoes for yet another 1 kilometer, they had to deal with a few harassing mutant monkeys, before they finally saw a small town with a few buildings. When they saw the small town, Yu Zhong eased up a little. Compared with the mutant beasts with different types of abilities and numbers, the ordinary zombies from a town were definitely easier to handle. As long as there wasn't a horde of over 10,000 zombies, Yu Zhong had confidence he could wipe them out. Yu Zhong pondered for a while before he took out a huge bag with food and tools from inside the storage ring. That way, regardless of how he retrieved anything, people would assume he took it from the bag, and not suspect it was due to the precious storage ring. After settling this, Yu Zhong brought Chen Yao towards the small town. The moment they entered, the zombies who caught scent of the smell of humans lumbered over. Get rid of them. Yu Zhong eyed those zombies and gave a command to Chen Yao. Now there was only the two of them. Yu Zhong had no choice but to push Chen Yao. He did not want to drag along a burden in this alien location. Within the forest, if there wasn't Chen Yao, he could at least survive on his own. But since he had her along, it would be dangerous. He needed to ensure her safety, which would put himself into more danger, and it would be hard to escape from it. When Chen Yao heard Yu Zhong's orders, she grabbed a vine seed and activated her skill. In a blink, the vine seed transformed into a huge vine that went straight for the heads of those zombies. These unevolved ordinary zombies were weak. It was so much so that even a heavy wooden plank could break their brittle bones. They were naturally unable to resist or defend against the strength of the vine, as it cut off their heads. Those zombies that were constantly rushing up, regardless of L1S or S1S, were all unable to handle the strength of that vine, allowing it to display its ferocious strength. It was just that Chen Yao's abilities were simply too weak, her spirit was too low. After killing over 20 zombies, her face was flushed and she was perspiring, her breath ragged. The control of the vine expended too much of her stamina and spirit. Alright, take a break. Follow me. Yu Zhong saw that Chen Yao had lost half her battle strength, and lightly shook his head before charging into the zombie group. The blade flashed about. Any zombies that got too close would be immediately chopped up. Chen Yao looked at Yu Zhong easily crushing his way through the zombie group, her eyes filled with admiration and envy as she followed him closely. Chapter 0309. This is Vietnam. This isn't China. Yu Zhong was killing the zombies effortlessly as he looked around, and discovered that the writings on the buildings around were characters he did not recognize. After gaining the language skill, he learnt Russian, English, Chinese and Japanese. Yet the words on the buildings and constructions around did not match any of these four languages. Yu Zhong aimed as he waved his blade about, killing another 3 zombies before he asked Chen Yao, "These words, do you recognize them?" Yu Zhong had been an ordinary student during his university days, and was always hardworking in his life as well as studies. However, prior to the apocalypse, language was one of his weakest points. Chen Yao casually looked at the surroundings and she saw more words. Then she took some time to think as she continued to scan her surroundings before replying, "I don't recognize these words. But I have a feeling this place is in Vietnam. I have been to Hanoi for a holiday, and the words there and here seem very similar. Furthermore, there are many motorcycles and the houses are built like matchboxes." Chen Yao stared ahead, noticing that there was a pile of scattered coins on the road as she immediately picked them up, and revealed a confident smile. "Now I'm very certain that this is Vietnam. Look Yu Zhong, these are Vietnamese dong." Chen Yao waved the Vietnamese dong, and was smiling extremely sweetly. She finally proved that she was not just a useless decoration, and could be useful when the situation required. 1 star. Yu Zhong continued asking, "Which part of Vietnam do you think we are in?" "Not sure." Chen Yao felt discouraged. "Regardless, let us first try and survive." Yu Zhong laughed lightly before swinging his dark-toothed blade. He continued to carefreely carve out a road of slaughter, leading Chen Yao and White Bones towards a small supermarket. Yu Zhong got White Bones to guard the entrance, while he and Chen Yao made their way into the building. The moment they entered, Chen Yao rushed towards the female restroom, and grabbed a few rolls of sanitary napkins, skincare products, cleanser, soap and the like, stuffing them into a huge military bag. "Why are you packing these items? You should pack more food and drinks, right?" Yu Zhong grabbed a few canned food and beef before striding over, looking at Chen Yao stuffing those items into her bag as he asked cluelessly. If Yu Zhong did not have the storage ring, he would definitely only keep food and high-calorie food as well as water and weapons. "Yu Zhong, you really don't understand women. These are necessities to us women." Chen Yao looked at Yu Zhong before saying a little coyly, "Also, don't you have a storage ring? Use that to keep more food and water." Without sanitary napkins and clean undergarments, Chen Yao felt that she would go crazy. On top of that, with Yu Zhong's current strength, it was not an issue for him to obtain food. He pondered a while, and did not press for Chen Yao to throw those items away. Yu Zhong then gave a pink snake birth fruit to Chen Yao and said, Eat this. Snake birth fruit. You're really giving it to me? Chen Yao looked at Yu Zhong handing her that precious fruit. Her heart skipped a beat, as her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Yu Zhong, and asked with a shaky voice. Snake birth fruit. The fruit of evolution. The secret of this snake birth fruit was a classified secret even amongst Yu Zhong's stronghold. Only Qiyang, Ji Qinggu, De Guzi, Su Jingong, Lu Yan and Guiyu etc. Only the top brass knew about it. Chen Yao only had knowledge of the secret of the snake birth fruit because of her close relationship with Ji Qinggu, therefore she knew it was extremely precious. That huge snake birth fruit tree would only bear slightly less than 100 fruits after consuming over a few 100,000 zombies. Yu Zhong looked at Chen Yao and said indifferently, just eat it. As they were in a foreign place, having the strength of one more combatant was definitely better. Although Chen Yao was weak and lacking in battle experience as well as possessing a low combat ability, after becoming an evolver, her strength would definitely increase. This would be a good thing to him. He didn't let Chen Yao evolve while they were in the forest because the evolution process required a day's worth of recuperation. The time period required meant that staying in the forest would be too dangerous. Chen Yao received the snake birth fruit and swallowed it without hesitation. Becoming an evolver was the dream of many people. Even under Yu Zhong's command, the total number of evolvers now were only about 30. Their preciousness and rarity was obvious. After she swallowed the snake birth fruit, she started to run a fever and as expected, fainted. Yu Zhong carried her to the second story and laid her on a bed. He strolled over to the nearby window and looked out, peacefully enjoying the scenery of the place. On a small slope a distance away, 5 short Vietnamese were huddled within a grass patch. Whispering to themselves, they all stole glances towards the supermarket. The supermarket had never been opened before, and there was bound to be plenty of food in it. At the same time it was a man-eating trap. Many survivors had been enticed by the food and tried to open it up, but all failed miserably and became part of the zombies. One of the more handsome Vietnamese men looked at the supermarket, before saying a little apprehensively, Phan Tong Xian, do you really want to go over there? With just us? There's no way we can't make it in. Let's go back. Another man who had extremely tanned skin, ripped muscles and a fierce expression, responded in a gruff voice. Damn it. Cuny Shirshan, if you're scared get lost and go eat that other shit. That kind of life I've had enough. Tree bark, vegetable roots, sweet potatoes. I'm sick of these unappetizing foods. A wretched-looking man called out coldly, Ai Luada. Then you charge up. I will help you look after your daughter. Nowhere other than her bed obviously. The tanned and muscled man was a Vietnamese called Ai Luada. Even though he was Vietnamese, he had taken on an auspicious-sounding foreign name. As for his original name, he had long since discarded it. Ai Luada eyes flashed with fury as he spat out the words, Fang Chuani, one more word from you and I'll slaughter you. Fang Chuani laughed coldly, not only am I not gonna stop, I will say even more. You let an American fuck your bitch of a daughter, why can't I? I know this, Tom fucked both your wife and daughter together. I remember it was for a bag of instant noodles, right? That seemed to have hit a raw nerve. Tom was an actual American who was Ai Luada's backer before the apocalypse. Due to his support, Ai Luada had managed to build a fortune for himself. The downside? As Tom's dog, he had given his own wife to be teased and toyed with by Tom. After the apocalypse, he even gave his daughter to Tom in exchange for a bag of instant noodles. Now, these dark and secret things that he did were actually mentioned by someone else. Ai Luada charged towards Fang Chuani furiously, and they started to brawl. The leader, Phan Tong Xian, who was holding a rifle, immediately pointed it at the two men fighting and called out, Shut up! Whoever causes trouble, your father, I will kill that person first. During the Vietnam War, almost all the Vietnamese were soldiers, so normal citizens had access to guns. Phan Tong Xuan's family had carefully kept and saved a rifle. During these post-apocalyptic times, he had become the leader of a small faction just by relying on this rifle. With that threat, both Fang Chuani and Ai Luada separated as they glared at each other. One of the Vietnamese suddenly exclaimed softly, Phan Tong Xian, there's someone inside the supermarket. Everyone looked over and saw Yu Zhong, who was gazing out the window and observing the sights. As they looked at Yu Zhong, their hearts were shaken with the thought, what? There was actually someone inside? Impossible. There are 2 ghost zombies inside. Only those enhancers who possessed the eyes of perception could tell the information and abilities of the zombies and mutant beast. Fan Tongxian and the rest of these Vietnamese survivors weren't survivors, and could not tell the differences between zombies. They had thought that the S2s were ghost zombies. Taking into account that S2s possessed speed far exceeding normal humans, with the two S2s hiding inside the supermarket, no ordinary humans could enter. Yu Zhong's perception was extremely astute. The movement from those Vietnamese who saw him put him on alert. He zeroed in and caught sight of them through the Barrett sniper rifle he had produced from his ring when he first was jolted into action. After sighting in, he carefully aimed at them. This Barrett sniper rifle was one of the few treasures Yu Zhong obtained within the huge armory. It possessed absolutely devastating firepower, and its stability was top-notch. What? So they are just normal survivors? Yu Zhong observed them carefully and quickly shouldered his Barrett sniper rifle. Fan Tongxian and the rest of the Vietnamese had pale looks of fear and sweat. Their very best weapon was only an old Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, which didn't pose much of a threat to Yu Zhong. This single action from Yu Zhong had thoroughly frightened those Vietnamese silly. Only after Yu Zhong put away his gun, did they recover from their shock. They instantly bolted for cover, their hearts thumping with fear. They did not recognize that world-famous sniper rifle, but they could feel the pressure and danger from it. Yu Zhong eyed these Vietnamese as they did not do anything wrong in his eyes. Merely now that Qinyao was recuperating, he needed to watch over her until she finished her evolution. Huni Shirshan's heart was thumping as he quickly said, "Let's leave now. Otherwise we will surely all be killed by him." The rest of the Vietnamese all looked towards Fan Tongxian. Fan Tongxian sighed for a moment. After thinking a while, he could discern Yu Zhong's intentions to some degree. No. If he had wanted to kill us based on his abilities, a number of us would have died already. I believe he doesn't harbor any killing intent towards us. Ulamog, for those who don't read posts, oh no. No bonus chapter today because out of 12,000 solid readers we couldn't get 150 honest reviews about the novel. TSK. Nobody wants my sponsored chapter? I see how it is. Hey, race your only chance. Here no reason to stop at 150, might even get another free chapter. 1 asterisk. I can't be the only one who thought of. Right? I was. Right? Chapter 0310, Fan Tongxian. Book 3, The South. Huni Shirshan's eyes lit up. Then we can trade with him. Since he entered the supermarket, he must have a good haul. We can take some items to exchange with him. One of the Vietnamese, Huan Yuanji, frowned. Since he already possesses the whole supermarket, what can we trade with him? Sweet potatoes? Wild vegetables? Or tree bark? These Vietnamese survivors were at their wits' end. Otherwise they would not have risked their lives to come and make an attempt on this supermarket. They would naturally not have any items worth trading for. Fan Tongxian pondered deeply before saying, "Women. We can use women to exchange food with him. Wan Mingho, go call your sister over. Ai Luata, bring your daughter over as well." 1 star. Both Wan Mingho and Ai Luata both turned around silently, as they crouched and entered the forest, leaving the place. After a while, a voluptuous, healthy-looking beauty of 1.6 meters with defining features as well as another 16 to 17-year-old mixed-blood girl with blonde hair, big black eyes and fair skin came over. The healthy-skinned voluptuous beauty was called Ruan Chunhua, and was Ruan Mingho's elder sister. The pretty mixed-blood girl was Ai Luata's daughter, Aina. Ruan Chunhua and Aina were the best beauties this little group could bring out. During this post-apocalyptic times, women selling themselves for food was not a big deal. They had slept with countless men, and were indifferent to the trade that these guys wanted to propose to Yu Zhong. There was more concern about how delicious the food would be. On top of the arrival of the two ladies, they had brought a long white cloth, writing some Vietnamese words on it. "Esteemed powerful person, we hope to trade with you." Fan Tongxian stood on the small slope and opened up that huge white cloth, as he looked expectantly at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, who was within the supermarket observing his surroundings, looked at the words, and was still as blank as ever. He did not understand what they stood for. He thought for a while, then found a bedsheet and wrote on it with Chinese, "I am Chinese. After which, Yu Zhong threw up the bedsheet and hung it out the window. Fan Tongxian stared at the bedsheet for a while before softly speaking, "That is Chinese. That man is from China." Fan Tongxian did not know Chinese as well, however the words China were pretty obvious and even he could recognize it. At the same time, based on the Chinese that Yu Zhong had written, he had formed the assumption that Yu Zhong was in fact from China. Fan Tongxian turned around and asked the rest, "Who knows Chinese here?" One of the Vietnamese Wu Tunguen spoke out with a little anger, "Fan Tongxian, do we really have to deal with that Chinese guy? The Chinese aren't a good bunch. They stole our South China Sea." 2-star. Amongst the Vietnamese, there were a few who were on friendly terms with the Chinese, while there was also a group who could not see eye to eye with them. This Wu Tunguen was on the side of those who disliked the Chinese. Fan Tongxian looked at Wu Tunguen as he frowned, "I don't really care about the damn sea. All I know is, if we don't deal with that Chinese guy, then we have to go into the forest of death to look for food. If you, Wu Tunguen, are willing to go look for food in the forest of death for all of us, then we'll leave now." The rest of the survivors also looked at Wu Tunguen coldly. In the forest of death, there were countless fearsome mutant beasts and bugs. Even for someone as strong as Yu Zhong, if he were to be the slightest bit careless, he could lose his life in there, not to mention an ordinary person like Wu Tunguen. Although they were locals, they were wary of the forest of death. However, there were indeed some mutant plants and various small mutant bugs that could be eaten. The risk of death was too high though. When this group of survivors was at its peak, there were 26 males who could go out to hunt for food, now they were only left with 7. Fan Tongxian had seen a survivor being sucked on by a mutant mosquito until he was literally dried up. That scary scene and the anguished howls of the survivor caused him to be unable to sleep for a few nights. To these survivors, the matters about territory, country and history couldn't be any less important. They just wanted to live on. Furthermore, the world had already become like it was, and they could not even fend for themselves, let alone worry about some useless piece of territory. Seeing the cold gazes of his comrades, Wu Tunguen also calmed down and shrank back like a quail. He was very clear about the dangers of the forest of death. He was also unwilling to risk his life to hunt for food in it. Fan Tongxian continued, "Who knows Chinese?" The rest of the 6 male survivors all looked at each other as they shook their heads. "I know a little Chinese." At this time Ruan Chunhua stood up and told everybody. Ruan Chunhua had intended to marry off into China as a bride before the apocalypse, and had learned a little basic Chinese. She was unclear about the complicated phrases and words, but conversational Chinese was still somewhat manageable. Fan Tongxian did not request for Ruan Chunhua to write some nonsense about China-Vietnam relations or a long-winded message. Instead he set the bar pretty low. "Great. Write this. Hello, esteemed powerful person, we hope to trade with you." In this post-apocalyptic world, to these Lone Rangers, the relations between China and Vietnam was worth only shit. The only thing that could interest these characters was benefits. Ruan Chunhua followed Fan Tongxuan's wishes and wrote those words on the white cloth, before Wu Tunguen waved it upon Fan Tongxuan's orders. Yu Zhong stood at the window and saw the scrawly Chinese characters. He chuckled before he wrote, "Not free today. Come again tomorrow." Yu Zhong had to guard Qin Yao, who was undergoing evolution. These survivors weren't of paramount importance to him. Of course, if he could gain some form of intel from their mouths, it would be best, otherwise it wasn't an issue. Based on his strength, he just had to follow the path of civilization to come to a dwelling with humans. Fan Tongxian turned to Ruan Chunhua and asked, "What did he write?" Ruan Chunhua thought hard before replying, "It should be that he's not free today. He wants us to come again tomorrow." If Yu Zhong was unwilling to come over, Fan Tongxian and the rest were helpless to that as well. The zombies were easy to kill for Yu Zhong, however to these common survivors, a simple S2 and L2 could wipe them out, therefore they did not dare enter the small town. A day passed just like that, and Qin Yao, who ran a fever throughout the night, had successfully evolved and woke up the next morning. She opened her eyes, and saw Yu Zhong sitting beside her sleeping without changing, and her eyes flashed with gratitude, and she leaned forward to kiss him lightly on his lips. After that kiss, Qin Yao seemed to flush red and her heart thumped, before she quickly curled up in her blanket, her emotions in turmoil. This prideful princess had actually kissed someone of her own accord. "Qin Yao, what's wrong with you? How could you initiate the kiss? He's a flower-hearted carrot head. You can't like him." Qin Yao was in a dilemma as she chided herself. She had started to fall for Yu Zhong very early on, but was adamant on not admitting it. This time Yu Zhong had helped her evolve, and he even stood guard over her throughout the night, which touched her greatly. That slight sweet feeling had transformed into a surge of love like a torrent, which thoroughly confused this poor girl who hadn't ever even dated before. Not long after, Yu Zhong opened his eyes and he stood up. Yawning, he looked at Qin Yao and asked, "Qin Yao, what's your current condition now? Did you succeed?" Hearing Yu Zhong's voice, Qin Yao swiftly checked her own status and immediately broke out in a huge smile. I succeeded. I'm a spirit-based evolver, and my plant manipulation has been enhanced. After becoming an evolver, Qin Yao's strength predictably leaped overnight, to almost 4 times that of her condition prior to evolution. Especially now that her plant manipulation had been enhanced once, her skill prowess was strengthened by at least half. Qin Yao was also very clear that only with overwhelming strength could she protect herself. In a place without the military and other experts protecting her, she could only rely on herself and the man in front of her. Yu Zhong looked at the excited Qin Yao as he laughed. "All right. Let's go, someone has invited us." And Qin Yao followed behind Yu Zhong as they walked towards the outside of the compound. The moment the 3 of them left the supermarket, zombies started to shuffle over and surround them. Qin Yao looked at the moving zombies as she eagerly spoke out, "Let me." Yu Zhong nodded his head. He was not interested in dealing with these low-level zombies. Right now, to level up by killing these ordinary zombies, he had to kill more than tens of thousands of them. It took up too much time and expended too much energy. Yu Zhong did not have that kind of time to waste. Facing those encroaching zombies, Qin Yao grabbed her vine seed and activated the LVL4 plant manipulation ability. In the next instant, 10 vines as thin as arrows shot out towards the heads of the zombies, and easily pierced through a dozen of them. She then pulled back with her strength, causing those zombie corpses to be swept to the side. After evolving, Qin Yao's stats all improved, and her spirit also increased to twice its original number. At the same time, her plant manipulation ability received an enhancement, and she could do even more interesting things with her vines. One of them was that she could condense the vine to be as strong as steel for the span of a few seconds. One S2, which was currently hiding in the midst of the zombies, suddenly sprang out and rushed towards Qin Yao. At the same moment she was distracted in her triumph. Chapter 0311, Naba Town. Book 2, The South. Facing facts, Qin Yao's speed could never match an S2. Suddenly, her command experience learned at the snake birth tree site took over and she had no time for panic. Instead, she pointed at the attacking S2 and the numerous vines sprouted myriad 1-inch serrated thorns and shot towards it, turning into an absolutely lethal net. The S2 was extremely agile, yet it could not evade the oncoming net, and was immediately tangled within it. It started struggling frantically, waving its sharp claws about, tearing holes into the living net. Just as the S2 was about to extract itself, the countless vines tightened up to bind the limbs of the S2. While the S2 was an evolved form, its strength was not exceptional, and it could not overcome the tough vine spikes. One of the thinner and sharper vines shot towards the struggling S2, and penetrated its head, nailing it to the ground. A huge orb of experience entered Qin Yao's body. Since that S2 was a level 30 evolved zombie, killing it represented a huge amount of experience for her. She instantly gained 3 levels upon absorption, reaching level 19. The more she killed, the more excited she got, and Yu Zhong just followed behind as they eventually arrived at the slope. Fan Tongxian brought the survivors from yesterday as they humbled themselves and came to Yu Zhong respectfully. "Honorable Lord, how do you do? I am Fan Tongxian. I am excited to meet you. How should we address you?" Ruan Chunhua stood beside Fan Tongxian acting as his translator, using blunt Chinese translation to convey his message. The rest of the 6 Vietnamese males were all attracted to the beautiful Qin Yao. She was naturally beautiful and possessed a graceful aura. In addition to the military clothes on her, which gave her a heroic feel, it added to her charm. Furthermore, Qin Yao had never been through any difficulties, and her skin was full of splendor. She was not like most of the other survivors who had become emaciated or had their skin come to bear an unhealthy yellowish color. Therefore, Qinyao was extremely attractive to them. These Vietnamese then retracted their gazes with reluctance to look at Yu Zhong again. He had a dark-toothed blade by his waist, and his back had a Barrett sniper and .03 rifle which also attracted the men. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength was everything. The fearsome might of the Barrett sniper far surpassed the old Type 56 semi-automatic rifle of Fan Tongxian. Yu Zhong looked towards Fan Tongxian and said directly, "I am Yu Zhong. This is my friend Qinyao, this is White Bones." Yu Zhong pulled out a can of corned beef from his bag and asked Fan Tongxian directly, "What is this place? Whoever can answer my question, this can of corned beef will be his." The moment he took out the corned beef, all gazes were locked upon it as if hypnotized. It was a can of corned beef after all, and these people had not had meat for God knows how long. Ruan Chunhua looked at the can of beef and her eyes flashed with greed, as she immediately replied in a supremely detailed manner. "This is Naba Town. We are about 80 li *2 away from Langsun City. If you want to go back to China, you can follow the main road towards the northeast direction. If you do that, you will eventually come to Friendship Town in Chinese lands. Can you give me the can of beef now?" Yu Zhong laughed and threw the meat over to Ruan Chunhua. "Good. This is yours." The can of beef was nothing to Yu Zhong. However, to these Vietnamese survivors, they were precious commodities. The males eyed the beef in Ruan Chunhua's hands, their expressions full of envy and jealousy. They suddenly hated themselves for not learning Chinese, and could only see the beef being taken by Ruan Chunhua. After giving the can of beef to Ruan Chunhua, Yu Zhong turned around and made to leave. Other than the current location, there was nothing else that the Vietnamese could offer him which would shake his heart. Fan Tongxuan's face fell, and his eyes flashed with hope as he shouted, "Please wait. Esteemed Yu Zhong, I have important intel for you." Ruan Chunhua, quickly tell him. It was rare to be able to converse properly with a strong enhancer like Yu Zhong that did not harbor any ill intent, and Fan Tongxian wanted to continue dealing with him to gain some benefits. Ruan Chunhua rushed to Yu Zhong's side, and hastily translated Fan Tongxuan's intentions. If she caused Fan Tongxian to become infuriated with her because of inaction, her subsequent days were sure to be tougher. Yu Zhong stopped in his tracks and turned his head to ask Fan Tongxian, "What intel?" As Yu Zhong was unfamiliar with the place, and had practically no knowledge whatsoever. In any foreign situation, having information could help him deal with things to come. He was of course accordingly open to hearing good intel as a result. Fan Tongxian heaved a sigh of relief as he humbly spoke, "Esteemed Yu Zhong, it would not be easy to say it all here. May we invite you to come with us? Let us treat you properly before we speak further?" This was after all erect mockery of the old civilized society. Here and now lives were cheap. Fan Tongxian wasn't some greenhorn who didn't know this. He had interacted with enhancers before, and knew that most of them were brave and had a little bit of luck, which allowed them to become enhancers. Some were extremely tyrannical and oppressive, killing without a word. Fan Tongxian did not want to accidentally offend this enhancer in front of him due to lack of manners. Fine. Yu Zhong pondered a while before nodding his agreement. Even if he were to return to China, making his way back to Longhai City would definitely be tough. Staying a while to gain some information at Fan Tongxuan's headquarters would not affect anything anyway. Gaining more local information could also potentially help save his life in the long run. Under Fan Tongxuan's lead, Yu Zhong and his party came to a small 4-story bungalow that was built in the middle of nowhere. Countless weeds and wild grass were growing all around it in an unrestrained manner. In the field, even though there were a lot of wild grass patches growing, they were not edible. If humans were to eat them, they would suffer from painful diarrhea, enough to make you scream. Some of the grass was even worse and could cause deadly poisoning. Therefore, Fan Tongxian and his group could only try to find some of the safely edible ones within those patches. It was pretty much like searching for a proverbial needle in a haystack. Yu Zhong's party arrived and went to the dining hall of the bungalow. All the males were seated at the table, and because of Yu Zhong, Qinyao sat with them as well. Not long after, a few scrawny boys and girls walked out, and sat huddled around a smaller table. The women of the bungalow started serving and distributing the food to everybody. The main staple food for the people here was a mutant sweet potato that was the size of a wooden cask. Each male had 3 thin slices of the sweet potato as well as a soup. The women had a slice as well as a bowl of soup. The children needed nourishment, so they had 2 slices and a bowl of soup. These women and children were savoring their meals quietly. No one had the look of being mistreated. Seeing this, Yu Zhong nodded to himself quietly. Perhaps the whole world hadn't gone to shit. He could see that these survivors still had their basic decency, and were living as well as they could. In this post-apocalyptic world, women and children who were weaker were usually worse off. If they met a cruel leader, they would be killed or eaten. Qinyao looked at the food and lost her appetite. Instead, she felt like throwing up. The soup was made of wild vegetables, roots, slices of sweet potato, white rice, ants, grasshoppers and earthworms, sprinkled with a little salt. Seeing the dead insects floating atop the soup, Qinyao instantly felt nauseous. In truth, these bugs and insects were valuable sources of nutrients. The women only had clear soup. Only the men had such delicacies within them. Fan Tongxian looked at his portion, and his eyes lit up in delight as he instantly slurped it down, while chewing on a grasshopper, and said, "Today's soup sure is flavorful." Yu Zhong saw this and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, before passing his soup and sliced sweet potato to a pregnant lady as he said mildly, "This is for you." As entertainment was almost non-existent, the only form of activity for the adults was the most ancient of mainstays, sex. Amongst these Vietnamese women, there were 3 pregnant already. Compared to the rest of the women, these pregnant women only had twice the amount of sweet potatoes, and their soup had more ants or grasshoppers. "Thank you." The pregnant lady immediately thanked Yu Zhong profusely. While these small foods weren't much to Yu Zhong, to these ladies, it was a source of nutrients that was hard to come by. Although she could not understand what Yu Zhong said when he spoke to her, she still thanked him. "Take these." Qinyao saw a way out and immediately passed her plate and soup to another pregnant lady. She did not want to eat or drink that soup. After Yu Zhong gave away those provided foods, he opened his own bag and pulled out 2 sirloin fried potatoes, *3, and 2 bottles of flavored drinks. He then proceeded to open them up and started stuffing himself. On the other side, Qinyao also opened up a Type 2 canned beast meat to eat. At that time, Fan Tongxian and the rest had just finished their own meager dinner, and they looked on at Yu Zhong and Qinyao, swallowing their overproduced saliva. Many of their gazes traveled to the bag that Yu Zhong placed on one side. In their eyes, that bag of food and drinks was more valuable than gold at this point of time. Yu Zhong ate a few mouthfuls before placing the can to one side and spoke to Fan Tongxian. "Can you tell me the important info now? I have food here. If you give me enough information, I will let you have the food you want." Fan Tongxian looked at the can of meat that Yu Zhong just took a few mouthfuls of, and he swallowed his saliva before he asked, "Are you still going to eat that? Can I have it if you don't want it anymore?" Chapter 312, Ambush. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong eyed Fan Tongxian, then gave him the canned meat. Fan Tongxian received the canned meat, and in front of the jealous gazes of the rest, he put it away carefully. This half-eaten canned meat was enough to last a whole day. After keeping the canned meat, he saw Yu Zhong staring at him fixedly, and his heart went cold, before he started telling Yu Zhong all he knew. "Lord, it's like this." As Yu Zhong listened to Fan Tongxian, his eyebrows started to knit. It seemed that the road ahead was not going to be optimistic. Nabu Town was part of Lang Son City, and was considered as part of the northern Vietnam's sphere of influence. The difference with the southern Vietnam was that many of the Vietnamese here viewed China with hostility. After the Sino-Vietnamese War over 30 years ago, these parts of Vietnam hated the Chinese. After the apocalypse set in, a genius by the name of Nguyen Hong rose up in these parts, and he managed to subdue the Vietnam army by his own and formed a huge power of over 30,000 people as the main governing faction, possessing a mighty force with firepower. Vietnam had many forests and there were mutant beasts everywhere. Nguyen Hong had tried to recapture Lang Son City countless times but failed due to the mutant beasts and zombies. He had then readjusted his strategy and went towards China's borders, attacking Friendship Town and obtaining countless firepower, instantly boosting his strength. He was not only a genius of Vietnam, he was also thoroughly vicious and intensely patriotic. The Chinese people that he caught would be treated worse than pigs and dogs because of old country grudges. As long as he discovered the existence of a Chinese person, he would capture the person, either killing him or making him into a slave. If Yu Zhong wanted to cross Friendship Town to get into China's place, he would have to pass by Wuyanhong's borders. Fan Tongxian had known so much, because Ruan Mingho and Ruan Chunhua were survivors that had escaped from Wuyanhong's stronghold. They had escaped because Ruan Mingho had offended one of the small powers within Wuyanhong's stronghold, and he was afraid that he would not live to see another day, therefore they ran. This is going to be tricky. Yu Zhong frowned. To cross a territory where all the regular people had hostility towards the Chinese, it was not an easy task by any stretch of the word. Fan Tongxian was observing Yu Zhong as he was pondering, and could not help but blurt out, "Lord, why don't you stay? As long as you stay, we're willing to follow you." Yu Zhong heard Ruan Chuanhua's translation and was taken aback. "I'm Chinese." Fan Tongxian maintained his serious expression as he said, "I know. But as long as you can lead us to live better, even if you're Satan, we're willing." Fan Tongxian could tell that Yu Zhong wasn't some maniac who killed without reason, therefore he entertained the idea of following Yu Zhong. Many ordinary folks just wanted to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Whoever became their leader was of no concern as long as they could give them a better life. Yu Zhong shook his head and rejected, "No way. I'm heading back to China, I can't stay here long." Yu Zhong's establishments and friends were all in China, not Vietnam. Even if he put in the effort to set something up here, it would be to someone else's benefit, not his. After hearing Yu Zhong decline, Fan Tongxian was extremely dejected. With such a character as a leader, their group of survivors would definitely be able to live better. He could also relinquish the heavy responsibilities as a leader. In this world, to be a morally upright leader with a conscience was incredibly tough. Finding enough food for the survivors was a problem in itself. This is for your information. Yu Zhong took out 10 assorted cans of meat, 3 bottles of milk, and a bag of rice as he gave them to Fan Tongxian. Fan Tongxian looked at the pile of food and was shocked. You could even say he was elated. With this amount of food, as long as they ate sparingly, they wouldn't have to worry about food for another half a month. Fan Tongxian then pointed to Ruan Chunhua and Aina, asking Yu Zhong, "Lord, would you like to have some fun? They can do anything. Would you like them to give you a good time?" Just for a bag of salt they can accompany you for 3 days. Both Ruan Chunhua and Aina walked to Yu Zhong's front. Ruan Chunhua even hugged her ample chest tightly, her arms beneath her breasts, to give a clearer view of her voluptuous figure. She gave Yu Zhong a coy wink and proceeded to translate Fan Tongxuan's words. They weren't exactly unfamiliar with providing sexual services, and in this post-apocalyptic world, they had done it plenty of times. Furthermore, Yu Zhong wasn't like those normal handsome men, but he wasn't ugly either, and he was definitely stronger than most Vietnamese men. Hearing Ruan Chuanhua's translation, Qin Yao immediately scowled and spoke loudly, "No way." All of their gazes landed on Qin Yao, and she flushed in embarrassment, before gritting her teeth and loudly proclaiming, "Yu Zhong is my boyfriend." *1. *2. *3. Ruan Chunhua looked at Qin Yao and smiled, "Miss Qin Yao. We don't mind, we can even join you with him. We promise to make you feel good." To Ruan Chunhua, exotic things like an orgy wasn't exactly something new or anything. Qin Yao grabbed onto Yu Zhong's arms and pleaded, "Win him," he cheeks red with embarrassment. "Yu Zhong. Reject them quickly. As long as you reject them, I'll give you a kiss." Qin Yao's pleading look was extremely cute, and Yu Zhong was charmed, as he took out a bag of salt and threw it to Fan Tongxian and said, "All right, this is for you. As for them, it's fine. My girlfriend doesn't like it." Fan Tongxian accepted the bag of salt, and did not press Yu Zhong further. Instead he spoke attentively, "Lord Yu Zhong, since it's so late, would you like to rest here for the night?" Yu Zhong and Qin Yao had arrived at this town late in the evening yesterday. Qin Yao had rested an entire day and it was almost nightfall already. Yu Zhong thought for a while and accepted the invitation. With nothing out of the ordinary, Yu Zhong and Qin Yao were arranged to stay in a room together. Of course they were given the master bedroom, and inside the room there was a huge fluffy bed. Qin Yao looked at the bed and couldn't help but pout. "Only one bed. Why don't you sleep on the floor then? I'll sleep on the bed." Yu Zhong chuckled as he took off his coat, revealing the body armor made of the Type 2 mutant black scaled boar's hide, and immediately sat on the bed. Being in such foreign places, Yu Zhong was always on the alert, and would not easily take off his protection. Qin Yao then crawled onto the bed as she rested her cheeks on her hands, and she let out an incredibly attractive smile. "You're so ungentlemanly, You want to let a beauty like me sleep on the floor? No way, why don't you sleep on the floor? Let me help you set the blanket down there. Yu Zhong immediately closed his eyes and laid on the bed. I'm going to sleep. Qin Yao came over to lightly nudge Yu Zhong, seeing there was no effect, and smiled, rogue. After which she laid quietly by Yu Zhong's side and looked at his face. Only 2 to 3 hours had passed since she awoke from her evolution coma, and she was not in the least bit tired. However, as night had fallen, there was nothing to do, she could only look at him. Soon after, sound of moaning came from the rooms below, sounding in Qin Yao's ears, causing her to flush red as she laid on the bed tossing and turning, not able to sleep. Wu Tungwen was hugging a long spear as he sat at the garden of the bungalow, keeping watch silently. There were no zombies in the vicinity, but they had to be on guard for any mutant beast. If there was no sentry, even a mutant cat could cause the survivors to perish at its hands. Following some gunshot sounds, the lock on the gate was shot. With a bang, the gate was kicked wide open. A few militants came rushing in carrying guns. Who are you guys? Wu Tungwen saw these armed men with ferocious expressions and he turned pale, his hands trembling as he was holding the spear, not daring to move. If he was not careful, he might just be executed on the spot. The leader of this squad shouted at Wu Tungwen, "We are the vanguard team of the great empire of Vietnam. Go bring out your food and women." Wu Tungwen's eyes lit up as he replied excitedly, "Sir, I want to report. There are 2 Chinese people who have run here, 1 man, 1 woman. The woman is extremely pretty." The officer's eyes brightened up as well and said, "Pretty Chinese woman? Hurry, bring us to her. We will go and capture her." "Yes." Wu Tungwen replied zealously, and led the few vanguard members of the great empire of Vietnam into the bungalow. The entire bungalow was soon filled with the astonished cries and moans of women. These vanguard members weren't decent men. The moment they rushed into the bungalow, it was to start raping the Vietnamese women. This was the power and authority they exploited and enjoyed by being vanguard members. The leader brought 7 soldiers and followed Wu Tungwen towards the room where Yu Zhong and Qin Yao were sleeping in. The moment things started happening within the bungalow, Yu Zhong had already opened his eyes wide with wariness. He heard the noises and he immediately picked up his 03 rifle and dark magic blade beside him. The black-toothed blade was over 2 m long, and not suitable for combat within this cramped room. Therefore he had prepared a dark magic blade to keep by his side just in case. At this time there was an urgent knocking on the door. At the same time Ruan Chuanhua's anxious voice sounded out, "Lord Yu Zhong. Lord Yu Zhong, hurry, open the door. It's me, Ruan Chuanhua." Yu Zhong gave a command to White Bones, who was standing at a corner like a gruesome decoration, and said, "Open it." White Bones went to open the door. Chapter 313, The Army of the Great Empire of Vietnam. Book 3, The South. The moment the door opened, Ruan Chunhua rushed in with an anxious look as she quickly called out, "Lord Yu Zhong. There are men rushing up below. They are the vanguard team of the Vietnam army. They're here to capture you. Hurry and run." Yu Zhong looked behind Ruan Chunhua as he spoke mildly, "Nah, it's too late, they're here." Ruan Chunhua turned around, and her expression turned to fright as she saw Wu Tungwen leading the 8 soldiers from the vanguard team. Wu Tungwen had the cold look of a hunting viper as he stared at Yu Zhong and Qin Yao. The moment the leader of the vanguard saw Qin Yao, his eyes gleamed with an undisguised perverted glint, as he licked his lips and laughed coldly. "What a pretty Chinese girl. I want to train her to become my bitch. Ha ha ha." The other soldiers also had looks of desire on their face as they called out, "Captain! Before you train her to be a subservient bitch, let us have fun with her as well." "Yeah, Captain. Let us all have our turn." "Captain. Let us play with her too." The 7 other soldiers had started hooting and calling out. They had never come across a beauty such as Qin Yao before. Qin Yao looked at the 8 men with their undisguised lust as she frowned and asked Ruan Chunhua, "What are they talking about?" Ruan Chunhua had hidden behind Yu Zhong, as she translated the words of the vanguard team fearfully. Hearing it, Qin Yao's expression turned pale, and her eyes flashed with fury. Wu Tungwen pointed to Ruan Chunhua and he asked the leader, "Sir, can I keep her?" The leader replied lazily, "Sure, I can let you play with her a few times. However, unless you can obtain some merit, you shouldn't even think about owning her." "Thank you." Wu Tungwen bowed and thanked the officer for his graciousness, but as he straightened up, a gunshot rang out and his brains were drilled through and through. The bullet blasted out the wall and away as white bone flecks and red meaty brain flesh splattered against the wall. His lifeless corpse slowly collapsed to the floor with a look of surprise forever frozen on its face. Before the rest even reacted, Yu Zhong was holding the stinger pistol. He coldly ordered White Bones, other than the leader, kill the rest. White Bones charged into the midst of the 8 warriors, and it raised its hands as 5 incredibly sharp spikes shot out. Each spike was expertly aimed and pierced the heads of 5 of the men. The spikes hit so hard that they ended up splitting their skulls clean open, and made their brains see-through. Yu Zhong lifted his .03 rifle, firing 2 shots with his enhanced accuracy, and the bullets landed on the heads of the remaining 2, causing their cranial sections to explode violently. In just an instant, 7 people had died under Yu Zhong's hands, even before the officer managed to react. He was still trying to pull out the gun at his waist to counterattack. It was just that the moment he moved, Yu Zhong had activated his Art of Fear skill, using a thick fearsome spirit wave to assault the mind of the officer, causing him to faint. Incredible. He's too amazing. Ruan Chunhua watched Yu Zhong and White Bones slaughter the vanguard team with ease. They even ended up knocking a person out without even touching him, and she was so excited that her entire body felt a thrill, and she even got a little wet. This man in front of her was without a doubt an extremely strong enhancer, and she was terribly pleased to have made the right bet with him. Ruan Chunhua was an intelligent woman. Since she and her brother were at odds with the Vietnam army, if they were brought back, they would definitely not receive a good ending. Therefore she chose to rely on this man who had managed to kill a horde of zombies without batting an eyelid. After once again looking at the corpses on the floor, she knew she had won her bet. "Tie him up." Yu Zhong glanced at Ruan Chunhua, and threw a large coil of rope from his bag to her. "Yes, Lord." Ruan Chunhua replied with extreme reverence. She was now filled with admiration and idolization for Yu Zhong. His show of strength was worthy of her utmost devotion now. *1. Ruan Chunhua quickly tied up the officer tightly. "Let's go." Yu Zhong left White Bones to protect Ruan Chunhua, while he swiftly made his way downstairs with Chen Yao. At the moment there was no one standing guard below. All the Vietnamese soldiers were on top of the local women, each one thrusting away profusely. The earlier gunshots above gave them the impression that the Chinese intruder must have been dealt with. They had inquired carefully and confirmed that there was only a Chinese man up there. After all, they had 8 members who went up, and no one thought that it would be possible for a single Chinese male to take down 8 fully armed men. *2. Yu Zhong immediately shuttled into the midst of the connected bodies. His hand was firmly grasping his dark magic blade as it flashed about. The heaving and grunting instantly grew quieter as several of the Vietnamese soldiers were decapitated. Their bodies collapsed and their necks sprayed fresh, hot blood onto the shocked women below them. "Ah!" One of the women saw the tumbling head, and let out a panicked scream. That shrill scream alerted the rest of the men who were still engaged in their rape of the other women, their gaze traveling towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong eyed those 6 soldiers and coldly ordered, "Chen Yao, capture those 6 men alive." Yu Zhan's abilities were focused on offense, hence his strength was extremely oppressive. For him, killing was easier than capturing. Chen Yao's ability was, on the other hand, infinitely more suited to capture. Receiving his order, Chen Yao activated her plant manipulation ability, and the seeds in her hands quickly grew out to become 6 long vines. She sent them snaking towards the 6 Vietnamese soldiers at a near lightning speed, tying them up efficiently. Yu Zhong continued advancing forward, putting on some speed. He shot through the different groups all about the different stories, decapitating any soldiers he came across. In his wake, fountains of blood appeared as numerous heads fell to the floor, and the crimson rain came down, dyeing the entire place blood red. Yu Zhong was like a god of slaughter as he made his way throughout the bungalow, and pretty soon the entire vanguard team was wiped out. The entire bungalow was filled with fresh corpses. It gave people a sense of dread. So strong. What a fearsome person. Fortunately I did not offend him. Fan Tongxian had brought his 6 remaining male survivors over to help. As he saw the headless corpses lying around, and Yu Zhong wielding his dark magic blade while not even looking out of breath, his heart was shaken. The great empire of Vietnam also needed to fill their ranks, so they had only tied up the male survivors, not killed them. Basically, they were bandits who also did not kill indiscriminately. Likewise, even some maniacal enhancers might not stoop so low as this. The 6 male survivors had pale faces as well, and as they looked at Yu Zhong, their gazes were filled with newfound respect and awe. The women who were raped had also recovered by this time. They did not have any dismal or heartbroken expressions though, instead they dragged the corpses outside and started to bury them. It was not that they were kind-hearted. Instead, if they did not dispose of these corpses properly, the scent of the blood could very well attract the unwanted attention of mutant beasts. Yu Zhong sat on a chair and he looked at the 7 captives, asking coldly, "Who are you guys?" Yuan Chuhuan stood at the side and translated, conveying Yu Zhong's and the captives' intentions back and forth. "Pay. Fuck your mother. You Chinese dog." One of the captives glared at Yu Zhong with a searing gaze. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with iciness as he gave an order, "What a tough nut. Then you shall taste the punishment of having a broken back. White Bones, break his waist." White Bones immediately swung its axe and chopped the captive in 2 at the waist. H. The captive immediately screamed out loud in soul-wrenching anguish, as his innards and blood all splattered out. He didn't die at first, instead he continued to struggle in agonizing pain, holding in his intestines, until he died miserably in front of everyone present. Chopping a person in 2 was definitely one of the most cruel forms of punishment in human society, and could allow the person receiving the punishment to feel the maximum amount of pain. Seeing the agonized expression on their comrade as he died, the rest of the captives had a look of fear in their eyes. The rest of the inhabitants and Fan Tongxian also looked at Yu Zhong with fear. In their eyes, Yu Zhong had suddenly transformed from that amiable strong enhancer to a ruthless killing demon. Yu Zhong eyed the rest of the trembling soldiers and he immediately pointed to the one who was shaking the most and spoke, "Who are you guys? Speak." The moment the soldier saw Yu Zhong pointing at him, his face turned ashen and he quickly blurted out, "I'll speak. I'll speak." Right beside that softy, another Vietnamese soldier immediately reprimanded him fiercely, "Wu Tan Tong. You traitor. You traitor." Yu Zhong waved his hands, White Bones immediately shot out a bone blade, and chopped the soldier who had verbally lashed out. The attack split his head in half and spilled its contents on the floor with a plop. Seeing this terrifying scene, the weakling male broke down completely as he cried, "Lord! Don't kill me. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything." Following this, Wu Tan Tong told Yu Zhong all he knew. This vanguard team was one of the small teams deployed by the Vietnam Army towards Lang Son City to find survivors. At the same time, they were to gather intel. When Wuyan Hong had attacked Friendship Town, he had captured many Chinese survivors along the way. He was a racist through and through and kept them all as his personal slaves. At the same time, he was starting to lack manpower for his army, the government, as well as factories. Thus, he had sent out teams towards Lang Son City to gather survivors and attract Vietnamese into his stronghold. From Wu Tan Tong, Yu Zhong gained important information about Wuyan Hong's troops. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.